bitter words of resentment toward a wretched world echo across a vast, sparkling cosmic sky. The sun shines brightly over the ornate spires of a grand, secluded mansion nestled in greenery. A maid draws back heavy curtains, flooding a lavish bedroom with the morning's warm golden light. The Sidis family maid, Tina, offers a bright and cheerful greeting as she begins her morning duties. A silver-haired girl stirs awake, rubbing her eyes as the intrusive sunlight breaks her peaceful slumber. Rising within her expansive bed, the small girl finds herself dwarfed by the luxury of her surroundings. The silver-haired girl blinks against the morning glare, looking weary despite having just woken up for the day. The silver-haired girl struggles through nausea despite not eating, noting her body aches and her chest feels burning. Despite her obvious suffering, the silver-haired girl offers a weak smile and claims her condition is normal. Tina looks down with a pained expression, her eyes filled with deep concern for the young girl's health. Miana insists she is really fine, but Tina counters that most people would not describe her state that way. Tina gently comforts Miana, telling the girl she will bring some water for her to wash herself with. Left alone in the silent, ornate room, the girl sits quietly as she contemplates her difficult physical state. With a weary sigh, the girl collapses back into her pillows, seeking relief from her constant bodily aches. Staring blankly, she appears overwhelmed by the exhaustion of a life defined by persistent, unexplained illness. A decorative text panel transitions the narrative, preparing to summarize the strange nature of her current existence. Surrounded by a floral border, the silver-haired girl reveals the startling truth that she has been reincarnated. Flashbacks of a clinical hospital setting recall her previous life as a patient whose time was rapidly fading. In her former life, she was a terminal patient who eventually succumbed to a mysterious, incurable disease. She remembers the heartbreaking sight of her mother weeping over the injustice of her child's suffering. A close-up of her previous self captures the silent tears of a girl who knew she was dying. The narrative confirms that an unknown illness was the cause of her tragic and premature passing. Memories of advanced medical tests and CT scans highlight the desperate, failed attempts to diagnose her condition. Despite the efforts of modern medicine, doctors could only watch as her health continued to deteriorate. Opportunistic individuals approached her grieving family, offering absurd explanations for her condition that only caused more pain. She recalls walking through a world that felt increasingly distant as her health failed in her 21st year. One ridiculous warning suggested she might explode, which is certainly one way to clear a crowded schedule. The scene shifts to static as she dryly notes that her life did, in fact, eventually explode. At the age of 20, her previous life ended as she took her final labored breath. Blurred memories of a happy family serve as a bittersweet reminder of the life she left behind. A cascade of jewels, gold coins, and fine dresses illustrates the immense wealth of her new family. Now a child again, she enjoys the adoration of a full staff within a life of extreme privilege. Identifying as Miana Sidis, she resolves to enjoy the present, but then her eyes glow with mysterious energy. Miana recalls being told it would be difficult to survive the winter as she sits weakly in bed. At 5 years old, her new life repeated the past as she received another terminal diagnosis. Though she survived 7 more winters, Miana spent them confined to her bed, watching the snowfall. Lying in bed, Miana feels her body reaching its breaking point as her remaining time grows short. Her parents desperately sought every possible cure, from the Empire's best doctors to the rarest medicinal herbs. Even a healing mage was summoned, but Miana secretly felt that giving up would be much easier. Tina clenches her hand tightly, refusing to accept the grim fate that seems to be claiming Miana. Miana apologizes to Tina as the maid approaches her bedside to check on her well-being. Tina adjusts the bedsheets and firmly declares that they will never stop fighting for Miana's survival. Looking directly into Miana's eyes, Tina implores the young girl to never lose her own will to live. Touched by the maid's devotion, Miana offers a genuine smile and thanks Tina for her unwavering support. Miana asks Tina not to wake her until mealtime, noting she will merely look like she's sleeping. Her consciousness descends through a cosmic void filled with floating windows into different times and places. Miana decides to check the situation as she explores a vast library within her special lucid dreams. Miana reviews reports of an unconscious soprano, a man dying from a magic stone, and a wizard claiming dragons exist. Miana identifies her location as the Somnium Empire and finds documents regarding a trade agreement with the nation Linux. With a determined look, Mina decides it is time to begin her hunt within the world of dreams. Silver-haired Miana floats in a dream space, noting that naturally, everyone dreams. Miana explains this space acts as a waiting room for entering others' dreams. Looking at a door, she describes the vivid experiences available through these dream tours. Noticing it is late morning, Miana wonders if she has stayed up all night. Miana approaches a grand, glowing window she has never noticed in this space before. She stops before a nameless door, finding the lack of a nameplate highly suspicious. After knocking and asking for permission, Miana tentatively pushes the mysterious door open. A blinding light floods the area as Miana enters the unknown dream world. Miana blinks as she enters a realm that seems oddly devoid of any content. Feeling uneasy in the empty void, the young girl considers leaving the dream immediately. Miana finds the nameless door suspicious and tentatively explores the darkness beyond it. She cautiously pushes the door further open, the hinges creaking in the silence. Miana calls out a quiet apology as she enters the dark, empty space. Miana turns suddenly, her eyes widening as she senses something in the shadows. Looking into the darkness, she asks if anyone is there, clutching her nightgown nervously. A pair of glowing eyes and a pale face appear from the deep shadows. Miana startles as a boy emerges from the darkness, asking who the intruder is. Reminding herself to stay quiet, Miana finds the lack of content very strange. A mysterious voice asks if Miana can hear it, surprising the silver-haired girl. Miana describes the voice as weak yet infinitely evil, appearing from a faceless source. Torn between fleeing and talking, Miana wonders if she should try to communicate. The voice asks if they can talk for a moment, surprising the young girl. Miana offers a friendly smile, trying to reassure the entity that she isn't scary. She proposes a talk but asks to brighten the dark place she finds so unpleasant. Miana looks disappointed as the mysterious entity denies her request to change the lighting. She tries to compromise by asking for just a short conversation instead. The entity remains silent, causing Miana to look at the door handle with frustration. Frustrated by the refusal to talk, Miana prepares to leave the strange dream. The boy stops her, explaining that he was forbidden from talking to anyone. The boy clarifies he needs permission, and Miana asks who gave him such orders. Miana asks for the boy's name, but he doesn't seem to understand the question. A sudden surge of energy startles Miana, signaling that her physical body is waking. Realizing her time is up, Miana laments that her body is waking up too soon. Miana shouts a promise to return, telling the mysterious boy to wait for her. A final burst of light marks Miana's sudden departure from the dream world. Miana gasps as she snaps awake in her bed, her eyes wide with shock. Tina stands by the bed, apologizing for the noise as Miana's heart races. Narrative panels describe the Citus family's decline and their lack of visitors. The family status is irrelevant because Miana is constantly on the verge of death. Mina sits up in bed, reflecting on how her terminal state overshadows all family matters. She realizes the answer to her situation is obvious, looking weary and resigned. A metaphorical debt collector looms over the family, illustrating their dire financial situation. Miana looks saddened as she contemplates the weight of her family's mounting troubles. Tina offers a gentle, reassuring smile, trying to comfort the ailing young lady. Miana grips her bedsheets, wondering how long things have been this desperate for her family. Her eyes widen in a sudden realization or shock as she processes her situation. Miana declares that she needs to go out, surprising herself with her newfound determination. Tina refuses the request, citing the master's orders to keep Miana inside. The maid gently reminds Miana of her fragile health, silencing the girl's protest. Defeated, Miana reluctantly agrees to stay in bed, looking away with a sigh. Miana lies in her bed, her expression weary as she gazes into the quiet room. Suddenly, Miana begins coughing violently and cries out for Tina, desperately asking for some water. Tina rushes to the bedside, calling out in alarm as she sees Miana's condition worsening. The maid supports Miana as the young girl continues to suffer through a painful coughing fit. Tina urgently calls for water, her face filled with anxiety for the struggling silver-haired girl. Realizing water is not enough, Tina decides she must also get cough medicine for Miana. Tina promises to return quickly and rushes out of the room with a loud slam. Left alone once more, Miana sits in her bed within the vast, silent, and ornate chamber. Miana's bare feet touch the cold floor as she prepares to move despite her weakness. The young girl walks across the marble floor, her breath misting in the cool morning air. Shivering by the window, Miana realizes she cannot continue living in this state of constant suffering. Miana tentatively pushes open a heavy door, peering into the room where voices are echoing. Miana's father asks for more time, but the man confronts him about the unpaid interest. The moneylender states that Mina's father should never have borrowed if high interest was problematic. Miana watches the confrontation, noting the deadline hasn't passed and reflecting on the family's mess. She wonders if they can even repay the interest even if they wait until the deadline. The moneylender shouts that the mine put up as collateral is on the verge of closing. Miana realizes the family's desperation led them to seek help from a predatory pawnbroker. The moneylender threatens to take the mansion, while Miana's father pleads for mercy and time. Miana's father and the visitor turn in shock as they hear a sudden cough. Miana offers a weak smile and greets her father, acknowledging the wretched state of her body. Surprised to see her out of bed, her father notes how noisy it is outside. Mina's father looks at his sickly daughter with an expression of profound sadness and worry. Miana stares back at him with large, watery eyes, appearing incredibly frail in the light. Miana politely addresses the intruder, hoping her presence hasn't disrupted their talk or been an intrusion. The moneylender looks at Miana with pity, clearly affected by her obvious and extreme fragility. Moved by the sight of the child, the moneylender decides to leave the house for today. Miana reflects on her performance, while the moneylender mentions having a daughter of the same age. The man walks away, stating he will return at the monsen to collect interest. The moneylender warns that there will be consequences if the money is not ready by then. Miana is relieved her act worked, but her father is upset she was seen like this. With the moneylender gone, Miana resolves to solve the financial problems plaguing her family. Standing in the warm light, Miana calls out to her father to get his attention. Miana's father looks pained as his daughter asks him to stop wasting wealth on her. Miana gives a gentle, sad smile, appearing resigned to the fate her illness has chosen. She tells her father that she has tried very hard to survive throughout her long illness. Miana recalls the countless efforts and sacrifices her parents made to keep her alive over years. Her father looks devastated, begging Miana not to speak as if she is already gone. Miana looks at him with a steady, determined gaze, ready to explain her difficult reasoning. Her father clenches his fist, declaring he won't let loan sharks destroy his daughter's future. Miana's father is stunned when she describes his medical efforts as a waste. Miana tells her father he must think about the family's survival after she passes away. Miana's father explodes in anger, refusing to accept the idea of a life without his daughter. He clenches Miana's hand tightly, his body shaking with the intensity of his grief. Miana responds to his outburst with a peaceful, loving smile, trying to comfort his heart. Miana explains that she simply wants to spend her remaining time without any more worries. The two stand together in silence, their feet planted on the lavish room's marble floor. A vision of her parents with Miana as a baby highlights the happiness they once shared. Miana gently places her hand on her father's, offering him a final sense of peace. Miana encourages her father to live for himself and go to the places he desires. Her father encourages Miana to see the world's beauty and eat delicious food during her time. Her father notes she sounds like she is departing as she speaks of her impending end. Miana explains her certain death this winter is a fate she already endured in the past. She looks peacefully resigned, accepting the terminal diagnosis that mirrors her previous life's tragic end. Her father wonders how such a selfless child was born, noting she never complained about her state. He holds her hands tightly, overwhelmed by her calm acceptance of the difficult path ahead. He finally agrees to take her to any location she desires to fulfill her final wishes. Her father tearfully smiles, urging her to find happiness in preparation for what is to come. He asks Miana where she wants to go, and she specifically requests the Faily's abandoned mine. A story begins of a merchant who once longed to be a world-traveling treasure hunter. The merchant's dreams were shelved when he was forced to manage his family's growing business empire. Despite his immense success and wealth, the merchant never let go of his childhood adventuring dreams. Footsteps echo through the ornate mansion as the scene transitions toward the planned mining expedition. Lorraine Johnson declares he cannot die without finding a proper place to hide his legendary treasure. The merchant resolves to provide for future treasure hunters by hiding his fortune in a secret place. Mina watches through a window as a man in blue works, confirming her research's findings. Hidden in the bushes, the young girl observes her surroundings with a sharp and focused gaze. She decides she cannot ignore the secret location she discovered while studying the merchant's cryptic history. The merchant ponders the perfect location to hide his valuables while searching his study in frustration. He identifies the Thales abandoned mine as the ideal, isolated spot to hide his legendary treasure. The merchant believes divine providence is aiding his quest to fulfill his long-standing dream of legacy. Miana arrives at the location with her father and a maid, appearing optimistic about their task. Her father questions why she chose such a derelict mine and suggests looking for better spots. Miana insists she likes this spot, claiming she can smell money drifting from deep within. She smiles warmly at her father, asking him to trust her intuition for just a bit longer. Her father warns her to be careful, while Miana promises a beautiful sight will soon unfold. Mina looks around the vibrant landscape, searching for the specific spot mentioned in the merchant's coats. Miana suddenly stops as she recognizes a key landmark that confirms she's in the right place. Symbolic panels describe life cycle, where the source in water meets the end in the earth. The merchant is shown recording the intricate clues to his hidden fortune within a massive book. The narrative explains that a secret spring exists where the water and the earth finally meet. Miana explains she decoded the merchant's secret and only needs to find the specific hidden spring. A text panel introduces Miana's request as she prepares to ask her father for his help. Her father promises to do anything for her, demonstrating his complete devotion to her well-being. Miana asks if he truly means his promise, while the staff member confirms their absolute loyalty. Miana excitedly asks her father to enter the spring to find the treasure hidden beneath the surface. Her father wades into the spring while Miana watches intently from the edge of the water. Miana promises to return home and focus on her recovery if he succeeds in the spring. She adds one final condition to their agreement as her father continues his search in the water. Her father promises to let family matters pass, and Miana vows to keep her own word. Her father smiles back at her, expressing his hope that she will not give up yet. Her father reports that he finds absolutely nothing of value within the murky depths of the spring. He submerges his face in the water, looking closely for any signs of the hidden merchant's treasure. The maid expresses her doubt, asking Miana if she is truly certain about the treasure's location. Mina smirks confidently, noting that no one would ever expect to find treasure in such a place. Gold coins drift across the screen as a message states treasure's value transcends its humble surroundings. A massive pile of gold and jewels illustrates the valuable lesson the merchant intended to teach. Her father lifts a heavy, ornate chest out of the water while Miana watches with excitement. Miana asks if the treasure is real, while her father wonders how this discovery even happened. The father acknowledges her success, and Miana reveals she can literally smell the presence of money. Miana explains her initial plan to hide the treasure, but changed it for her family's sake. Her father calls her name, startling the girl as she looks up at him with wide eyes. She wonders if he suspects she made up her money-smelling ability on the spot. Miana fidgets nervously and apologizes to her father for keeping her secret hidden for so long. She vows to repay the debt incurred by her medical expenses while her father looks grim. Miana explains that the treasure box is under a lightweight spell, making it easy to carry. She reveals she avoided bringing an escort, knowing the coachman would mistake the chest for junk. Miana warns that others will soon flock to the mine, urging her father to secure it. Her father suddenly grabs her arm, calling her name as the scene shifts to a field. The father stares intensely at Miana, his expression unreadable as he holds her steady. Miana looks back at him, her eyes reflecting the soft light of the surrounding garden. Tina observes the emotional exchange from a distance, looking on with a calm and supportive expression. Her father insists the treasure should be used for Miana's treatment, but she firmly rejects it. The narrative notes that a small portion of the treasure cleared her father's massive financial debts. Silver-haired Miana floats through a starry cosmic void, clutching a large book to her chest. She notes that stopping her father was exhausting as she drifts among books in the dreamscape. Mina observes a paper airplane soaring through the void, realizing she still has tasks to complete. She approaches a glowing, ornate door in the dream world, her curiosity piqued by its light. Recalling her previous encounter, Miana prepares to re-enter the dream and find the mysterious boy. She peeks through the heavy wooden door, the interior bathed in a deep, sapphire blue light. Miana pushes the door open, declaring her preference for death over continued suffering as she enters. Miana calls out an excuse and enters the glowing room, which is filled with blue energy. She greets the boy cheerfully, and he responds with a hesitant, quiet greeting from the shadows. Miana proposes a chat, but the boy hesitates, repeating that he is forbidden from talking. She tells the boy that their communication began the moment they first exchanged greetings earlier. Mina reasons that as long as they don't speak aloud, no one will know their secret. She observes that the boy is extremely cautious, despite his fragile and unassuming physical appearance. Miana wonders if he has been brainwashed to the point of being trapped within his dreams. She confidently assures him that their secret is safe unless one of them chooses to reveal it. Mina makes a firm, decisive motion, indicating that she is satisfied with his silent agreement. The boy asks if they should speak informally, his face still largely obscured by the shadows. Miana suggests they use casual language like friends, surprising the boy with the concept of friendship. She asks why not with a defiant look, ready to challenge whatever rules he is following. The boy asks what a friend is, prompting Miana to pity the harsh environment he experienced. A text panel notes the oppressive nature of this dark dream world as Miana looks around. Miana wonders what kind of life he lives in reality as she gazes at him sadly. Visuals of food and books illustrate her belief that friends should teach each other and share. The boy admits the concept is difficult, but Miana insists it is actually very simple. With a radiant smile, Miana reaches out her hand and offers to be the boy's friend. Miana asks for the boy's name while vowing to find whoever is responsible for his state. She suggests the name Luminous or Loomis, looking thoughtful as she considers the best option. The boy repeats the name Lewis, his face blushing slightly as he processes his new identity. Miana smiles warmly, noting that he seems to like the name she chose for him. Miana introduces herself as a member of the Sidus family, her face glowing with genuine happiness. A text panel notes that he must remember to return the favor to her family later. Miana asks Luce his age and location, but he doesn't know, making her feel frustrated. Focusing on her next target, Patrick Johnson, Miana launches a paper airplane into a new door. A loud demand for alcohol and meat surprises Miana as she prepares to enter the dream. Inside, Miana observes a chaotic tavern scene and dryly notes the messy state of her target. A man rages while Miana prepares for transformation time to deal with the unruly situation. A man on the floor is scolded by his father's ghost for his pathetic state. Lorraine complains about the wasted inheritance while the man on the ground apologizes to him. The ghost notes that no progress has been made toward revealing his hidden final masterpiece. Narrative text explains Lorraine left a code for a worthy person to find his treasure. Lorraine aggressively orders the man to decipher the code while he claims to be trying. The father tells his son to remember instructions that will help him finally decode the treasure. The young man looks delighted as flowers bloom around him during his father's encouraging explanation. Lorraine questions why he shouldn't just reveal the treasure's location since his son is lazy. Miana feels like she is dying after the intense effort of her recent dream activities. Miana reflects on how the man's poor memory made teaching him the treasure's secrets incredibly exhausting. Miana thinks that Lorraine would be devastated if his hard-earned treasure remained buried forever. The silver-haired girl recalls a dream stating that the Johnson family's only son has the map. Miana lies on the floor of her dream world, beginning a new train of thought. Miana finds herself in a grand library and wonders why she is unable to wake up. The sun rises over the mansion as Miana begins to regain consciousness in her bed. Tina looks relieved and shocked to see her young mistress finally opening her eyes again. Miana offers a weak greeting to her maid, Tina, as she wakes in her moo. Miana's father enters the room and the girl offers him a warm morning greeting. Her father asks if Mia needs anything, offering his full support for her recovery process. Miana suggests using the treasure money to immediately control access to the Faley's abandoned mine. She plans to use fences and guards to drive up the mine's price through exclusivity. The father gently takes Miana's hand, looking at his daughter with deep fatherly concern. He points out that she is bedridden again and suggests that it might be better to stop. Miana is stunned when her father tells her to give up on their financial schemes. Miana's thought bubbles express her frustration at being told to stop making money despite her illness. Her father carries her, noting that long travel is difficult for even the healthiest of people. Miana tells her father she enjoyed yesterday, and he smiles warmly at her happiness. Vibrant white flowers frame a shift in the mood toward a more peaceful garden setting. Miana's father kneels by her bedside, addressing his dear daughter with profound and loving affection. A shimmering vision shows Miana standing happily with her parents in a world of flowers. He strokes her hair, urging her to take care of herself so they can enjoy life. Mina reads a letter about a grand prince with symptoms similar to her own terminal illness. She hopes the prince recovers quickly so she can finally leave and meet her mother. Miana launches a paper airplane toward a glowing portal, preparing for her next dream adventure. Entering a new room, Miana realizes she has arrived at her mother's private quarters. The name Justin Everdine is revealed, connected to the mysterious boy in her dream. Miana ponders the connection between her illness and the prince as she enters a new door. The young girl decides to explore the mysterious and massive study she has found. Miana walks through the library, feeling a sense of familiarity as a dark-haired boy approaches. A narrative panel notes that this creation is unlike anything she has made before. A boy with dark hair and a stern expression asks Miana to identify herself. Miana observes his jet black hair and silver eyes, noting the deep exhaustion within them. Looking into the boy's eyes, Miana realizes that he possesses abilities very similar to her. Miana transforms into a maid and tells the young master Justin that it is lunchtime. Justin is confused by the sudden appearance of the maid in his private study. Justin is suspicious of the maid, while Miana jokingly asks him to just let it slide. Miana notes the extreme detail of the dream and the presence of someone with similar powers. Justin demands to know who she is as he stares at the mysterious smiling intruder. Miana transforms into a golden angelic figure and greets the human boy with a smile. Justin is unimpressed by her angel costume, while Miana playfully tells him to lighten up. Miana tells the boy that his mother's prayer was heard and commands him to sit down. The boy looks confused as Miana repeats her claim that she is there to help him. Miana questions the boy's faith and suggests he would remain a skeptic even if shown miracles. The dark-haired boy remains silent and skeptical against a background of stylized cat patterns. Miana asks the boy to describe his specific symptoms so she can evaluate his medical condition. Justin explains that his head feels heavy and he has been suffering from headaches and fever. Justin admits to having no appetite, a racing heart, dizziness, and extreme breathlessness after short walks. Justin questions the angel's omniscience, but Miana tells him to become a believer if he feels wrong. Justin details his busy schedule of skipped breakfasts, endless lessons, hunting practice, and managing estate reports. Mina looks shocked and asks if the boy ever does anything other than work and study. Justin explains that he attends formal meals and sleeps at night, though he provides no other activities. Justin reveals that even during sleep, he reviews the theories and lessons he has previously memorized. Miana slams her head onto the table as she finally understands the cause of his illness. Miana scolds the boy, identifying his condition as severe overwork, while Justin looks on in confusion. Text panels explain the cultural connection to overwork and the relentless cycle of overtime and late-night tasks. Justin looks thoughtful as he begins to process the revelation about his own excessive work habits. Justin wonders if he created this dream to assess himself and find a more beneficial approach. Justin rationalizes the situation to himself while Miana watches him with a look of pure exasperation. Mina reaches out toward the boy as he continues to overthink the mechanics of his dream. Justin is suddenly knocked backward into a pile of soft plushies, looking completely startled and confused. Justin expresses shock at the sudden change in his dream as Miana prepares to intervene further. Miana gently places her hand over Justin's eyes, forcing the workaholic boy to finally stop thinking. Justin mutters about his unfinished work as he finally begins to drift into a peaceful sleep. Silver-haired Miana wakes up in reality with a bright, refreshed smile and a sense of accomplishment. Tina notes her mistress's good mood, while Miana credits her secret efforts for her current happiness. Narrative panels describe how people are investigating the mine while guards successfully prevent any unauthorized intrusions. A message bubble declares that increasing the mine's suspicious nature will maximize the benefits of their plan. Miana enjoys tea with a sinister expression, prompting Tina to note that she looks more villainous. Miana takes a calm sip of her tea, appearing deeply satisfied with the progress of her schemes. Justin is woken by a strange noise and finds Angel Miana performing ASMR with a microphone. Miana continues her loud ASMR performance, causing Justin to tremble in intense frustration and mental distress. Miana sent a prescription letter to her mother and ensured Justin slept deeply in his dreams daily. A grand golden carriage arrives at the mansion, signaling that Miana's mother has finally returned home. A maid comments on the lovely weather while a silver-haired woman sits in the sunlit hall. Miana glows with happiness as she anticipates the perfect day once her mother finally arrives home. Miana's expression turns to one of pure shock as she hears an unexpected and familiar voice. A handsome young noble with dark hair and silver eyes stands in the hall, smiling warmly. The silver-haired woman tells Miana she shouldn't have come out as the young prince stands nearby. Miana hides behind her mother's arm, staring at the visitor with a look of extreme apprehension. Justin looks at the young girl with a neutral expression as she avoids his direct gaze. Miana reflects on how well the boy manages to maintain a perfect public persona in reality. Her mother explains her excitement for the meeting and introduces the visitor as he asks about Miana. Mina's inner thoughts scream in frustration as she identifies the visitor as the workaholic she met. Her mother apologizes for her daughter's behavior and notes the similarity in symptoms to the Grand Prince. Justin graciously thanks Miana and claims that her advice has allowed him to become quite healthy. Justin leans in with a sharp, knowing look and asks for a private moment to express gratitude. Narrative text wonders if the prince recognizes Miana or simply has an exceptionally good memory. Miana's mother looks at her with concern as the girl remains frozen in shock and silence. Miana lets out a small gasp as she struggles to process the prince's sudden and direct approach. Miana claims she is just surprised to see him while reflecting on his intense dream world study habits. Mina peeks from under a blanket, regretting her lack of proper attire for the sudden visitor. Her wide, sparkling eyes peer over the fabric as she tries to hide her mounting embarrassment. Her mother encourages Miana to join them as Justin politely waits for the young lady's arrival. Her mother and the maid share a warm, knowing smile while observing the children's formal interaction. Miana stands across from the prince in the grand hall, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Miana politely requests the honor of having tea with the grand prince in the sunlit garden. Justin returns the sentiment with a gracious smile, expressing his genuine honor in meeting Mercedes. Miana explains her family's decline and expresses deep gratitude for the prince's personal visit despite her illness. She thanks him for supporting her mother, noting that her medical expenses keep her mother from home. Justin smiles knowingly, admitting he has heard much about the difficult situation facing the Sidus family. Miana explained she only shared her medical prescription because their symptoms were so remarkably similar to hers. With a bright smile, Miana tells the prince how glad she is to see him recovering quickly. Justin credits her entirely for his recovery, acknowledging that her advice was the key to his health. The prince's expression shifts to one of quiet intensity as he observes Mina's polite and careful demeanor. Justin notes a discrepancy in their perspectives, while Mina's mother expresses surprise at his sudden serious tone. Miana teases that she would have messaged him earlier if she knew he was such a shy person. Justin admits he worried about overstepping his bounds by requesting a tea meeting during her severe illness. Miana assures him that while she was very sick, she has finally had enough rest to tuck. A vision of the dream world shows Justin shouting at Miana for her relentless efforts to make him sleep. In reality, Miana continues to smile cheerfully while Justin stares at her with a flat, unimpressed look. Justin tells Miana she doesn't need to pretend anymore, clarifying that he is not there to argue.
Miana looks up at the prince with wide, startled eyes as his directness catches her completely off guard.
A close-up on Miana's eye captures her absolute shock as the prince begins to reveal his true intentions. Justin stands with a cold and regal authority, his silver eyes glowing with a sharp, piercing intelligence. Justin sets his teacup down firmly, stating he never forgets a face once he has truly seen it. Miana sits in silent apprehension as the prince declares he is not stupid enough to forget her face. Miana laughs nervously while internally cursing the prince's workaholic tendencies and his sharp memory of their encounter. Justin sits back comfortably, ordering Miana to stop the charade and finally get straight to the point. Miana addresses him as Grand Duke and prepares to offer a suggestion regarding their mutual financial interests. A chibi Miana is comically poked in the head by an arrow, representing her sudden loss of composure. Justin reflects on the Saitis family's recent wealth, concluding that Miana's proposition will likely be worth hearing. Miana declares she is finished, and Justin addresses her as a customer, ready to confirm the details. Justin looks at her with a skeptical gaze, carefully analyzing her every word for any hidden ulterior motives. He asks how she can be so certain that the person she met in his dream was him. Miana reflects that if she were more like her father, she would have avoided getting caught so easily. Miana admits she entered his dream, while Justin acknowledges he roughly understands the principles behind her unique ability. Miana fidgets nervously with her fingers as she prepares to explain the actual truth behind her secret actions. She looks flustered and asks the prince why he is speaking so formally and intensely to her again. Miana recalls being quite rude in his dream, while a memory of her angel persona harassing him appears. Justin smiles, claiming the dream therapy was beneficial and won't negatively affect his upcoming formal proposals to her. He assures her that his proposal will be a formal contract, promising that he will keep his word. Miana suggests discussing the contract with her father, since her terminal illness prevents her from inheriting the estate. She looks down sadly, reminding the prince that she truly does not have much time left to live. Shimmering coins fall as she explains her treatments are failing, making her every remaining moment incredibly precious. A massive pile of gold illustrates her belief that every second of her life is now meaningful and valuable. Mina reaches toward a glowing light, wondering if the prince's offer is worth trading her limited time for. Justin stares at her with a serious and contemplative expression, weighing the weight of her terminal situation. He acknowledges her point as he sits with a relaxed yet commanding posture in the sunlit garden. Justin explains that while holdings are secret, fund distribution in the financial industry is much harder to hide.
He concludes that the Saitis family's recent financial flow is highly unexpected and uniquely strange to his eyes.
Justin notes that such a massive influx of funds is rarely accidental. The dark-haired prince attributes the sudden wealth to a lady's secret involvement. Justin maintains a confident gaze as he discusses the Saitis family's finances. Miana listens intently, her expression serious as the prince reveals his observations. Shocked by the high-stakes conversation, Tina drops her tray with a loud clatter. Miana calmly dismisses her maid, requesting that the tea kettle be left behind. Tina looks flustered and apologetic as she prepares to report back to Miana's parents. With Tina gone, Miana asks Justin to clarify his specific proposal for sponsorship. Miana pours tea, noting the importance of keeping their financial sources above suspicion. The silver-haired girl states that the contract relies entirely on fulfilling specific conditions. Justin affirms his authority as the successor to authorize an official sponsorship proposal. Miana looks down thoughtfully, carefully weighing the potential benefits of the prince's offer. Justin leans forward, suggesting that thorough analysis and prediction are required for success. The prince's silver eyes narrow with intensity as he expresses his need for her. Holding her tea, Miana demands to hear the exact terms of his sponsorship proposal. Justin explains it's a long-term partnership involving a trade agreement between Somnium and Lennox. Mina is shocked, questioning why he would entrust a national-level issue to an individual. Miana points out that the Grand Duke is moving fast without knowing her full capabilities. Justin counters by detailing his knowledge of her power to manipulate and interfere with dreams. Miana expresses uncertainty about her ability's effectiveness within the context of a formal agreement. Justin dismisses her hesitation, urging her to stop being humble about her unique gifts. The prince smiles warmly, admitting that he is genuinely glad to have met her. A close-up shows Miana nervously fidgeting with her fingers beneath the garden table. Miana questions if resting in a dream actually provides real physical recovery for him. She clarifies that her dream-related abilities and her terminal illness are completely separate matters. Miana claims she cannot assist with the trade agreement since she cannot attend meetings. Justin explains that her presence at the physical meeting is entirely unnecessary for his plan. Mina tilts her head in confusion, perplexed by how she could help without being there. Justin reveals his plan involves Miana infiltrating the dreams of the Linex diplomatic team. The prince tells her she only needs to play a role within those dreams. Justin waits patiently for her reaction to his plan to manipulate the international diplomats. Miana asks incredulously if he views high-stakes international trade agreements as a mere joke.
Justin looks at her calmly, explaining that the signing is stalled due to minor details.
Miana reflects on how Linux suddenly changed their minds and began imposing ridiculous conditions. She realizes Linex is acting arrogantly because they know they hold the superior position. Justin acknowledges Somnium's leverage with magic stones and Mina's sharp insight into the situation.
Miana argues that Linex's reliance on religious authority makes the negotiations even more difficult.
The young girl stares at the prince, stunned by the depth of his deductions. Justin is pleased she understood everything, though Miana reminds him she hasn't accepted it. Justin teases her about her dwindling resistance while Miana worries about committing national fraud. Mina officially accepts the offer, admitting that his logic has made refusal nearly impossible. She establishes their status as equal business partners, demanding timely and accurate information exchange. Miana looks at him with a mix of determination and wariness as they finalize terms. Justin agrees and asks if there is any other request she has for him. A close-up shows Mina's hands clasped together as she prepares to state her condition. Miana looks at Justin seriously, stating she doesn't want her business partner to be ill.
Justin responds with a genuine, gentle smile, clearly moved by her unexpected concern.
He explains that his family values talent and always supports those with extraordinary abilities. Justin looks thoughtful as flowers frame the growing connection between the two young nobles. Miana concludes that with Everdine's backing, her family will finally achieve lasting financial stability. Miana and Justin sit together in the sunlit garden to begin their formal tea meeting. The dark-haired prince offers a warm and gracious smile as their conversation continues peacefully. Miana is suddenly overcome with a look of extreme shock and wide-eyed realization. Within her dream, Miana reflects on feeling physically drained despite the ethereal surroundings. Miana concludes that Justin is quite strange while a memory shows him sneezing in a library. Flailing in a blue void, Miana questions why Justin would entrust such a mission to her. Miana watches a paper airplane glide through a doorway, reinforcing her belief that Justin is abnormal. Mina greets a silver-haired boy named Ruth with a bright and friendly smile. Ruth is completely stunned to see the girl, stuttering her name in disbelief. Miana is surprised to find Ruth crying and asks why her greeting caused such a reaction. A narrative panel presents a quiz asking why Ruth began crying so suddenly. Ruth admits he heard a strange sound while Miana apologizes for startling the emotional boy. Miana asks about Ruth's life, and he details a routine of meals and fatherly instruction. Miana questions the nature of Ruth's education while pondering her own mysterious dream world abilities. Ruth refuses to reveal his powers, fearing a catastrophe if he breaks his father's silence. Miana is horrified as Ruth admits he lacks basic childhood joys like toys or windows. She explains that his dark dreams are a subconscious reaction to his severely restricted environment. Ruth is confused by her words, but Miana assures him he doesn't need to understand yet. A glowing hand reaches toward the light, symbolizing a new connection formed in the darkness. Miana demands to see Ruth's home to better understand his isolated and mysterious life. Looking at him with deep sincerity, Miana officially declares that she and Ruth are now friends. Ruth looks down in silence as he processes the girl's sudden and earnest offer of friendship. Ruth agrees to try as a vision shows him observing a maid from behind a pillar. He confirms the lack of windows as he eats alone in a large, cold, ornate room. A dark silhouette of a man approaches Ruth and asks the boy about his gait. Miana has a sudden, intense realization that Ruth's living situation is fundamentally wrong and cruel. Miana watches the scene with wide, horrified eyes, deeply concerned by what she has discovered. A maid bathes Ruth in a luxurious and grand marble bathroom, while the boy remains passive. Mina observes Ruth as he sits in the tub, looking incredibly small and deeply sorrowful. A close-up captures the profound and heartbreaking sadness reflected in the young boy's eyes. Ruth looks down with a faint blush, appearing completely overwhelmed by his cold and lonely existence. A dark and heavy void echoes with a command to finally stop this cycle of misery. Miana identifies the relentless daily repetition of Ruth's restricted life, expressing her deep distress. Ruth confirms his life was always empty before meeting Miana, much to her surprise. Miana joyfully declares herself his first friend while pondering her heavy responsibility and limited time.
Narration describes Miana as a disruptive influence in Ruth's world, preventing further cold experimentation.
Miana is overwhelmed by frustration, deciding that she cannot let Ruth's situation continue as it is. She reflects on the shocking severity of the boy's circumstances after investigating his reality.
Addressing him as her apprentice, Miana speaks to Ruth with a bright and determined smile.
Miana offers Ruth a significant choice, giving him agency over his own future. She presents two distinct options and promises to follow whichever path the boy decides to take. Miana clarifies that she cannot stay forever or physically remove him from his current location.
Raising a finger, she vows to use her remaining strength to teach and guide him.
Miana warns that learning more about the world will inevitably lead to facing difficult situations. A dark figure controls a Ruth doll with strings, representing the pain of missing out on life. The Ruth doll lies abandoned and face down, illustrating the despair of a life without freedom. Miana presents the second option, staying in his current life if it makes him feel happier. She looks at him with gentle compassion, reminding him that the final choice is his. Ruth stammers in response, clearly conflicted and moved by the girl's unexpected and life-changing offer. Ruth hopes Miana continues her visits while she considers how best to help her new friend. Miana intends to ensure the boy can survive independently even if she eventually disappears. Miana promises to continue seeking Ruth out regardless of the choices he makes. Miana offers a warm smile as she speaks Ruth's name with genuine affection. Miana invites Ruth to appear before her if he decides to choose her first option. Ruth turns away, overwhelmed by the weight of Miana's life-changing proposal and offer. Ruth expresses how deeply happy he felt when Miana first addressed him by name. Miana smiles gently, noting that her courage rises whenever she sees Ruth's sincere reaction. A close-up shows Ruth taking a resolute step forward, signaling his intent to change. Miana announces with a bright smile that they are finally meeting truly face-to-face. Ruth stands amidst a garden of flowers, greeting Miana with a soft, blushing smile. Mina laughs joyfully, appearing incredibly pleased to see Ruth in his own dream world. Mina gently pats Ruth's head while explaining she cannot visit him every single day. Miana advises Ruth against making promises he cannot keep, reinforcing her need for honesty. Miana comforts a tearful Ruth, assuring him that her arrival will never be too late. Ruth confidently claims he is good at waiting, prompting Miana to remind him of his previous tears. Mina tells a flustered Ruth that there is one crucial thing he must always remember. Miana emphasizes that Ruth shouldn't view her as the only person in his entire world. Miana explains that while she is his first friend, she certainly won't be his last. Miana encourages Ruth to believe that he will never be truly alone in his life. Ruth looks up at Miana with wide, shimmering eyes, absorbing her heartfelt and supportive words. Miana pulls Ruth into a warm embrace, providing the comfort he has lacked for so long. Miana offers Ruth a small preview of the wonders the world has to offer him. Miana holds a glowing light between her hands, promising to show Ruth something worth studying. Miana creates a swirling vortex of light, telling Ruth to watch closely as she performs magic. Miana and Ruth fly through a breathtaking night sky filled with countless brilliant falling stars. Ruth exclaims in wonder as he learns that the beautiful lights are called stars. Miana watches Ruth's joy with a soft, satisfied smile, happy to share this moment. The two children reach out toward the vast starry expanse as shooting stars streak past. The scene shifts back to reality, showing the grand and sunlit exterior of the Sidus mansion. Narrative text notes Mina's unexpected turn into business and her new role as a teacher. Miana looks exhausted while questioning if her current workload violates any civil servant laws. Justin looks up from his newspaper, asking Miana if something is currently bothering her. Justin notes Mina's uncomfortable expression while she questions his expertise in reading people's faces. Justin claims face reading is a simple skill, though Miana clarifies her question wasn't about curiosity. Mina looks overwhelmed as she points toward a massive stack of intricate framed paintings. Miana questions the immense effort required for these pictures while Justin notes his capital stay. Justin explains his need for perfection to deceive the Holy Kingdom, while Miana argues it's sufficient. Mina examines a painting, reflecting on her original plan to study them within her dreams. A collection of diverse paintings is shown, each depicting different religious or symbolic imagery. A recruitment banner features silver-haired Miana asking for help with translations and proofreading. Narrative text introduces the god Merlandi, worshipped by the people of the Holy Kingdom of Linex. Narration explains how Linex uses widespread religious influence to maintain safety despite a weak military. Miana realizes that antagonizing the god of Linex would turn the entire continent against them. Justin smiles warmly and asks Miana if she requires any additional pictures for her research. Justin notes variations in the drawings, warning that mimicking holy images too closely looks wrong. Miana emphasizes the importance of caution, noting believers may reject incorrect depictions of characters. Justin addresses Miana formally, looking at her with a serious and attentive expression. Mina stands frozen with a painting, her expression one of complete focus and apprehension. Miana gives a sharp, immediate refusal as the two characters engage in a comedic standoff. Justin admits he expected her answer, but finds her directness both surprising and amusing. Miana asks if religion offers hope, questioning belief in a god who caused her illness. Justin rejects faith in uncertain existences, declaring he prefers to believe only in himself. The two sit in the library, illuminated by soft light filtering through the windows. A newspaper headline questions the validity of a wizard's claim that dragons truly exist. Miana wonders if the legend he mentioned is the one promising eternal prosperity. Justin notes the public legend, but mentions another secret version known only to royals. Startled, Miana asks why he would reveal a top-secret imperial legend to a commoner. Mina admits curiosity but fears knowing such dangerous secrets could lead to her family's ruin. Miana looks toward the prince as they continue their conversation in the grand study. Mina bluntly refuses to hear any information that cannot be turned into a profit. Justin questions if she would listen for money, but Miana remains cautious and selective. Justin is satisfied with her pragmatism, while Miana realizes he never intended to share. Justin signals the end of the meeting, noting they must respect professional boundaries. Justin prepares to depart for an auction, telling Miana she can see him off. Chibi Miana returns to her room to rest as Chibi Justin departs for his business. The festive atmosphere of Rampus, the imperial capital, is captured in the bright sunlight. Citizens whisper in surprise about the Grand Prince of Everdine attending a local auction. Justin sits with cold composure in the crowded auction house, drawing everyone's silent attention. Justin analyzes Miana's information about the mine, considering if his family status skews things. The prince reflects on potential exceptions to his logic, his thoughts lingering on Miana Cetus. A close-up reveals Justin's intense focus as he weighs the risks of the upcoming bid. Justin smiles, deeming Miana a valuable asset who knows exactly how to maintain professional boundaries. Justin observes that despite her intelligence, the silver-haired girl still possesses some foolish traits. Miana argues that paying for terminal illness treatments is like pouring money into a bottomless pit. Justin recalls Mina's grim warning about his potential miscalculation and her own limited time. Miana turns away with a somber expression as Justin contemplates the weight of her words. Justin is captivated by Mina's presence, watching her silhouette against a backdrop of glowing light. The prince stares at Miana with a mixture of surprise and genuine intrigue. Justin offers a soft, admiring smile while focused entirely on his mysterious business partner. A simple declaration in a white bubble emphasizes Justin's absolute faith in his own intuition. Justin finds Mina's previous awkwardness amusing, appreciating her inability to hide her true feelings. A handshake over maps and magic stones symbolizes a highly profitable and strategic investment. Justin realizes Miana was likely ignorant of the true scope of the business deal. He concludes that Miana had likely given up on surviving rather than lacking business sense. A gloved hand firmly grips the official paperwork for the high-stakes auction property. The auctioneer announces the sale of the Thales abandoned mine and its surrounding territories. The crowd erupts in excitement as the bidding for the mysterious mine finally begins. Justin reacts with calm calculation as the initial appraisal is set at 300,000 peons. Justin recalls the plan to keep the bidding reasonable to avoid unnecessary financial waste. Justin shocks the entire room by suddenly raising the bid to a staggering 2 million peons. Justin aims to use the Everdine family name to secure a victory for his partner. Mina is visibly shaken and wide-eyed as she reads the unexpected results of the auction. Miana questions the bizarre winning bid while Justin casually enjoys his tea in the palace. Justin celebrates his partner's success as a document confirms the final 3 million peon price. Flustered, Miana explains she predicted a much lower winning bid of only 1.5 million. A comedic scene depicts the winning bidder celebrating a ruthless price Miana finds terrifying. Justin denies using threats, while Miana worries her shocked expression betrayed her inner thoughts. Justin explains that everyone watches the Everdine family's movements, purchases, and even their associates. Miana finds his words about their public association to be particularly ominous and unsettling. Looking at Justin, Miana realizes his influence is far greater than she had ever imagined. Justin mentions Patrick Johnson's interest in the deal and prompts Miana to begin her part. Miana expresses her firm determination to handle the upcoming task with absolute precision and success. Divine imagery and narrative text describe the sacred aura and calculated appearance required of a deity. Within a dream, a man confesses his 30-year struggle to find courage to his beloved Janet. The man resolves to finally speak her name, while Miana observes the emotional scene from afar. Mina decides she cannot simply listen to his rambling and prepares to intervene in the dream. A sudden, powerful crack of thunder terrifies the man as the dream environment shifts violently. Lightning flashes across the dark sky as narration reflects on human fear and recorded memories. A sinister serpent coils around a dark apple, symbolizing the duality of knowledge and dangerous greed. The man reacts with pure terror and shock as the divine revelation overwhelms his fragile consciousness. Miana watches from above as the man prostrates himself, believing he has received a holy message. Miana smiles at her success, noting she has more tasks ahead before concluding her work. The sun sets behind the grand, ornate cathedral that serves as the heart of Linex diplomacy. A close-up shows a dignitary walking briskly through the halls, his movements hurried and full of purpose. A red-haired man burst into a room, shouting frantically about a vision he has just witnessed. A steady hand rests on a shoulder as a calm voice demands attention amidst the growing panic. The red-haired man and a bearded elder struggle to speak, both desperate to share their revelations. In the grand hall, the two diplomats engage in a heated argument over whose words are more urgent. A blonde official looks on with growing apprehension, sweat beading on his forehead as chaos erupts. A sudden realization strikes one of the men like a bolt of lightning, freezing him in place. The entire diplomatic delegation descends into a state of panic, everyone demanding to be heard at once. The red-haired man and the elder realize the absurdity of the situation as they clash over priorities. The younger man questions if his colleague also experienced the same strange and unsettling divine vision. They decide to count to 3 and simultaneously reveal the messages they believe were sent by God. On the count of 3, they both recite the exact same prophecy regarding a serpent's tail. The entire group of diplomats stands in frozen horror, realizing they all shared the same terrifying dream. The delegation concludes that Merlandi has entrusted them with a divine warning, causing a major diplomatic shift. Narrative text explains that Linex canceled the agreement due to the perceived holy intervention and shared vision. A hand gracefully lowers a teacup onto its saucer as the scene returns to the palace. Justin holds a newspaper and credits their success to the group trust Miana manufactured in their dreams. Mina drinks her tea calmly, stating her only goal was the safe and successful conclusion of negotiations. Justin notes that Miana seems to have appreciated the strategic gift he provided for their business partnership. Miana considers her massive earnings, but decides she must continue taking her responsibilities seriously without hesitation. Justin explains that while most ignore dreams, his certainty in her abilities ensured their plan's success. Justin laughs as he recites the prophecy, while Miana reflects on the symbolic weight of her words. Narrative bubbles explain the symbolism of the apple as immediate gain, and the serpent as biting greed. Miana holds a glowing cup while questioning if the day's events will truly benefit Verandas's faithful followers. Narrative text describes the Ouroboros as a symbol of eternal reincarnation and punishment for the greedy souls. References to the Linex scriptures and historical dates provide a religious framework for Miana's fabricated vision. A final warning emphasizes that those who act recklessly in pursuit of greed will face dire consequences. Justin expresses satisfaction with the outcome, hoping to leverage the situation to build better international relations. Miana offers a bright and genuine smile, clearly relieved and happy to have met his high expectations. Miana observes that Justin always seems to frown whenever she shows even a hint of softness. Justin notes that while negotiations are paused, the diplomatic atmosphere has significantly improved in their favor. Miana is visibly startled to learn that their primary business deal has already been effectively concluded. She becomes serious, contemplating how the Grand Duke meticulously manages every detail to ensure a perfect outcome. Miana worriedly asks Justin if he is feeling sick or if he resumed working within his dreams. She notes he appears healthy and continues his routine, including using scented candles for restful sleep. Justin tells her to stop asking about his well-being as Miana continues her persistent and concerned questioning. Justin reiterates that the Grand Duke values talent, prompting Mina to ask how that affects their mission. Miana sits quietly in her room, her expression unreadable as she contemplates her future. A perplexed Chibi Miana struggles to process the sudden turn of events in her life. Miana questions Justin's sudden change in behavior, but he argues that core human nature remains constant. Justin refers to their contract as the reason for his actions, leaving Miana surprised and confused. Justin remains calm and composed, enjoying a quiet moment as he manages their business affairs. Miana mentions her father's desire to spend time with the family, prompting Justin to take action. Justin offers a playful and satisfied smile, seemingly pleased with the way things are progressing. Justin lists several generous gifts, including clothes and a villa, leaving Miana completely stunned and overwhelmed. Miana frantically waves her hands, desperately trying to halt the conversation and process the sudden news. Miana argues that now is not the time for rest, but Justin insists she can relax later. Shaken by his command to take a break, Miana questions if Justin is truly the Grand Prince. Resigned to her fate, a small Miana reluctantly accepts the mandatory vacation Justin has arranged. Official narration confirms that Miana's situs is being sent into a period of short-term exile. Mina's parents look at her with intense determination, ensuring she understands the importance of this trip.
Narrative text explains that Mina's hard work on the trade deal resulted in the sponsored break.
The Viscount expresses shock at the Grand Duke's overwhelming generosity regarding the family's new villa sponsorship. Miana's mother mentions the villa's location while noting the Grand Duke's firm refusal to join them. Miana contemplates the workload Justin must manage alone after delaying their meetings for her sake. Mina focuses on the high mountain range, recalling a specific piece of information about the area. She reflects on legends of dragons within the rugged ridges, wondering if the claims were true. A welcoming message marks the family's arrival at the grand and luxurious mountain villa. Leonard Butler introduces himself as the caretaker, greeting the Sidus family with a formal bow. Leonard promises to serve Miana with the utmost sincerity during her stay at the estate.
Mina realizes she must uphold her family's reputation and make a positive impression on the staff.
The Viscount requests a boat ride for Miana, which Leonard immediately agrees to arrange for them. A boat ride turns chaotic as the Viscount rows recklessly, leaving Miana screaming in pure terror. Miana lies face down on the floor, completely drained and nauseous from the disastrous water excursion. A maid comforts the sick Miana, explaining that the Viscount never intended to cause her harm. Miana sighs over her perceived failings, though the maid insists she is exceptionally kind and beautiful. The maid declares herself a lifelong fan of Miana as the exhausted girl slowly drifts off. Miana falls into a deep sleep, her mind preparing to enter the realm of dreams once more. Miana awakens in the dream world, startled by a mysterious and brilliantly glowing blue door.
She gazes at the radiant portal, wondering about its purpose and who might be behind it.
Standing before the vast expanse of the dreamscape, Miana debates whether to enter the glowing doorway. Internal devil and angel versions of Miana argue over the potential dangers of exploring the unknown. Driven by her need for wealth and power, Miana decides to take the risk and enter. Miana enters a dark, transparent dreamscape that feels eerily similar to the void surrounding young Ruth. She explores a cold, damp, cave-like environment, feeling a sense of suffocation within the dark walls.
Miana cautiously walks down a long, dark path, determined to explore exactly 50 steps before stopping.
Panic sets in as Mina realizes someone might see through her disguise and catch her trespassing. Mina tries to bolster her courage with willpower while sensing an intimidating presence looming nearby. A dark figure suddenly appears behind Miana, causing her to scream in shock and pure terror. Miana is horrified to find a mysterious figure boldly entering her dream despite her attempts at invisibility. Noticing the figure's vertical pupils, Miana realizes the dragon legends she recalled were based on truth. The mysterious entity mocks Miana's invisibility as a mere trick, effortlessly seeing through her magical concealment. The figure declares themselves the absolute owner of this domain, demanding Miana submit to their will. The entity towers over the trembling girl, questioning how she managed to intrude upon this private space. Miana remains paralyzed with fear, believing that even speaking could lead to her immediate and certain death. The dragon-like person stands before Miana, their glowing yellow eyes fixed upon her with cold intensity.
Miana immediately drops to the ground, offering a humble and desperate apology for her reckless intrusion.
Miana promises to maintain absolute secrecy regarding the encounter while desperately requesting to be sent back. The silver-haired girl pleads for her release, hoping to end the terrifying divine confrontation immediately. Miana offers a strained, nervous smile as she continues to tremble before the intimidating entity. The elder finds her bold attitude quite amusing, noting her surprisingly fearless behavior in his presence. The elder promises not to harm her, admitting that he finds her presence far too interesting. Chibi Miana reflects on her survival, deciding to prioritize staying alive without causing further offense. Miana gathers her courage to ask if the mysterious elder can spare a moment for conversation. The elder smirks, noting that the small human possesses a very unique and entertaining speaking style. A vibrant and mystical energy fills the cavernous room during their strange and unexpected meeting. The elder commands Miana to follow him as he leads her through the grand treasure-filled hall. They walk through a sea of gold and gems, the scale of his wealth becoming apparent. Miana is stunned to find a grand palace where she expected only a simple, dark cave. The elder explains his nest is unique, while Miana admits her expectations were far more basic. The elder laughs at her honesty, noting that few people speak so directly in his presence. The elder mocks human arrogance, while Miana diplomatically notes that all creatures tend towards self-centered thinking. A close-up reveals Mia's wide-eyed shock as she struggles to process the entity's overwhelming power. Surrounded by vast riches, Miana wishes she could simply gather her scattered thoughts and safely depart. Miana follows the elder deeper into the palace, her expression filled with a mixture of wonder. The elder proposes a deal, offering 3 questions in exchange for Miana's continued and absolute honesty. Miana wonders if a dragon's heart is more generous, questioning the perceived wisdom of their kind. She contemplates the nobility of the dragon as they continue their walk through the opulent halls. The elder decides to focus on the unanswered questions first, maintaining his dominance over the conversation. Miana looks up with a serious expression, preparing herself for the upcoming interrogation about her abilities. The elder sits upon a grand seat and questions how Miana managed to enter his domain. Seated across a massive table, the elder repeats his question about her intrusion into his dreams. Miana explains her ability to enter dreams freely, noting that she uses glowing doors as conduits. The elder listens with intrigue, questioning the specific criteria she uses to select a dream's door. Miana explains that bright doors signify influence, and his was the most radiant she had seen. The elder notes her accumulated power and asks how long she has possessed this rare dreamwalking ability. Startled by his observation of her power, Miana is silenced as the elder demands an answer. Miana reveals she has held this power since childhood while secretly worrying about her failing disguise. The elder questions the range of her power. Miana clarifies the difficulty of identifying specific individuals. Mina explains her inability to detect those who reside outside her ability's current geographical range. The elder realizes Miana's range is limited, preventing her from reaching distant locations like the capital. Mina wonders how many decades the elder has spent isolated from the rapidly changing outside world. A blunt, dark question regarding her remaining lifespan suddenly shatters the flow of their strategic conversation. Miana looks toward the elder with a somber expression, the question striking a deeply personal chord. A close-up of Miana reveals her silent struggle to find the words for her terminal diagnosis. Mina is suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, her physical pain manifesting within the dream. Mina admits she has a year left. The elder is surprised by her calm and composed. Miana explains that fixating on the unchangeable leads to losing sight of what truly matters in life. A mental image reflects her father's desperate struggle to save the family from their impending ruin. The elder asks a hypothetical question about the possibility of changing her inevitable and tragic fate. The dragon offers a gruesome solution, claiming his heart could extend her life, leaving Miana horrified. Miana rejects the joke, noting his lack of intent while reflecting on the cruelty of her. A silent close-up captures the elder's unreadable expression as he weighs the girl's blunt, honest response. The elder praises her boldness, admitting he has never seen a small creature act so fearlessly. Satisfied with her answers, the elder officially grants Miana the opportunity to ask him her questions. Miana exhales in massive relief, realizing she has successfully navigated the conversation without offending the dragon. Miana begins her turn by asking the elder if he requires her help to find someone. Miana questions the elder's assumptions, claiming she is the only person capable of finding his target. Miana suspects the elder intends to offer his heart as a reward for her specialized assistance. A close-up shows Miana nervously adjusting her collar while considering the dragon's potential life-saving offer. Miana offers a radiant and hopeful smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the potential deal. The elder watches Miana with piercing, glowing yellow eyes, maintaining his intimidating and regal composure. The elder laughs at Menina's behavior, calling the small human impudent for her surprisingly bold attitude. Miana nervously explains the human perspective on the silence that usually precedes death. The elder threatens Miana with immediate decapitation if her next guess regarding his identity is incorrect. Chibi Miana laughs nervously, suggesting that her survival so far proves her guesses have been correct. The elder notes that most humans go insane facing death, while Miana politely accepts the compliment. Miana fidgets with her fingers, hesitating as she prepares to ask the elder a difficult question. Mina asks what the elder seeks, but he refuses to reveal it until her help is guaranteed. Miana asks for clarification on how the accumulated power in her body relates to her unique abilities. The elder warns that Mia's body will soon burst from overwhelming power, terrifying the young girl. Chibi Miana finds the news unbelievable, noting she lacked these destructive powers in her previous life. The elder explains that her abilities are merely a byproduct of the massive, overflowing energy within her. He warns that her power is amplifying too rapidly for increased usage to offer any relief. Mina's expression darkens as she processes the awful reality of her rapidly approaching time limit. The elder moves to the final question, while Miana realizes she has discovered her life's secret. Mina assumes the elder is in a hurry and asks if other dragons still inhabit the world. A close-up highlights the elder's inhuman eyes as Miana questions the existence of other dragons or gods. Miana mentions her recent impersonation of a deity while nervously awaiting the elder's response about other entities. The elder confirms the existence of another entity, his expression remaining somber and ancient. The elder declares that none are left and asks Miana to commit to helping him. Chibi Miana refuses to cooperate unless she is guaranteed a certain and highly valuable reward.
The elder reminds Miana of his promise to give her his heart if the target is found.
Miana skeptically questions why anyone would risk their life for another person's personal desires. The elder appears offended, warning Miana that she takes a dragon's solemn promise far too lightly. Miana suggests reconsidering the situation, pointing out that the elder is currently unable to leave his domain. Mina explains her limited time in the dream world and the difficulty of receiving rewards within it. The elder ponders Miana's logical argument and concedes that her assessment of the situation is correct. The elder proposes a new reward, granting Miana the permanent right to enter his sacred nest. He reassures her that he won't seek petty revenge, as harming her is beneath his dignity. Miana considers the strategic benefits of accepting his offer and building a friendship with a dragon. Miana looks back at the elder's massive hoard of gold, gems, and ancient treasures. Miana asks about the treasure, and the elder casually tells her she can take it all. Chibi Miana celebrates the prospect of owning the treasure, already imagining her future of immense wealth. Miana suddenly realizes she is physically unable to carry the entire treasure hoard by herself. Miana asks the elder if the ownership of the treasure can be transferred to her family. Claiming she is young and weak, Miana bargains for the right to bring one more person in. Miana thanks the elder while he officially concludes the discussion to finalize their agreement. The elder reaches out to seal the contract, placing his hand on Miana's forehead. A magical notification confirms that XXX, the Doomsday Watcher, has officially set his seal on Miana. The Sidus mansion stands quiet under the night sky as Miana's dream encounter finally comes to an end. Mina reacts with frustration, calling the entity a crazy bastard for the unexpected turn of events. Floating through the dreamscape, Miana confirms the dragon's insanity and asks for the target's name. A system message confirms the contract is completed as Miana asks for the identity of the target. The elder tells her not to worry, claiming humans shouldn't have forgotten the target's ancient name. Sparkling trails of light cross the starry sky as Miana ponders the scope of her new mission. Narrative text reveals that the target is the legendary and sacred world tree, Yggdrasil. Miana ponders the strange name of the world tree while questioning how to find a legendary object. Strengthening her resolve, Miana stares ahead and declares that she is capable of completing her mission. Miana sits in the dreamscape, concluding the target isn't there after a paper airplane experiment yielded no response. Gripping a door handle, Miana plans to travel the world to find the tree, knowing her parents would support her. Mia bursts into the room and apologizes to Luz for her lateness, excited to see her precious disciple. Luz turns around with a bright, happy expression as he calls out Mia's name. Mia hugs Luz while apologizing for the delay, but the boy reassures her that he is fine now. A quiet moment passes between them as Mia softly says the boy's name in the dream. Luz playfully pinches Mia's cheeks, expressing concern for her while she reacts with mild shock and confusion. Luz mentions the stars floating in his dreams, noting he remembers everything Mia showed him previously. Mia notes the positive changes in the dream world, admiring how the star constellations are now beautifully placed. Mia stares wide-eyed as she begins to recognize the shifting environment of the dream realm. Luz looks up at Mia with concern, sensing a change in her mood and questioning her silence. Mia realizes she has likely seen the target before, though she only caught glimpses of it a few times. Mia stands stunned by Luz's genius memory, wondering if she can handle a student who memorizes everything quickly. Floating papers drift through the sky as a playful song claims their house dog is a genius. Shimmering trails of light fill the sky as the dreamscape transforms into a brilliant and ethereal wonderland. Mia points toward a massive glowing tree that has suddenly appeared in the center of the dreamscape. Mia tests Luz's vocabulary by picking an apple, pleased when he correctly identifies the fruit and confirms his progress. Luz offers a sweet, blushing smile while holding one of the floating papers from the sky. Mia analyzes Luz's abilities, noting that he possesses a perfect photographic memory for anything he sees once. Mia identifies a significant hurdle. Luz can read text but fails to comprehend the actual meaning of the sentences. A narrative bubble confirms that despite the boy's ability to read, he does not understand the definitions of words. Mia reflects on the strange concept of neglect, wondering why he was taught to read without being explained meanings. Narrative text explains the issue persists even when Luz is asked to repeat specific learned words or sentences. Luz waves his hands frantically, insisting that speaking in such a manner simply will not work for him. Mia ponders the situation, concluding that the boy's communication difficulties are likely rooted in deep past trauma.
Mia notes his advanced language development despite his hardships, yet he still faces a massive communication barrier. Mia hugs loose, deciding her mission is to give him various experiences to help him interact with society.
The scene transitions as Mia acknowledges the extreme difficulty of explaining the complex situation to young Louis.
A sudden, blunt question asks if the Grand Duke is completely devoid of any friends or social connections.
Justin pauses his tea to ask why Mia is questioning him before noting her own lack of friends.
Mia apologizes for the accidental insult, though Justin points out she only spoke the truth about both of them.
Justin tells her not to worry about the slip of the tongue as they sit together in the palace.
Justin attempts to steer the conversation back to Mia's recent travels, though he appears slightly uneasy and guarded. Mia brightly agrees that her recent trip was good, momentarily forgetting the chaos of her seaside vacation. Justin is horrified to hear Mia almost drowned because of her father, which she quickly dismisses as a slip. Justin offers to replace the butler, but Mia declines, fearing the caretaker Leonard would be saddened by the change.
Mia suggests that discussing future business deals would be a better gift, catching the Grand Duke's full attention.
Justin finds her business-oriented response pleasing, while Mia looks on with a confused and curious expression.
Mia discusses her urgent plans for the future that she had previously detailed in a letter to the Grand Duke. A map illustrates Mia's vision for developing trade routes between Lynex and Somnium by both sea and land.
Mia explains that the ambitious Lynex nation will view their interaction with the deity as a golden opportunity.
A narrative bubble emphasizes that regardless of the initial motivation, the kingdom of Lynex is finally taking action. Justin leans in, intrigued, and asks for more details on how the business will continue to evolve.
Mia confidently declares that their primary client base will consist of people from the powerful Lynex kingdom.
Mia notes the Everdine family owns various banks that are currently managed by the Grand Duke himself.
Mia explains how Lynex manages temple donations and distributions, identifying a major flaw in their current financial system.
Mia points out that the double exchange of currency results in the kingdom paying excessive fees twice over.
Justin proposes using Everdine Bank's lower fees and superior ledgers to monopolize the kingdom's international financial transactions.
Miana explains that submitting orders stamped with Everdine Bank's seal allows for the receipt of money from foreign banks. Miana asserts that because Everdine Bank possesses such credibility and resources, the foreign institutions will certainly not refuse.
Justin notes that if Lynex's side is rejected, they might pursue a similar business opportunity, making this a venture only he can handle.
A close-up shows the Grand Duke's hand tapping the table as he simply agrees to her proposal.
Justin points out that the business requires significant initial capital, while Miana reminds him that they are partners.
Justin looks surprised as Miana adds that the Citus family should naturally invest in the business venture as well.
The Grand Duke smirks, realizing there is more to Miana's plans that he has yet to fully understand. Miana nervously clarifies that she does not earn money illegally, reminding Justin that he is already aware of her unique abilities.
Justin explains he cannot handle the business carelessly and intends to discuss the details with his father first.
Mina confidently claims her father will approve because he possesses as much vision as she does, effectively complementing herself.
Justin turns to leave, mentioning he is going to be busy again as the meeting concludes. Miana sits alone on the grand sofa, watching the Grand Duke depart from the opulent room. A close-up of Miana's wide-eyed expression captures her moment of sudden realization or surprise.
Justin suddenly reaches out and grabs Miana's hand, asking her to wait for a moment. The pair stands together in the sunlit room, their hands joined as a new tension fills the air.
Justin and Miana lock eyes in a quiet moment of intensity while they remain hand in hand. A focused view of their joined hands emphasizes the unexpected physical contact between the two partners.
Miana awkwardly pulls her hand away and offers a nervous apology for this sudden physical interaction.
Justin regains his composure and asks Miana if there is anything else that needs to be discussed. Miana admits she wants to hire a mercenary, but is ignorant in the area, leading Justin to offer an Everdine escort.
Miana firmly rejects the offer of an Everdine escort, surprising the chibi version of the Grand Duke.
Mina expresses gratitude for the offer, but insists she needs her own person who is not tied to another family.
Narrative text explains that someone within a family will always prioritize their own family's interests over others.
Justin accepts her reasoning and asks Miana to specify what kind of mercenary she is looking for. Miana lists her requirements: no separate master, discreet, capable of any request, and specifically not a wizard.
Miana adds that the mercenary must be strong in swordsmanship, perhaps even capable of defeating a wyvern. Justin ponders if anyone meets such high requirements, but promises to begin looking for a candidate.
Miana holds up a finger, signaling that she has one final and important condition to discuss.
Justin proposes re-establishing their relationship as friends rather than just business partners, patrons, or beneficiaries.
Justin offers a charming, friendly smile while suggesting that being friends with Mina would be nice.
Miana reacts with utter shock as a game-like prompt asking her to accept or decline friendship appears. Miana admits she will accept the proposal, but remains confused, asking Justin why he wants to be friends.
Justin smiles mysteriously and tells Miana to think about the reason herself as he makes his exit. In the dreamscape, Miana tells Luz the world is full of unknowns, and the boy dutifully agrees. Miana reflects on Justin's strange request for friendship, wondering why he would want to change their relationship.
The question of why the Grand Duke made such a request echoes through the shimmering dream world.
Miana wonders if the friendship is a trade for a mercenary or a favor within the dream realm. Miana concludes that Justin surely has people lining up to be his friend, making her feel unnecessary.
Miana suspects something fishy is happening, while Lewis interrupts her thoughts to ask what she is doing.
Miana asks Luz if he has finished reading the story about scheming, and he happily confirms that he has.
Luz excitedly recounts the story's ending, where a puppy meets its friend, hoping they live together forever.
Miana pats Luz on the head, reassuring him that the two characters in the story will definitely remain friends.
Mina asks Luz if he continues to spend his time as usual when he wakes up in the real world. Luz confirms he acts normally and refuses to reveal the fact that he has changed to anyone around him.
A somber atmosphere settles over the dreamscape as Luz looks down, hiding a deeper sense of sadness. Miana pulls Luz into a comforting hug, reassuring the young boy that everything is going to be okay. Miana tells Luz that he can share his personal story with her whenever he feels truly ready. The two remain in a gentle embrace amidst the starry background of the shifting dream world. Narrative text expresses the heartfelt hope that one day Luz will be able to tell his story to someone. Miana snaps her fingers and suggests inviting another friend into their dream world to join them. A black-haired boy introduces himself as Justin Everdine to Luz while running through a sparkling dreamscape. Miana reflects on modifying Justin's age and personality as he asks Luz about his interests. A close-up shows Justin's friendly smile, which Miana finds strangely unsettling given his usual demeanor.
An abrupt explosion shatters the peaceful dream environment, startling the characters as light flares everywhere.
Miana hugs Luz, reassuring the boy that people don't actually explode and it's just a fantasy. Noticing his shock, Miana instructs Luz to always speak up if he feels something is not okay. Luz beams with a sweet smile, feeling safe because Miana is present to protect him. The Sidus mansion stands quiet under the crescent moon as Miana contemplates her growing understanding.
Justin Everdine sips tea while pondering how resolve often becomes blurred when facing difficult situations. Justin confirms he's conducting market research, leading Miana to internally call him a relentless human bulldozer.
TB Miana reacts to Justin's praise, but notes that mere lip service doesn't generate actual profits. Miana expresses surprise at the speed with which Justin investigated the mercenary she previously requested. Justin playfully asks if she stayed up, but Miana insists she strictly followed her established bedtime. Justin reveals he has successfully found a person who meets all of Miana's specific requirements. Miana looks at Justin with curiosity, wondering if there is an unspoken problem with the candidate. Narrative text explains the target is a vanished former knight who disappeared after becoming a mercenary.
Miana continues drinking tea, acknowledging the information about the mercenary's mysterious disappearance.
Silence fills the room as Miana sets down her tea, her expression unreadable and calm.
Miana slyly questions if this basic info is all the Grand Duke has, suspecting he knows more. A thought bubble emphasizes Mina's skepticism that Justin only found public information about the man. Justin notes that her abilities should make finding the vanished man easy if provided a location.
Miana yells about her detection range, nearly slipping up about another target before frantically backpedaling.
Miana regains her cool and asks if there are any other candidates besides the one mentioned.
Justin admits no one else qualifies, expressing his own professional interest in recruiting such a powerhouse.
Mina suggests that Justin should have simply admitted he couldn't find her specific target earlier.
A close-up shows Justin subtly smirking as he continues to enjoy his tea in silence.
Justin declares that for an Everdine, obtaining anything or any knowledge is practically never impossible.
Chibi Miana is comedically heartbroken, realizing she underestimated Justin's thoroughness as he confirms her defeat. Mina stares in stunned silence, her eyes wide as she processes the Grand Duke's overwhelming competence.
As Miana prepares to move, she questions if Justin's claim means he has succeeded. Justin reveals he has found the target's location, while a flashback shows a red-haired gardener. Justin offers a confident smile, enjoying his moment of triumph during their business negotiation. Miana bows gratefully, thanking the Grand Duke for his help with her new business venture.
Miana gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, telling Justin she really likes his efficient way of working.
A close-up captures Miana's confused and slightly flustered expression as she processes his reaction.
Justin remains composed and regal, sitting in the ornate chair as flowers bloom behind him. Chibi Justin freezes in a moment of pure surprise, stunned by Miana's direct and friendly compliment. Justin regains his composure and apologizes for being lost in thought for a brief moment.
Justin warns that recruitment will be difficult because the target does not care for money.
Miana clenches her hand into a tight fist, signifying her unwavering determination to complete the task.
Mina stands with a bright and confident expression, ready to face the difficult recruitment mission ahead.
A carriage moves along a dirt path as Miana reflects on the hurdles she faces.
A close-up shows Miana lost in thought as she journeys toward the target's residence. Mina sits inside the swaying carriage, looking out at the passing scenery with a focused expression.
Miana attempts to enter the mercenary's dream using Justin's information, but her paper airplane stalls.
In the dreamscape, Miana concludes the man is nearby but must still be awake.
Mina stands before a massive library, deciding to wait for the target to finally fall asleep. Chibi Miana struggles against exhaustion, repeatedly nodding off as time passes in the dream world. Mina snaps awake in the carriage, screaming in frustration that the man is still not sleeping. Miana grumbles about the lack of sleep, annoyed her destined meeting plan is being ruined.
Justin looks at a white blob-like creature while questioning why he can't find a specific dream. Inside the carriage, Miana teases her nervous escort about his concern over her falling out. A white and gold carriage moves along a sunlit forest road surrounded by lush green trees.
A close-up focusing on Miana's eye captures her contemplative mood as she considers her next move. Justin Everdine sits regally within the carriage, focused on a document while surrounded by white flowers.
Mina points out that Justin previously claimed to be busy, yet he is accompanying her now.
Justin reminds Miana of her physical weakness while mentioning Count Citus was unable to join them today.
Miana gestures toward her escort, arguing that his loyal expression makes him a perfectly adequate bodyguard. A mental image of the distressed escort highlights the need for a truly reliable companion by Miana's side.
Justin observes the knight's near-tear state, suggesting Miana needs someone who prioritizes her over their own emotions.
Miana notes the visibility of the Citus family crest on the carriage during their journey through the woods.
The carriage door prominently displays the Citus crest as it travels along the sun-drenched forest path. Justin remarks that their family's close connection is well known, and there is no reason to hide it.
Miana reflects on her maid's report about the sudden influx of tea party invitations she has received.
Miana questions how Justin knows about the invitations she has received and declined in such specific detail. Justin offers a charming smile and simply states that word travels fast among the noble social circles. Justin suggests that following every rumor would require Miana to have 2 separate bodies to keep up. Justin smirks confidently while a cheapy version of Miana looks on with a skeptical, crossed-arm expression. Justin explains his philosophy of only listening to useful information while avoiding unhelpful or useless stories. Justin provides a dazzling, flower-framed smile that highlights his charismatic and regal presence within the carriage. Mina and the knight escort react with visible surprise and fluster to Justin's overwhelming and charming aura. Justin suggests that hosting a tea party would be an effective strategy to gauge various families' current trends. Miana looks surprised as Justin offers to personally handle the guest list for her upcoming tea party. Miana smiles knowingly, realizing that Justin's assistance serves both his business interests and her family's social standing.
Justin sits across from Miana, advising her to learn how to hide her expressions more effectively.
Chibi versions of the characters appear as Justin reiterates the importance of mastering a proper poker face. Miana defends herself by stating she practices in the mirror daily, shocked to hear her expressions are readable.
Miana suggests that Justin might just be overly sensitive to her expressions, as no one else has complained.
Justin suddenly stops reading his document, his attention caught by something unexpected in the text or conversation. Justin gives a brief, non-committal response while Miana stares at him with a suspicious and focused expression.
A close-up of Miana's intense eyes reveals her frustration with Justin being completely unreadable to her.
Miana notices her knight escort covering his face in fluster and wonders why he is reacting so strangely. Shimmering blue flowers and lush vines fill the screen as the carriage continues its journey through nature. The carriage arrives at a forest destination where a wooden signpost marks the entrance to a clearing.
Miana steps out of the carriage with a pained expression, letting out a groan of physical discomfort.
Miana looks extremely nauseous, claiming she was on the verge of throwing up during the long trip. Justin looks at the scenery while Miana remains hunched over, struggling to recover from severe motion sickness. Justin reaches out his hand, presenting an ornate teal gemstone brooch as a gift or useful tool. A close-up showcases the brilliant teal gemstone set within an intricate star-shaped silver and diamond frame. Miana accepts the brooch and resolves to overcome her motion sickness for the sake of future visits. A thought bubble references the historical perseverance of Liu Bei visiting Zhuge Liang 3 separate times. A scenic view reveals the blue forest featuring a tranquil pond, blooming flowers, and a rustic cabin. Mina and Justin stand before the wooden cabin, deciding to move quickly before the sun begins to set. A heavy boot steps into the frame as a mysterious, rough voice asks what the rush is. Justin and Miana both react with genuine shock as they are startled by the sudden presence behind them. A man with long red hair observes that the visitors clearly possess a very high noble status. Miana looks up in surprise at the red-haired man who has approached them while carrying a shawl. The red-haired man is dramatically revealed as the legendary and powerful former knight, Sir Siegfried Russell. An overhead view shows the red-haired mercenaries standing alone against Miana, Justin, and their armed escort. Justin offers a polite bow and introduces himself to Sir Russell, initiating the formal recruitment meeting.
Siegfried Russell reacts with visible anger, questioning if they are lackeys sent by the Emperor.
Miana realizes the situation is dire as she senses the mercenaries' intense murderous intent. Mina tries to de-escalate the tension while Siegfried suspects the Emperor intends to punish him. The knight escort draws his sword in response to the sudden hostility radiating from Siegfried. A shocked exclamation bubble appears amidst drops of sweat as the situation rapidly spirals. Miana frantically tells Justin to stop and explain their peaceful intentions before a fight erupts. A bubble indicates that Justin is listening to the mercenaries' accusations with a calm demeanor. Justin provocatively questions the Emperor's whims while Miana desperately orders him to remain silent. Miana worries about their survival, wondering if they could even hope to defeat the legendary knight. Justin nonchalantly declares that persuasion is Miana's responsibility, leaving her completely stunned by his audacity. Justin offers a dazzling flower-framed smile, clearly unbothered by the dangerous situation he has created.
Chibi Miana screams in frustration, accusing Justin of unfairly passing the entire burden onto her.
A narrative bubble emphasizes the need to prioritize handling the immediate threat over their argument. Mina gathers her courage and attempts to formally introduce herself to Sir Russell once more. Miana suddenly begins to cough violently, her face flushing as she struggles to stay standing.
Siegfried Russell looks confused, asking the girl if she is somehow acquainted with his father.
Miana continues to cough while apologizing, blaming her illness and the cold mountain air for her state. Justin realizes Miana has a high fever and urgently asks when it started and if she has medicine. Miana feels dazed and confused, her vision blurring as she realizes she was unwell since this morning. Miana collapses as her consciousness fades, startling both the Grand Duke and the red-haired mercenary. An urgent shout of Miana's name echoes through the clearing as she falls to the ground. Justin begs Russell to take Miana inside while clarifying they did not come to question his sins. Miana feels the world spinning and hears the noisy Grand Duke as her body nears its limit.
The scene shifts to the starry dreamscape where glowing doors float in a vast blue expanse.
Chibi Miana appears in the dream world, relieved to have escaped the terrifying reality of earlier. Mina reflects on how frightening the encounter with Siegfried was before she lost consciousness in reality. Miana angrily beats a plush rabbit, venting her rage at Justin for pushing her into danger. Miana notes that despite his attitude, Justin remained remarkably composed during the confrontation with Siegfried Russell. Miana wonders if she survived and ponders if the Grand Duke's promise of friendship was sincere. A memory of Justin's worried face flashes through Miana's mind as she drifts within her dream. Miana stares at a floating door in silence, her expression unreadable in the shimmering dream world. Mina declares she no longer cares about the details, floating aimlessly alongside her plush rabbit friend. Mina's face fills the frame as she insists on making a decision regardless of her feelings.
Glowing light surrounds Miana as she prepares to use her abilities within the vast dream world.
A hand snaps its fingers, signifying the beginning of Miana's next dream-walking investigation or action. A paper airplane glides through the starry space, searching for a specific dream to enter. Mina wonders who would be sleeping during the day as she continues her tour of the dreamscape. Miana feels lucky as she spots a bright light, indicating she has found her target's dream. A vision shows a younger Siegfried with his hair tied back standing before a blonde woman. Mina observes the beautiful, nostalgic scene, noting that the peaceful environment looks like a painting. Miana watches from the shadows as the blonde woman runs through a field of vibrant flowers. Whispers ask if the man is Sigrid and note the presence of a royal guard uniform. Young Sigrid speaks seriously while the blonde woman laughs, claiming he always talks complete nonsense. The blonde woman smiles warmly, admitting she likes his nonsense, while Miana observes their intimate connection.
A close-up shows the blonde woman's flowing dress as she stands bathed in warm sunlight.
A lush arrangement of white and pink flowers symbolizes the beauty of the memory Miana is witnessing. The blonde woman, Victoria, tells Siegfried it is no time for jokes as he speaks her name. Miana peeks from behind a rock, her expression filled with a mix of surprise and curiosity. A decorative crest appears around the name Nike, potentially representing a hidden meaning or family. Young Sigrid gently takes Victoria's hand as they stand together in the sun-drenched flower garden. The younger version of Sir Russell tenderly kisses the hand of his beloved blonde Victoria. Young Sir Russell and Victoria share a joyous dance amidst a field of blooming flowers. Siegfried walks away through the sunlit clouds, vowing that no one will ever separate them. Victoria smiles warmly under a bright blue sky as white petals drift gracefully around her. Miana remains fast asleep with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly trapped in a distressing dream. Miana finally opens her eyes, looking disoriented as an urgent voice calls out her name.
Through a window, Justin sits by Miana's bedside, urging her to rest until a doctor arrives.
Miana wakes up and scolds Justin, telling him she previously ordered him to keep it down. Justin informs the startled girl that they are currently resting inside Sir Russell's humble cabin. Justin hands Miana a vial of medicine, explaining that he provided her with temporary first aid. Miana stares at the Grand Prince in utter disbelief, questioning if he truly performed the treatment. Sir Russell enters the room carrying a wooden basin, his expression weary and deeply troubled. Sir Russell offers a formal apology for judging them prematurely without hearing their side first. Russell questions why Miana would risk her health to travel to such a dangerous location. Miana looks stunned as Russell rejects her offer and advises her to inform her guardians. Miana tries to negotiate a shorter term, but Justin sternly warns her against speaking so lightly. Justin and Sir Russell stand over Miana, their serious expressions silencing her further attempts to argue. A close-up of their feet shows Miana being firmly led out of the room by Justin. Sir Russell leads them toward a doorway where a mysterious and bright light shines through. Miana suddenly stops as a strange scent hits her, her expression filled with a dawning dread. A narrative text confirms Miana's dark suspicion as she identifies the unmistakable smell of death. Sir Russell turns back with a finger to his lips, demanding absolute silence from his guests. A peaceful blonde woman named Nike lies amidst flowers as Russell formally introduces his wife. Russell looks down at his sleeping wife with tragic affection while introducing her as Nike. Sir Russell issues a chilling warning demanding they never speak of what they saw today. Miana realizes the difficulty of her search was due to the mercenary changing his own name. Russell admits his initial murderous intent while standing by the bed of his dying wife, Nike. The red-haired man leans down and tenderly kisses Nike's forehead in a final, loving gesture. Sir Russell sadly explains that his wife is simply not in any condition to greet visitors. Russell looks out the window, stating that his explanation should be more than enough for them. Russell declares he cannot leave this house and dismisses their conversation as a complete waste. The narrative text notes that every second is precious for those facing an impending tragic end. Miana offers a sincere apology for her hasty arrival and for intruding on Sir Russell's private final moments. Miana considers staying nearby to wait, while Justin prepares to ask a difficult, probing question. Justin pauses and asks Sir Russell what his plans are after his wife eventually passes away. Miana looks worriedly at Justin as he continues his inquiry despite the clearly tense and emotional atmosphere. A close-up of Sir Russell's worn leather boots captures the heavy silence filling the small room. White petals drift through a serene blue sky, marking a quiet transition in the emotional scene. A woman in a wide hat stands in a sunlit field, recalling a memory of peace. Lush yellow and white flowers bloom brightly in a sun-drenched meadow during a nostalgic vision. Soft white light fills the frame, symbolizing a fading memory or a shift in time. Sir Russell closes his eyes, inhaling the scent of purple flowers while lost in his thoughts. Miana reflects on how Nike has already defied a doctor's prognosis by surviving a full month. A hand drops a single petal onto a bed of dark flowers, symbolizing a fading life. A pocket watch appears beneath Nike's image, indicating that her time is rapidly running out. Justin reacts with visible shock and hesitation to the blunt reality of Sir Russell's tragic devotion. Sir Russell offers a sad smile while explaining his firm intent to keep a promise to Nike. Miana clenches her hands as her eyes fill with tears, deeply moved by Russell's heartbreaking story. Accepting the finality of the situation, Miana tells the Grand Prince that they should leave now. Miana looks at the silent Justin, apologizing for taking up his precious time with this mission. Justin reflects on his inquiry about the future and the promise made to Victoria. Miana looks at Sir Russell in shock, her eyes wide as she realizes his intentions. Miana questions if the mercenary intends to follow his dying wife into the afterlife. A close-up of the red-haired mercenary reveals his weary eyes and a faint, sad smile. Miana begs Sir Russell not to throw away his life so recklessly in his grief. Russell claims the child doesn't understand, but Miana forcefully insists that she truly does. Mina looks down with a solemn expression, preparing to deliver a difficult truth. Miana declares that Victoria wouldn't want him to end his life for her sake. Russell reacts with intense shock, demanding to know how Miana learned Victoria's private name. A flashback shows young Russell and Victoria dancing, longing for a place free from interference.
Victoria reaches toward the stars, wishing for a place where no one can separate them.
Miana reveals her secret ability to enter other people's dreams through a magical realization. Justin calls out to Miana as she prepares to take action, looking slightly concerned. Russell dismisses Miana's claims as a cruel joke while clutching his head in visible distress. Miana stands her ground, meeting the mercenary's intense and suspicious gaze with unwavering determination. Russell tentatively accepts her claim, questioning if Victoria made promises within her own dreams.
Miana worries that Russell might misinterpret Victoria's wishes as a desire for him to join her.
Miana tells Sir Russell that his assumption about Victoria's wishes is absolutely not the case. Miana points a finger with fierce conviction, ready to prove her words through her actions. Mina explains her meddlesome plan to enter Victoria's dream while warning Justin to keep her ability secret. Miana's hand reaches for the couch as she prepares her physical body for dreamwalking. Chibi Miana orders everyone to be quiet for 30 minutes so she can fall asleep. Miana intensely warns that she never lies about the last wishes of a dying person. Mina finally collapses onto the couch, entering a deep sleep to begin her mission. Russell and Justin watch in bewildered silence as Miana suddenly drifts off into her dream.
Justin stares at the sleeping girl, his expression unreadable as he observes her dedication.
Miana snaps at Justin for talking, claiming she is sensitive to noise while falling asleep. Two small green birds sit peacefully on a tree branch outside the quiet forest cabin.
Miana remains fast asleep on the couch while Justin watches over her with quiet intensity.
Russell sits in the shadows, observing the young noble pair with a weary and contemplative expression.
Justin sits beside the sleeping girl, prompting Russell to ask if his arms are getting tired.
Chibi Justin shushes the mercenary, noting that Miana is finally sleeping well despite her earlier outbursts. Justin looks at the mercenary, thinking that the man's tragic loyalty represents a form of excessive devotion.
A close-up of Justin's eye shows a sudden flash of surprise or realization.
Justin claims Miana is just a business partner, but Russell suggests he is actually pursuing her. Justin admits Miana is valuable but physically weak, while Russell reflects on her sudden collapse.
Russell observes that Mina's personality and spirit overlap significantly with his memories of Victoria.
A close-up captures the soft texture of Miana's hair as she continues to dreamwalk.
Narrative text reflects on the pain of treating a tragic situation as if it were personal business.
Miana stands alone in a vast field of flowers, her back turned to the viewer.
Russell notes that Miana pretends to be strong and prefers doing everything herself.
Justin reflects on Mina's dense nature, noting she fails to recognize his gestures of friendship. Justin offers a warm smile, stating that Mina's fierce independence is exactly what makes her shine.
Chibi Russell looks on in pure shock, completely flabbergasted by the Grand Duke's unexpected sentiment.
Narrative text notes that Justin understands the pain of leaving behind a loved one all too well.
An overhead view shows the young lovers, Russell and Victoria, surrounded by a sea of flowers.
In a memory, young Russell kneels before Victoria, wishing for a life free from interference.
Miana watches the romantic memory from a distance, her expression soft and filled with empathy.
Narrative bubbles repeat the word no against a backdrop of shimmering lights and orange clouds. Victoria tenderly cups Russell's face as the two share an intimate moment during the fading sunset.
Victoria reacts with visible surprise to the presence of an intruder in her dream.
Victoria addresses Miana as a child, prompting the girl to introduce herself and apologize for the intrusion.
Miana offers a gentle smile as she attempts to build a connection with the dying woman.
Victoria asks if Siegfried introduced himself as Russell, but Miana clarifies that she approached him first.
Victoria warns that her husband protects his secret name fiercely, while Miana mentions her recent brush with death.
Victoria notes that he generally avoids harming children, but pauses as a darker memory surfaces.
A vision of a younger, aggressive Siegfried appears, emphasizing the weight of the name Russell.
Victoria admits her husband's paranoia regarding the Emperor's charges, while Miana mentions Justin's noble lineage.
Victoria explains that Siegfried lived in constant fear of royal betrayal, shown through a bleak flashback. Narrative text begins explaining the deep-seated reasons behind the couple's decision to change their identities. The narrative notes that while names define a person, this pair abandoned their pasts for love. Narrative text emphasizes that their sacrifice was made entirely for the sake of a shared future. Victoria smiles brightly while mentioning her husband's new name, Peter, and asking if they suit one another.
Miana looks at the blonde woman, recalling her earlier resolve to intervene and stop Peter's despair.
Victoria turns to the young girl, questioning why she is going to such lengths for him. Miana reacts with a startled and contemplative expression to the dying woman's blunt and curious inquiry. Victoria quickly clarifies that she meant no offense and urges the young visitor not to be flustered. Chibi versions of the characters show Miana laughing softly while Victoria feels embarrassed by her own question. Victoria admits her confusion, noting that Miana and Peter have only known each other for a short time.
Miana takes on a serious and focused expression as she prepares to explain her motivations.
Clenching her fists with determination, Miana declares that she possesses the unique power to save someone.
Narrative text reflects Miana's altruistic resolve to help Victoria, even if her actions seem foolish to others. Mina smiles sadly, acknowledging the reality of death while clarifying that her empathy extends beyond Siegfried. A close-up captures the intensity of Victoria's golden eyes as she listens to Miana's heartfelt words. Victoria reflects on the sheer absurdity of a strange child appearing out of nowhere to stop her husband. Victoria offers a gentle smile, admitting that she lacks the imagination to have ever envisioned this scenario. Reaching her hand toward the light, Victoria confesses that only reality could produce such an unexpected encounter. A vision of the past shows Victoria walking through a field, distancing herself from her husband's former life. Victoria reflects on Siegfried's inherent obsessiveness, noting that his devotion often bordered on the extreme. Victoria notes that her husband's unwavering commitment to his decisions often overrode his own sense of judgment. Narrative text emphasizes the tragic foolishness of a man bound by his own unyielding and stubborn resolve. Victoria stands alone in a sun-drenched meadow, her back turned as she reflects on her life's journey. Miana looks away, pensively noting that she has known others with similarly stubborn natures, including her parents. Victoria steps through the grass, admitting that she loves even the most foolish parts of her husband's character. In a tender memory, Victoria caresses Peter's face while expressing regret over the conversations they shared. An upside-down image shows Peter bound by spectral chains, symbolizing the weight of the promise he made. A close-up shows Victoria's hand gently cupping Peter's face, a final gesture of love and tragic farewell. Miana offers a reassuring smile, promising Victoria that she will deliver her final message to Peter personally. Chibi Victoria issues a darkly humorous threat against her husband, while Miana reacts with a look of shock. Victoria further instructs Miana to tell Peter not to look so shabby, fearing he won't be popular. A hand reaches out toward the golden sky, symbolizing a final connection before the dream begins to fade. Victoria suggests that Peter should join the Imperial Guard to find a new purpose after she is gone. Narrative text conveys Victoria's wish to be buried in this meadow where she found her greatest happiness. Victoria thanks Miana for the chance to leave her final words, as her condition has rapidly deteriorated. Victoria expresses profound gratitude, claiming that Miana's arrival is a great fortune for both her and Peter. Victoria offers a peaceful smile, declaring that she is no longer afraid of the end of her life. Miana looks on in silence, her expression unreadable as she reflects on her own past wishes and regrets. A single tear falls down Victoria's face as the weight of her impending departure finally begins to settle. Victoria breaks down in tears, her face flushed with the raw emotion of a woman facing her end. Victoria trembles as she finally voices her most vulnerable and heartbreaking truth. She doesn't want to die. Victoria adds a final whispered condition to her request while her eyes remain tightly shut. Victoria smiles through a single tear, asking Miana to keep her moment of weakness a secret. Standing in the grass, Miana provides a respectful verbal confirmation of the dying woman's final request. Narrative text reflects on those who stay and those who leave as the sun sets. Peter sits on the floor, realizing his wife would never forgive him for wasting his life. Peter breaks into a fit of hysterical laughter, finally understanding the true depth of Victoria's love. Miana tells the red-haired man that his wife simply wanted him to live a life of freedom. A nostalgic vision of white flowers accompanies a reflection on the precious nature of their shared time. Victoria stands alone in a field of blooming flowers, her back turned toward the fading sunset. Victoria looks back with a peaceful smile, marking the end of her presence in the dream. The red-haired man remains on the floor, his grief finally beginning to transform into quiet acceptance. Inside a moving carriage, Miana asks her companion if it is really all right to leave now. Miana notes that staying was a nuisance and she can always ask her father for assistance. Miana worries about her failed investment search while Justin sits silently across from her in the carriage. Justin tells the silver-haired girl not to worry, prompting a look of pure confusion from her. The Grand Prince offers a confident smile, implying he has already found a solution to her problem. The small log cabin stands silent and peaceful amidst the dark, dense forest under the moonlight. Peter sits in the shadows by his wife's side, keeping a silent vigil in the dark room. A close-up of Peter reveals a faint, peaceful smile as he honors his wife's final wishes.
Narrative text explains that an unexpected event catches everyone off guard 1 week after their departure.
Peter appears remarkably transformed, clean-shaven and dressed in expensive noble attire with a confident posture.
Miana stares at the man in the doorway with wide eyes, completely blindsided by his appearance.
Shimmering text floats against a backdrop of blue sky and white clouds, signaling a new beginning.
A grand white-stoned mansion stands beneath a bright sky, surrounded by lush gardens and singing birds.
Sitting in a lavish parlor, Peter begins the conversation by offering his sincere thanks to Miana.
Peter explains that he was unable to express his gratitude properly during their previous emotional encounter. A close-up of Peter's hand captures his earnestness as he mentions his and Nike's shared gratitude.
Peter reaches out toward Miana, declaring that he is now deeply in her debt for her help. Mina offers a modest and warm smile, pleased to see the man has regained his spirit. Peter and Miana share a formal and respectful handshake in the center of the brightly lit room.
Chibi Miana thinks a letter would have sufficed while Peter continues to shake her hand vigorously.
Peter invites Miana to meet his parents, explaining that they are out but will return shortly.
Miana admits she came to see him first and questions if the maid had already informed him.
The silver-haired girl stands amidst a decorative floral arrangement, looking slightly overwhelmed by the noble atmosphere. Mina looks up in surprise as Peter makes a sudden, candid observation about his recent past. Peter crosses his arms with a smirk, looking every bit the capable warrior he was meant to be. Looking around the room, Peter admits that he previously harbored some incredibly foolish and dark thoughts. A memory of Victoria's dress appears as Peter reflects on how his wife wouldn't want his eternal grief. Chibi Miana nods in agreement, acknowledging that the man has finally found the correct path forward.
Peter's expression turns serious as he acknowledges that the current situation requires their immediate and focused attention.
Miana thinks about the necessity of confirming a treasure before their upcoming meeting with a saint.
Peter tells Miana not to feel burdened, acknowledging her selfless desire to honor his wife's wishes. Miana smiles brightly, asking the red-haired man to take good care of her in their new partnership. Peter warns Miana that the information provided by the Grand Prince might actually be an understatement.
Miana enthusiastically suggests negotiating his salary, but Peter shocks her by refusing any form of payment. Mina's eye twitches in disbelief as she processes the man's flat rejection of a professional salary. Peter insists he won't take money, prompting a panicked Chibi Miana to scream that he is crazy. Miana suffers a mental breakdown, questioning if people with zero greed actually exist in the world. Peter raises his hand, explaining that his only motivation is to repay the immense favor she did. Peter clarifies that lodging and gear are sufficient, as he has no personal need for financial gain. Peter remains stubborn, firmly stating that he will not accept any monetary compensation.
Miana resolves to pay Peter's overdue salary by including him in her future will.
Narrative text explains that Siegfried greeted Miana's parents with a warm and respectful attitude. A hand grips a wooden pillar as text notes Siegfried's difficulty in explaining their meeting. Glowing blue light and floating feathers create a serene transition between the two scenes.
Luce runs excitedly through a sunlit field toward a mansion doorway where Miana stands.
Narrative text conveys Luce's overwhelming sense of awe at experiencing such a beautiful environment. Looking at the grand mansion and nearby water, Luce mistakenly identifies a lake as a bathtub. Miana corrects the young boy, offering to take him closer to see the vast lake. Luce reacts with a radiant and wide smile, clearly thrilled by the new surroundings. Miana leads Luce by the hand toward the water against a decorative floral backdrop.
A butler in formal attire welcomes the two children with a polite and deep bow.
Luce is suddenly gripped by a paralyzing shock, his face cast in a cold blue light. Miana reflects on Luce's need for social training while instructing him to greet others politely.
Luce trembles in visible terror, his distress causing Miana to pause and look down worriedly.
Miana calls out to the boy, sensing his internal struggle as he freezes in place. Narrative text questions whether a past memory of Leonard triggered a sudden trauma in Luce. Mina kneels beside the boy, gently reassuring him that his grandfather is no longer present.
Miana pulls Luce into a comforting embrace, promising him that everything is safe now.
Luce offers a tearful apology, but Miana insists that his reaction was not his fault.
Miana gently pats Luce's head, her warm smile helping to soothe his lingering fears.
Looking up at the bright sky, Luce expresses his desire to continue to the lake. Miana walks Luce through the woods, warning him to be careful near the water's edge.
Luce stares into the clear water, mesmerized by his own reflection and the shimmering light.
Miana watches as Luce kneels by the shore, his previous fear replaced by quiet wonder. Luce looks back with a peaceful and radiant smile amidst a backdrop of soft flowers. Miana and Luce discuss the various shades of blue found in his eyes in the lake. Luce reflects on the fascinating differences between colors, even when they share the same name. Luce reaches toward the water, asking if it will stain him blue, while Miana warns him. A massive splash erupts as someone falls into the lake with a loud, watery sound. Luce sits in the shallow water, completely soaked and looking bewildered by his sudden accident. Miana looks at the wet boy from the shore, reacting with a look of pure confusion. Wearing a yellow safety hat, Miana jokingly tells the drenched boy to finally get up. Riding in a carriage at night, Miana considers taking an imaginary friend on their next picnic. Miana reflects on the mystery of what part of Leonard's character terrified Luce so deeply. Inside the carriage, Miana asks to borrow Sieg's face while he tells her to use his name.
Sieg smirks, questioning who she plans to scold as they continue their journey through the night.
Miana smiles brightly, announcing that they are currently on their way to raid a dragon's nest.
An owl hoots as the grand mansion stands silent and illuminated under the bright full moon. Siegfried explains that the villa is an intermediate base belonging to the prestigious Everdine family.
Mina considers her desire to care for her father while wondering why others make a fuss. Chibi Miana reflects on her father's business prohibition and the impact of the earlier Russell case. Stepping out of the carriage, Miana praises Sir Russell for being a literal one-man army.
Siegfried looks on seriously while a text box notes his diligence in ensuring medicine is taken.
Bold narrative text declares that the man's current dedication represents the peak of top talent. Miana discusses her plans while a narration bubble notes the necessity of Sir Russell's presence. Narrative bubbles emphasize the need to take medicine quickly to avoid stunted growth during the night. Miana reacts with visible shock and distress, declaring that something important has suddenly vanished. Standing in a void, Miana observes where a dream once stood and labels someone a liar. Holding a paper plane, Miana wonders what they should do to pass the time until sunrise. Miana falls through a starry void as a massive paper plane glides through the air above her. Miana realizes she successfully reached her target after writing the elder's name on the magical paper plane. Miana arrives at a set of grand, ornate golden doors standing alone in the shimmering dream world. Mina wonders if her detection range has expanded as she looks at the sparkling, ethereal blue environment.
Mina tentatively pushes open the heavy doors, wondering if the elder is nearby in the villa.
The elder suddenly looms behind Miana, startling her with his intense, glowing golden eyes and silent presence. Miana warns the elder that his sudden appearances are frightening while he complains about the long wait. Miana clutches her heart and asks the elder about his purpose for being in this place alone. The elder explains he was waiting so long that he almost started chewing on a nearby stick. Mina asks if the elder is a vegetarian while she stares at him with a flat, confused expression. Mina has sudden idle thoughts about a dragon's diet, wondering if they are carnivores or perhaps refined gourmets.
The elder decides to change his approach rather than wait to escape from various useless human distractions.
The elder reflects on his past interactions with humans and the useful information he gained from them. The elder notes that granting humans power can be beneficial while his yellow eyes glow with intense energy. Miana looks visibly shocked and flustered as the elder acknowledges she is currently bursting with intense curiosity. Chibi Miana claps enthusiastically and praises the useful information while the elder watches her with stoicism. Miana looks pensive, holding her chin as she processes the elder's words about his past human interactions. Miana reports her failure to find Yggdrasil as instructed while the elder listens from behind his desk. The elder aggressively shouts that his body's location doesn't matter despite Miana's continued search for the tree.
The elder declares that Miana will not die as long as he is personally responsible for her care.
The elder tells Miana to take her time, comparing it to his own long years of waiting. Miana hopes the elder isn't joking, clutching her dress and worrying about her potentially worsening health condition. Mina notes she is seeking treasure rather than just survival, questioning if he planned to eat the sticks. The elder invites Miana to visit more often since she has piqued his interest after a long time. Miana asks for an exact location while the elder questions if she found a companion to join her. Miana describes her reliable companion while a vision shows Sir Russell yawning on the roof of a mansion. Miana excitedly asks about the quantity of treasure while the elder notes she looks happiest discussing riches. The elder considers the question and estimates that the treasure pile is roughly the size of a room. Miana is mesmerized by a vision of massive gold piles and at least 10 rooms filled with treasure. The elder leaves the human valuation to Miana while her chibi version gives a confident scholarly thumbs up. Miana asks the elder to draw a map to help her carefully collect the vast treasure pile. The elder claims she doesn't need a map and won't be bothered regardless of where she wanders. The elder clarifies that Mina's companion is a separate matter, causing her to react with nervous realization. Miana prays that Sir Russell isn't punished for defying the spirit of such a powerful and transcendent being. Miana asks the elder to show some consideration for her companion amidst a background of blooming roses. Miana offers a radiant, joyful smile as she expresses deep gratitude for the elder's help and partnership. The elder gives a subtle, knowing smirk as he provides a short verbal confirmation to Miana's request. The elder reaches out a hand, stating that this is currently the best way to handle things. Mina is suddenly jolted by a powerful impact as she sits in her chair within the room. A massive force shakes the grand chamber, causing heavy debris to fall as the stone pillars crack. Miana reacts with shock as the elder performs a final action for the sake of the small creature. The elder tells Miana not to worry, promising to find her anywhere as long as souls connect.
Mina sits bolt upright in bed, looking completely stunned and wide-eyed after her sudden awakening at dawn. Miana reflects on her unexpected awakening and the elder's ability to wake her whenever they want. Miana runs through the moonlit mansion, reflecting on the idea that false hope only leads to greater despair.
Sir Russell startles Miana by asking why she is alone, causing her to scream in sudden terror. Sir Russell shushes Miana to avoid waking others while she demands he make noise when he approaches. Sir Russell explains he was watching from the roof all night, confirming Miana's suspicions about his watch. Sir Russell stretches as Miana expresses her concern about potential dangers and her need for deep sleep. Sir Russell asks Miana why she is out alone while she explains her inability to sleep after her dream. Miana reacts with a look of sudden and startled realization. Sir Russell explains that their current location was chosen for a specific purpose. Miana questions their destination just before a massive magical impact shakes the area. Miana looks absolutely terrified as she is caught in the sudden magical disturbance. Sir Russell tells Miana to step back while she asks what is happening. A powerful magical force manifests, casting a massive and intimidating shadow over them. A large, dark-scaled wyvern with glowing yellow eyes suddenly appears before the duo. Mina stares in disbelief as the enormous creature lands heavily on the grass. The menacing wyvern lets out an aggressive growl, signaling a potential threat. Miana looks up at the beast in shock, feeling overwhelmed by its presence. Narrative text describes the loud thunder and the monster's menacing gaze and winks. Sir Russell identifies the beast as a wyvern and asks Miana to run. Miana realizes that the creature was likely sent as a messenger by the elder. Miana tells Sir Russell to wait while the wyvern makes a strange, non-threatening sound. The wyvern looms over them with a fierce expression that heightens the tension. The wyvern suddenly makes a cute face, completely subverting the initial scary atmosphere. The massive creature clumsily falls over onto its back in a playful gesture. Sir Russell and Miana look on with total confusion as the wyvern roars. Mina tentatively reaches out her hand and pets the large creature's kin.
Miana explains the wyvern's friendly behavior to a shocked Sir Russell while petting it.
A shimmering magical crystal begins to float toward Miana from the friendly beast. The elder's voice comes from the shard, confirming Miana has arrived safely. The elder explains the safety magic while Chibi Miana gives a confident thumbs up. Miana holds the glowing shard as the elder invites her to name the creature. Miana reflects on her new taxi service while petting the large, docile wyvern. Miana acknowledges a potential complication as Sir Russell watches her with a serious expression. Sir Russell asks Miana what exactly she has been doing during her dreams. Miana laughs nervously while considering the importance of keeping the elder's nest a secret. Miana looks physically drained and terrible as she processes Sir Russell's heavy silence. Miana sighs while the wyvern looks at her with large, sad, and apologetic eyes. Sir Russell asks Miana if her parents are aware of her secret activities. Miana denies telling her parents, joking about informing them only before she dies. Sir Russell looks down sternly, questioning her choice to keep her family in the dark. Sir Russell sheathes his sword as Miana provides a firm confirmation of her stance. Sir Russell begins walking away into the forest, prompting Miana to call his name. Sir Russell declares that he will speak for Miana since she refuses to. Miana reacts with immediate panic, shouting for Sir Russell to wait a moment. Sir Russell drags Miana away while she fruitlessly insists the situation is safe. Sir Russell shouts about the danger of monsters while Miana tries to explain her reasoning. Miana argues that she must make money to secure their business funding. Sir Russell is appalled that a child is so focused on financial gain. Miana explains that her family almost fell apart and resorted to usury because of her. Miana reveals that her parents spent their entire fortune trying to cure her disease. A nostalgic vision depicts her parents' despair as they face her incurable condition. Narrative text notes her parents humbly bowing their heads to save their child. A memory shows Miana's parents looking happy, contrasting with the suffering she feels she caused. Miana reflects on the time she spent bedridden, ignoring the family's worsening situation. Sir Russell looks down, admitting he doesn't understand why Miana blames herself. Sir Russell kneels to reassure Miana that her parents would never demand repayment. Miana insists she wants to repay her family and cannot simply do nothing. Miana looks down at her blue floral shoes, noting that she is finally able to move a little bit on her own. Miana radiates pure joy with a wide, bright smile as she experiences her newfound physical freedom. Sir Russell reflects on his desire to leave greed behind and spend peaceful time traveling with his parents once their current task is finished. Sir Russell leans against Miana's shoulder with a sigh, agreeing to set aside his skepticism and let things go for now. Miana plans to use the Wyvern as a high-speed taxi service to the mansion if her physical condition suddenly takes a turn for the worse. Miana introduces the name Kim Richard III for the Wyvern, prompting Sir Russell to question when she could have possibly come up with it. Miana admits she thought of the name 3 seconds ago and excitedly asks the Wyvern if it likes its new title.
Sir Russell urges Miana to hurry before they are discovered, while she coordinates their plan to return to the mansion by morning.
The duo takes flight on the Wyvern, soaring into a dark night sky filled with crackling magical energy and blue light. The Wyvern glides gracefully through the clouds, carrying its passengers over the dark, sprawling landscape far below. They approach a massive, Gothic castle perched precariously on a jagged cliff within the high mountain range.
The group arrives at the destination as their feet finally touch the solid stone surface of the castle's landing area.
Miana hopes to adjust to the high-speed travel soon, while Sir Russell looks completely exhausted and winded from the journey. Sir Russell tries to hide his nausea while Miana mockingly recalls him laughing and enjoying the flight earlier. Miana stands before the towering castle doors, noting that the structure is so well hidden that no ordinary people could ever know it exists. Miana explains that a magical boundary surrounds the entire area, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to approach or find the castle. Mina clarifies that she is the only person guaranteed safety here, instructing Sir Russell to stay close to her side at all times. Sir Russell reacts with visible horror and cold sweat, realizing he cannot leave the child's side for even a moment. Miana brightly announces their arrival and leads Sir Russell toward the grand entrance to see what lies inside. They step into a dark, dusty hallway where Sir Russell skeptically questions if Miana actually knows their destination. They walk past massive, ancient tree trunks growing inside the castle as Miana continues to lead the way through the shadows. Miana peeks around a wooden corner, certain that she has finally found the specific location she was searching for. Miana's face breaks into a radiant smile as she discovers a room overflowing with shimmering gold and open treasure chests. Miana asks Sir Russell to help her gather the riches while he jokingly wonders if he can take some as a gift. Sir Russell is overwhelmed by the sight of more treasure than he has seen in his entire life as Miana starts collecting coins. Miana examines a piece of paper, realizing it is the specific map she previously requested from the Elder. Chibi Miana triumphantly holds up the map, celebrating the successful discovery of the Elder's Guide to the Castle Secrets. Miana looks closely at the document, noticing a mysterious red dot and strange text that she is currently unable to read. Sir Russell, now carrying a heavy sack of gold and wearing a crown, asks Miana about the document she is holding. Miana suggests they examine the marked locations first, while Sir Russell insists he won't leave her side even if ordered to. Sir Russell lets out a sudden, loud cry of distress as he processes the overwhelming nature of their current situation. They stand in a cavernous hall filled with piles of gold that dwarf Sir Russell's large frame, leaving him stunned. Miana notes that they will have to move all of the treasure themselves, implying they must make several return trips. Mina expects the task to become routine over time, while Sir Russell's spirit appears to visibly drain away in the background. Miana discusses finding a secret hiding spot at the mansion, while Sir Russell remains silent and hollow-eyed from exhaustion. Sir Russell internally screams his intent to demand a massive salary increase the very moment they return to safety. Miana plans to auction the cleaner artifacts and hand over the gold and silver bars to Justin for business funding. Mina giggles wickedly over the wealth while Sir Russell stares at her, wondering how a child can be so greedy. The text on the map suddenly shifts into a clear warning, instructing her to stop before taking the document any further. Miana realizes she can now read the hidden message and decides that she must proceed alone for a moment. Sir Russell looks on with confusion as Miana announces her need to go somewhere without him. Sir Russell lifts Miana up, arguing that it is too dangerous for her to go alone and claiming this room is the safest spot. Miana clarifies that she meant the danger was for Sir Russell rather than herself, leaving him in a stunned silence. Miana jokingly tells Sir Russell that the situation isn't that serious, while he stares back with a deadpan expression. A magnificent set of giant golden doors stands before them, glowing with light and covered in intricate floral carvings. Looking up at the massive gates, Mina feels an ominous sensation that they are something that should never be touched. Mina tentatively places her hand on the ornate golden surface and politely announces her presence before pushing the door open.
Miana peeks through the opening, her eyes widening as she spots a dark, colossal silhouette resting in the chamber.
A vertical view reveals a massive, dark-scaled dragon sleeping atop piles of gold, with Miana appearing like a tiny speck below.
Miana is paralyzed with fear as the dragon's enormous, glowing eyes suddenly opens and locks its gaze directly onto her.
Miana looks visibly flustered as the elder looms behind her, mentioning his wish for humanity's survival.
Miana screams in terror while the elder questions her hesitation and boasts about his majestic form.
Miana clutches her racing heart as the elder observes her overreaction to his present physical manifestation.
A close-up reveals Miana's startled expression as she processes the surreal nature of the elder's appearance.
Miana realizes the elder is currently transparent, prompting him to maintain a stoic and watchful presence.
The elder rests a hand on Mina's head, explaining his inability to stay far away for long.
Mina expresses her deep gratitude for the treasures and the assistance provided during her arduous journey.
The elder questions Miana's casual greeting while she explains her familiarity with receiving gifts from elders.
The elder adopts a pensive look while Miana waits expectantly for him to share more information.
The elder focuses his attention on the unstable magical energy currently swirling within Miana's small body.
Pointing at Miana's glowing chest, the elder questions how she can function with such intense power.
Miana explains her reliance on painkillers, insisting she remains fine as long as the medication works.
The elder warns Miana against wasting her life, while she dismisses his nagging to focus on tasks.
Miana notes her use of various medications while the elder acknowledges the necessity of her current regimen.
The elder offers a comforting smile, promising to save Miana if she can hold out longer. Miana clenches her fist, drawing strength from the elder's conviction that she can eventually be cured.
Miana leans against the elder and desperately asks if he has the power to save her immediately. Mina praises the unprecedented and impressive magic the elder placed upon the wyvern to ensure its safety. Miana questions if his magic can maintain her health, while the elder offers to visit her personally.
The elder asks Miana if she understands the true nature of the magic granted to the wyvern.
Miana honestly admits her ignorance regarding the specific type of magic the elder used on the beast.
The elder reveals that the powerful force protecting the wyvern is actually rare and potent wish magic.
A chibi illustration depicts the elder explaining that his wish magic usually functions as a direct command. The elder clarifies his wish was to create a safe environment where humans could travel without dying.
Miana asks why he cannot simply wish for her health, and he explains wish magic's inherent limits. The elder explains that only his heart can withstand the overwhelming power currently bursting from Miana's body.
The elder notes that giving his heart won't kill him, though it is currently in a slumber.
The elder pokes Miana's forehead while she reflects on having finally sorted out her complicated internal feelings.
Surrounded by flowers, the elder expresses his relief at seeing Mina's strong and renewed will to live.
Miana offers a gentle, blushing smile as she feels the elder's genuine concern for her well-being.
The elder tells Miana to visit often as she begins to vanish from the shimmering dream world.
Miana calls out to the elder one last time before her consciousness fully returns to the mansion.
The elder watches her departure, noting that his full awakening should occur in the very near future.
Mina's eyes glow with blue magical light as she successfully awakens back in the waking world. Narrative text confirms that the elder's wish magic has eliminated the risk of Miana dying during travel.
Miana stares ahead with a look of quiet determination as she processes the elder's life-saving revelations.
The scene shifts to the mansion where Russell has returned from his successful mission of nest pillaging.
Looking comically haggard and drained, Sir Russell exclaims how much he missed the safety of the mansion.
Sir Russell asks if they should move the stolen treasures while Miana steps out of the carriage.
Sir Russell confirms he followed all instructions regarding the treasure and questions if more explanation is needed.
Mina steps onto the landing, telling Russell to simply hope that their good fortune continues indefinitely.
The grand Everdine mansion stands silent and majestic under a clear, starry night sky filled with leaves.
Inside a darkened room, the bedsheets shift as Miana tosses and turns during a fitful night.
Miana peeks over her blankets with wide, alert eyes, frustrated by her sudden and persistent inability to sleep.
Chibi Miana reflects on sleeping too much during the carriage ride and considers visiting Lucy's dream instead.
A close-up of Miana's eyes shows her growing boredom as she waits for sleep that will not come.
Miana decides a late-night walk is the best solution and quietly sneaks down the mansion's grand staircase. Miana wonders if Siegfried is already asleep and expresses surprise that he hasn't come to check on her.
The moonlight illuminates the quiet hallways as Miana wanders through the vast, empty corridors of the mansion.
Miana sadly considers bringing antiques from the dragon's nest to replace those her father sold during her illness.
Mina's foot steps on the stairs while she wonders if her father is being lenient.
A voice startles Miana, demanding to know why she is awake at such a late hour. Miana finds her father and explains that today's events made it impossible for her to sleep. As wine is poured, the red-haired man expresses a preference for beer over his host's vintage.
The brown-haired man refuses a drink, vowing to stay clear-minded to protect his beloved daughter.
Miana feels awkward overhearing her father discuss his wife's disdain for his loud, drunken night serenades.
Her father gazes into the night, questioning the nature of Miana's recent and mysterious grand adventure.
The red-haired man calls it recuperation, but the father notes that recuperation rarely yields massive treasures.
A steady hand swirls a glass of red wine as the late-night conversation continues in secret. The red-haired man questions why the father doesn't stop Miana from engaging in such dangerous activities.
Zeke asks the red-haired man what he sees when he looks into Mina's vibrant, determined eyes.
A nostalgic vision depicts Miana as a child so full of life that her illness seems impossible.
Zeke recalls Mina's lifeless eyes and her heart-wrenching request to finally cease her agonizing life-sustaining treatments. Past voices demand to know why the sick child is sent away instead of being allowed rest. A close-up of an eye reflecting the father captures a moment of deep and silent understanding. Zeke reflects on his daughter's immense suffering and his inability to simply stand by and do nothing.
Zeke admits he initially wanted to comfort Mina out of pity before realizing her true inner strength.
He decides that if Miana finds solace and meaning in this, they must let her proceed.
A warm and genuine smile touches the father's face as he accepts his daughter's new path.
Justin notes that Mina's eyes are quite swollen, likely due to her lack of rest or stress.
Justin asks if she ate something late at night, catching Miana completely off guard with the question.
Miana tells the Duke to ignore trivial matters and focus on the important business they must discuss. Justin confirms he has categorized the treasures and that their business funds are sufficient for the time.
Justin stares intensely, asking Miana if she intends to keep the source of her wealth a secret. While Justin warns of suspicious rumors, Miana jokes about finding treasure buried in the ground like stories.
Justin presents a report concerning recent and highly unusual lightning strikes occurring near the villa on schedule. Miana nervously dismisses the lightning as a surprising event while sipping tea and avoiding Justin's pointed questioning.
Miana laughs off the bolt from the blue while Justin maintains a stoic and highly skeptical expression.
Justin's cold gaze remains fixed on Miana, clearly unconvinced by her clumsy attempts to dodge the truth. Miana despairs over being easily seen through by Justin, who recalls legends of wyverns and magical storms. Miana desperately asks if the situation is safe, and Justin provides a firm and reassuring verbal confirmation.
Justin asks about the wyvern's name, and Miana proudly claims she named it because it is cute.
Justin breaks into a nervous sweat, mentioning that the naming was supposed to remain a strictly kept secret.
A shocked Miana asks the Duke if he got into serious trouble behind her back without her knowledge. Justin clenches his hands nervously, explaining that he received a request he simply could not refuse alone.
Justin reveals that the High Priest of Renix wishes to meet Miana, leaving her stunned and speechless.
Miana looks absolutely horrified and physically ill as she processes the news of the impending and dangerous meeting.
Miana considers the risk of exposure by the fraudulent prophets of Renix and the disaster it would cause. A bold statement warns that if their secret is discovered, the outcome would be a total disaster. Miana considers her fate while Justin asks how far her dark and overactive imagination has led her today.
Justin notes there is no sign of discovery, or they would already be facing the dire consequences.
A flower-framed image of Justin emphasizes his steadfast and handsome presence during this moment of growing tension.
Justin jokes about being executed side by side, but Miana finds a strange and morbid comfort in the idea.
Justin explains his plan to establish an overseas bank to ensure her information remains secure and never leaks. Justin clarifies that she is not required to comply with the Holy Father's mysterious and personal meeting request. Miana reflects on the potential influence on negotiations and wonders how the Holy Father learned of her existence. Justin asks if she is all right, warning that the meeting will take place at the Imperial Palace instead.
Justin warns that the Emperor will learn of her, but Miana confidently believes he will handle it well. Miana radiates confidence and joy, ready to face the palace and whatever challenges the future may bring her.
A close-up reveals Miana's light purple eyes, shimmering with a soft and ethereal light. Mina's attire features a delicate dress adorned with a sparkling and highly ornate gemstone brooch. Narrative text reflects on breaking laws as Miana arrives at a grand, towering white palace. Miana enters the venue as the announcer formally heralds the arrival of the Sidis family. Lifting her skirts with poise, Miana is introduced as the representative of the Sidis family.
A focused view captures a character's sharp, calculating eye during the formal and public introduction.
Glowing light fills the cathedral as narrative text reflects on the unexpected connection this meeting created.
Miana stands before the grand throne where a high-ranking figure waits in the brilliant light. A narrator or unseen character humorously points out that Mina's eyes have turned comically triangular. In a library dream world, Miana tells Luce she intended to research the Holy Emperor's dreams. A paper airplane drifts through a vast starry sky as the scene begins to shift.
Miana stands amidst the stars, looking down in silent shock at a crashed paper airplane.
With a tearful smile, Miana sighs as she acknowledges that things rarely go as planned.
Miana realizes the Emperor woke up early, thwarting her plan to use his dreams for research.
Soft light illuminates Mina's hands as she prepares for the next phase of her journey.
Luce gently pats Miana's head, trying to comfort her during their encounter in the dream realm.
A flustered Luce apologizes for upsetting Miana while she sits on the ground looking stunned.
Miana pulls Luce into a warm hug, thinking of him as a precious and lovable child.
Miana resolves to stay strong for Luce and decides to make the Holy Emperor her ally.
Miana bows formally in the throne room, greeting the Holy Emperor of Renex with proper respect. The Emperor reaches out a hand, mentioning he should have prepared sweets for his young guest. Startled by the Emperor's polite tone, Miana looks up as he tells her to raise her head. Miana wonders why the Emperor is using formal speech with a child from an unknown family.
Miana politely asks the Emperor to drop the formalities since she is of lower social status.
The Emperor's sharp eye focuses on Miana as she addresses him by his formal holy title. Looking slightly embarrassed, the Emperor continues the conversation from his seat upon the golden throne. Surrounded by floral patterns, the Emperor warmly invites Miana to come closer and take a seat.
The Holy Emperor reveals himself as a handsome man with long pinkish hair and striking eyes.
Approaching the Emperor, Miana notes his intense dark circles and worries his health is worse than hers. Miana expresses her gratitude for the private audience while a servant pours tea into a pot. While sipping tea, Miana confirms she is surprised the Emperor requested a meeting with someone like her. Miana questions how he knows her, while the Emperor notes her close relationship with Grand Duke Everdine. The Emperor admits Justin was quite forceful and protective when arranging this specific and personal meeting.
Miana asks why the Emperor wanted to meet her, wondering what Justin could have told him.
The Emperor leans forward with an intense expression, stating they must handle something else first. A sudden burst of magical energy erupts in the room, catching Miana completely off guard. Mina shouts in alarm as a powerful gust of wind or magic nearly knocks her backward. Clinging to her seat, Miana stares in bewilderment at the sudden and overwhelming display of power. The Emperor rests calmly on his throne, watching Miana with a serene and knowing golden smile. A close-up of the Emperor's smiling face emphasizes his mysterious and potentially dangerous magical nature. A panicking ghost like Miana desperately hopes the Emperor hasn't detected her unique and secret mage status. The Emperor extends a hand toward Mina, casually suggesting they change the topic of their conversation.
Miana gulps nervously as the Emperor prepares to reveal his true reason for summoning her today.
With an hourglass glowing over his face, the Emperor reveals his ability to see others' pasts. Mina is left speechless and wide-eyed as she processes the Emperor's terrifying and godlike ability. The Emperor laughs off Mina's concern, promising his secret is safe if she keeps hers too. Pointing a finger knowingly, the Emperor leaves Miana wondering if he has already uncovered her lies. The Emperor leans in close, his expression turning sharp as he prepares to deliver a final verdict.
Miana begs to leave alive as the Emperor reveals he knows she contracted with a transcendent being.
Mina's face turns a deep red as she reels from the Emperor's shocking and accurate revelation. The Holy Emperor explains that while his powers are formidable, they failed to affect Miana, revealing that only direct descendants of Somnium's first emperor, who are contracted with a dragon, share this immunity. Miana stands in a radiant ethereal void, processing the weight of the Emperor's words.
A vision or thought bubble depicts Miana interacting with a colossal dragon as the Emperor deduces her contract with a transcendent being.
Sitting across from her, the Emperor reveals his ability to witness past events through eye contact, having already seen a glimpse of Justin's memories. The Emperor's eye glows with magical power, reflecting intricate clockwork patterns as his vision activates. Within a fragment of the past, the Emperor witnesses Miana joyfully curing Grand Duke Everdine's chronic insomnia. Miana reacts with visible anxiety, realized her secret role in the Duke's recovery is exposed. The Emperor recounts his own struggle, explaining that since his ascension, he has been plagued by frequent wakefulness and a total lack of restful sleep. Haunted by a dark silhouette in his mind, the Emperor admits he fears sleep due to the lingering, unpleasant dread of forgotten nightmares.
The Emperor suggests that Miana's success with the Grand Duke implies she possesses the unique power to resolve his own sleep crisis.
A warm smile touches the Emperor's face as he looks toward Miana with newfound hope. As the Emperor frames his plea as a personal request, a contemplative chibi Miana wonders if helping him could somehow lead to her own liberation from pain.
Miana's eyes light up with excitement as the Emperor promises to grant any wish in exchange for her assistance. Realizing her true identity remains hidden, Miana decides the potential rewards and a connection with the Emperor make the attempt worthwhile. Brimming with confidence and greed for the opportunity, Miana declares she cannot possibly let this chance slip away.
Under the starry night sky, Miana successfully launches a magical paper airplane to initiate her dreamwalking plan.
Miana reflects on finding an ancient sleep aid recipe in the Elder's storage, allowing her to analyze the ingredients discreetly while preparing to help the Emperor.
Approaching a grand, glowing door in the dream realm, Miana worries the Emperor's long-term insomnia might have created a resistance to her magic.
Standing before Eden III's dream gate, Mina focuses on the delicate task of entering his subconscious without alerting him to her presence. Inside the dream, a frantic and glowing Ragnar screams in agony as a dark, turbulent energy consumes him. Miana is visibly shaken and pale as she witnesses the sudden and violent manifestation of the Emperor's trauma. Miana watches in horror as a crowd of spectral figures flees in terror under the light of a full moon.
A memory reveals Ragnar desperately shielding a younger boy from an unseen threat, shouting commands amidst the chaos.
On a jagged cliffside, the struggle intensifies as one figure is nearly sent plummeting into the darkness below.
A younger, tearful version of the Emperor reaches out in despair, calling for his master as the vision turns grim.
The dream shifts to a crowded, oppressive scene where shadowy figures swarm around a central, grieving individual. Young Eden's face is contorted with shock and grief as he cries out for his master once more.
Ragnar's eyes flash with a blinding white light as his name is shouted through the echoes of the dream. Present-day Eden reels in shock as an accusatory voice blames him for the tragedy while he whispers his master's title.
The Emperor is crushed by the weight of the dream voice claiming the entire catastrophe was his fault.
Ragnar struggles against the dark forces within the nightmare, his form flickering as he attempts to fight back. Miana is thrown backward by a sudden surge of magical feedback, her eyes wide with alarm at the dream's instability. The vision of Ragnar remains fixed in the distance, a haunting anchor within the swirling vortex of the Emperor's mind. A violent explosion of magical energy shatters the dreamscape, forcing a transition between the subconscious and reality.
The dream collapses into fragmented pieces, leaving the atmosphere thick with confusion and unanswered questions.
Floating in the starry aftermath, Miana wonders if the Emperor's subconscious is forcibly waking up to avoid the unbearable trauma. The magical door slams shut with a thunderous bang, abruptly ending Miana's journey into the Emperor's memories. Breathless and floating amidst the stars, Miana sighs in relief after narrowly escaping the collapsing nightmare. Reflecting on the chaos she witnessed, Miana begins to piece together the tragic origin of the Emperor's condition. A vision depicts the Emperor and Ragnar side by side, as Miana realizes the person he trusted most was the one who turned against him. Miana resolves to uncover the full truth behind the betrayal that shattered the Emperor's peace. Back in the physical world, Miana stands ready, her mind sharpened by the insights gained from her dreamwalk.
Miana returns to her seat across from the Emperor, looking momentarily dazed as she adjusts to reality.
Sipping tea, the Emperor vaguely recalls the sensation of being chased, unaware of the specific details Miana witnessed in his dream. The Emperor apologizes for his lack of memory, but credits Miana's herbs with a slight improvement, while she expresses modest satisfaction with the progress. Miana ponders why her usual dreamwalking clarity was obscured, noting that she normally retains a much sharper memory of her experiences. Recalling the image of the Emperor ensnared by thorns, Mina suspects his own mind is suppressing the trauma because it is too agonizing to endure. While snacking, Miana concludes that a simple magical fix won't work. The Emperor must face and overcome his trauma personally to find peace. As Miana contemplates how to guide him through his mental barriers, the Emperor gently snaps her out of her deep thoughts.
The Emperor checks on Miana's well-being, noting that despite her own apparent exhaustion, she remains remarkably steadfast and cheerful.
Miana ponders a way to help without exposing the full extent of her magical powers. Miana tells the Emperor she noticed something unusual, prompting him to ask for further details.
Miana claims she can see spiritual energy floating around people who possess low vitality levels.
Narrative text explains that these manifestations are deeply rooted within a person's subconscious mind. Miana smiles as she explains her vague but useful ability to the curious Holy Emperor.
The Emperor finds her explanation extremely vague, while Miana tries to maintain her convincing performance. Miana continues her ruse, stating that she sees several distinct people lingering around his presence. Miana describes a dark-haired boy and an old woman, causing the Emperor visible distress and shock. Miana adds that the most prominent figures she sees are wearing white robes of high-ranking priests. Miana's eye reflects her intense focus as she carefully navigates this high-stakes conversation. She describes a blonde man with a scarred eyebrow, identifying the primary source of his trauma. The Emperor's hand trembles violently as he hears the accurate description of his long-lost master. Miana explains she revealed her ability only because his recurring nightmares are becoming increasingly dangerous. She warns that herbal prescriptions are insufficient for a burden tied so closely to his past.
Mina reaches out, insisting that he must face his internal trauma head-on to find true peace.
Brimming with kindness, Miana offers her full support to help him overcome his deep-seated psychological scars.
The Emperor notes that their relationship has evolved now that they have shared such personal secrets. Since Miana shared her secret, the Emperor decides he should also reveal one of his own. Ragnar's history reveals he was an orphan who ascended the ranks through his exceptional magical skills. His rapid rise to power drew resentment from everyone, including children, elders, and his own peers. The hostility was so severe that professional assassins were frequently hired to end his life. A hand clutches at red fabric, symbolizing the bloodshed and violence that defined his early years. In a flashback, the Master tasks Ragnar with the dangerous mission of eradicating a sinister cult. A sudden, blood-curdling scream shatters the silence of the night, catching young Ragnar completely off guard. Panic sets in as Ragnar reacts to the sudden and violent ambush during their clandestine mission. Shadowy figures swarm through the darkness while a desperate hand reaches out toward a falling comrade. A close-up reveals the Master's glasses as he witnesses the unfolding tragedy with silent, grim resolve. Blood splatters across the scene as the nightmare reaches its most violent and chaotic turning point. The Emperor recounts falling from a cliff and hiding while waiting for reinforcements that arrived late. He recalls the horrific sound of his master's body being pierced by blades during the ambush. The Emperor admits this story is inappropriate for a child, but feels relieved by her presence. Miana gazes at him with deep empathy, her expression softening as she listens to his confession. Miana expresses her sincere hope that sharing these heavy burdens has brought him some small comfort. Floating in the dreamscape, Miana notes the late hour and wonders how long she has waited. Miana reflects on her plan to enter the Emperor's subconscious the moment he finally fell asleep.
Miana realizes the Emperor's nightmare is a manifestation of the immense guilt he carries within him.
She concludes that the Master is the most powerful and influential presence within his fractured subconscious. Standing before a glowing portal, Miana observes that the path into his mind is finally open. She wonders if this attempt will be successful, but knows she must try regardless of the risk. With eyes shining with determination, Miana prepares herself to dive into the Emperor's deepest psychological nightmare. Miana vows to intervene and prevent this memory from ending in tragedy once again this time. Narrative text reflects Mina's resolve to act as a mentor would and guide him through guilt. The dream memory shifts to the woods, where spectral figures represent the ghosts of his past. Miana notes that the scenery is unchanging and realizes that passive comfort is no longer enough. Miana intervenes in the dream, holding back the Dream Master as the scene begins to distort further. Ragnar looks back in shock as Miana encourages him to hold on for just a little longer. The Dream Master struggles against his attackers while Miana works to stabilize the rapidly collapsing mental landscape. A sudden surge of magical power signals that the intervention is reaching its critical, decisive moment. A hand reaches through the light, seeking a connection to pull him out of the darkness. Miana reflects on the depth of his suffering as she continues her mission to heal him. Within the dream, the Master warns Ragnar that reliving past regrets will only cause more pain. Ragnar expresses his deep-seated confusion and guilt over the lives lost during his rise to power. The Master acknowledges the crushing burden as Ragnar takes blame for the Master's death and sacrifice. The Master asks if Ragnar truly fails to understand the reason he was pushed away safely. Grabbing Ragnar's shoulders, the Master questions if his true motives for his actions remain entirely misunderstood. In a bloodied memory, the Master recalls being stabbed and again questions if his intent is clear. The Master explains his silence during the pain was to spare Ragnar from dishonoring his final choice. The Master's voice echoes, questioning who Ragnar is truly clinging to in his endless cycle of guilt. Ragnar collapses in tears, finally hearing the words of absolution he has desperately craved for years. Through fading dream, the Master reveals he has no regrets about the sacrifice made to save Ragnar. A profound sense of peace settles over the dreamscape as the two share a final, quiet embrace. Ragnar weeps openly as he finally begins to release the trauma he has carried since his youth. With a gentle and forgiving smile, the master looks at Ragnar and declares it wasn't his fault. Ragnar's long-repressed sorrow pours out as he finally accepts the master's forgiveness and finds emotional release. From beyond death, the master's final message remains a comforting reminder that Ragnar bears no blame. A heavy sigh marks the end of the nightmare as a new, brighter atmosphere begins.
Narrative text confirms the Holy One's dream ended safely as Miana walks through the palace halls. Miana peeks into the room with a bright smile, greeting the Holy One with cheerful enthusiasm.
Ragnar welcomes Miana back, acknowledging that overcoming deep trauma is a long and difficult personal process.
Ragnar stands radiant and completely transformed, looking like a man who has finally found true inner peace.
Miana is visibly moved and delighted by the incredible change in the Emperor's demeanor and appearance. Ragnar notes the heavy burden is finally lifting as Miana joins him for a celebratory tea.
They joke about trade negotiations and the Duke's likely reaction to their successful and growing partnership. Ragnar decides to conclude the current negotiations, confident that the Duke will be pleased with the outcome.
A serene reflection in the tea marks a shift as they prepare to discuss more serious matters.
Ragnar praises the medicine for restoring his memories, while a surprised Miana questions the sudden clarity.
Ragnar realizes his nightmares were symptoms of suppressed past trauma that needed to be openly addressed.
Ragnar reveals he has gained significant insight and feels ready to face the future with new strength.
Miana celebrates her success, relieved that her combined approach of medicine and therapy worked so effectively. Mina's thoughts drift as she prepares to ask about another detail regarding the medicine's distribution.
Ragnar mentions he shared the effective medicine with a recently arrived priest to test its general efficacy.
A flashback reveals that for others, the specialized magical medicine functioned only as a common sleeping pill.
Miana is momentarily stunned by the realization that her magical treatment only worked for the Emperor.
Miana laughs nervously, explaining that the medicine's unique nature means it won't work for just anyone.
Ragnar prepares to reveal a humorous and unexpected detail about his master that he previously omitted.
Ragnar describes his master's legendary foul mouth and creative swearing, leaving Miana shocked and comically appalled.
Chibi Miana sips tea in stunned silence, struggling to reconcile the master's image with this news.
Miana realizes she completely misinterpreted the master's personality, sweating as she reevaluates her mental image.
Ragnar reassures Miana that he understands her worries and is not there to find any blame.
Ragnar reflects on the hollow ambitions of others, noting they were warned by the ancient prophecy's words.
Miana reacts with a sharp, focused gaze as the Emperor makes a particularly poignant or revealing comment. Ragnar states he has nothing left to say, while Miana sits in a comically gloomy and silent state.
Thought bubbles reflect on the inevitability of the truth being revealed after a long-decided and certain answer.
With a sincere and warm smile, the Emperor offers a heartfelt thank you for Miana's help. Ragnar reflects on the immense weight he has carried since taking his high and holy position.
Mina thinks about how the master would likely approve of Ragnar's path, despite his rough way of speaking.
Ragnar reaches out a hand, signaling his resolve to move forward regardless of any future challenges. Bathed in a radiant light, Ragnar looks empowered and ready to live the life he was given. A final, mysterious thought bubble suggests a desire to repay Miana's kindness in a significant way.
A flustered and blushing Miana wonders what the Emperor means by being saved and how to respond.
Ragnar explains that since their arrangement is unofficial, the rewards he can offer are limited. Ragnar feels that a single wish is insufficient compensation for someone who saved him.
Ragnar promises to assist Miana to his full capacity, leaving her stunned and confused.
Miana dismisses the title of savior and suggests they simply help each other as equals. Ragnar is taken aback when Miana tentatively proposes that they become friends instead. Mina apologizes for her boldness, but Ragnar reassures her that age is irrelevant to friendship. A comfortable atmosphere settles between them as they continue their meeting over tea. Accepting their new bond, Ragnar asks Miana what favor she would like to request first. Miana's expression shifts into a determined and slightly mischievous smile.
Miana prepares to present her request, framing it as a favor between new friends.
Miana decisively places a stack of official-looking documents onto the table. Ragnar is bewildered as Miana presents documents concerning financial statements and an offshore bank. Ragnar questions the nature of the friendship favor while Miana gathers her complex paperwork. Holding her documents, Miana glows with satisfaction at the progress of her secret plans. In a sudden scene shift, a hand grips a white bedsheet in a moment of distress. A man with long red hair checks on Miana as she sits up in bed. Mina remains silent and introspective as narrative text notes that time waits for no one. The seasons change, and Miana looks out at the bright arrival of the summer sun. Sunflowers bloom brilliantly in front of a grand mansion under the clear summer sky.
A voice calls out to a boy named Luce to sit down near the water.
Miana hands Luce a slice of watermelon, teasingly warning him not to fall into the stream.
Sitting by the water, Miana reflects on how her health has improved since the previous year.
Miana jokes about moving to snowy mountains to escape the heat, shocking the young Luce. Luce looks at his watermelon with a somber and thoughtful expression. Miana listens as Luce shares his observations about the frequency of summer rain.
A memory shows Luce alone in a vast room, finding comfort in the sound of rain. Young Luce hugs a stuffed bear, reflecting his deep-seated loneliness and need for comfort.
Mina tells Luce that he has struggled to properly face and acknowledge his own emotions.
Miana observes that Luce has always found it difficult to express his inner thoughts.
Patting his head, Miana warns that bottling up feelings will eventually lead to overwhelming mistakes.
Miana encourages Luce to speak his mind freely without any fear or hesitation. Luce looks down at his watermelon, struggling to find the words to express himself. In a starry void, Luce admits his feelings weren't clearly defined as anger or sadness. Luce stares into the darkness, confessing that he feels completely trapped in his current situation. Luce admits that despite the repetition, his physical needs are met and he sleeps well.
Luce looks up with a renewed sense of hope and vulnerability.
Luce apologizes to Miana, expressing how much he values the lesson she has taught him. Miana takes his hand, reassuring Luce that there is absolutely no need for him to apologize. Miana explains that apologies should be reserved for actual wrongs, which Luce hasn't committed. Miana takes the blame herself, offering a sincere apology to the young boy. Embracing Louis, Miana expresses regret for her previous half-heartedness in helping him face his pain. They share a tender moment of mutual understanding and connection in the flowery garden.
A close-up of their joined hands emphasizes the strength of their growing bond.
Luce returns the embrace, finding emotional release in Miana's supportive and kind presence. Luce smiles happily while hugging Miana, mentioning a new feeling that has been growing lately. Under a full moon, Luce thinks about his deep desire to see Miana in the physical world. A powerful man with long dark hair and golden eyes looks on with a stern expression. The elder questions Mina's interest in an insignificant creature while she praises his immense capabilities.
Miana asks the elder to use his magic to find someone, promising her help in return.
The elder tells Miana to take her time, noting the many meals they have shared. Miana warns the black-haired man that if her condition worsens, finding the person might become impossible. The black-haired man points at a startled Miana, questioning if she doubts his promise to save her. Miana frantically denies any doubt, sweating as she wonders how she could ever dare to disbelieve him.
Sitting at a massive desk, the black-haired man calls Miana a smooth talker while she jokingly agrees.
A blunt refusal echoes through a flowery background as Miana's hopeful request is immediately shot down. Mina looks up with wide, sparkly eyes full of excitement and anticipation for the answer.
Mina deflates into a grumpy, pouting expression as the conversation takes a disappointing turn for her.
The black-haired man summons his Wyvern Legion, commanding them to find the person Miana is looking for. He grumbles about the difficulty of wishing magic, skeptical that it could ever be as easy as she thinks. Shooting stars streak across a cosmic sky as narrative text warns of the dangers of vague wishing magic. He warns that poorly handled magic causes gruesome results, while a terrified Miana begs him to stop.
Miana ponders the need for detailed info, noting Justin's bank work while dreading frequent dream diving.
A sudden realization strikes Miana, shifting her focus as she remembers something important regarding her plans. A lavish spread of cakes and tarts fills the table as a guest expresses gratitude for Mina's invitation. The green-haired maid pours tea, telling Miana that being invited to her party is such an honor. Mina beams with a joyful smile while holding her teacup, clearly delighted by the success of her gathering. Narrative bubbles suggest that tea parties are the ultimate method for gathering information from various different areas. Miana sips her tea as a guest mentions a rumor, catching her attention amidst the casual conversation. Miana spits out her tea in shock when a guest asks about her engagement to Duke Everdine.
The maid rushes to help Miana, who coughed violently while the other ladies watch the sudden commotion.
Miana recalls Justin picking out helpful ladies for her party, wondering if this specific outcome was intentional. A thought bubble emphasizes Miana's internal exclamation toward Justin, realizing the implications of his earlier suggestions. The maid offers a towel to a flustered Miana, who mentally questions Justin's motives for the guests. The ladies giggle about pure love, mentioning how the rumors of Miana's romantic relationship have already spread. Mina sinks into a dark background, horrified that her ward-sponsor dynamic is being viewed as a romance. A brown-haired girl with green eyes shyly asks Miana what it is like being with Duke Everdine. Miana is caught off guard by the question, her attention snapping toward the quiet girl across the table. Miana stares in shock at the girl, realizing she is a member of the reclusive Echart family.
The brown-haired girl, identified as the lady of the Echart family, nervously sips her tea while blushing.
Narrative text introduces Clare Echart, describing her as the lovely and mysterious lady from the Echart family.
Claire looks incredibly anxious, her face shaded with worry as she grips her teacup with trembling hands.
Miana wonders if Claire's unremarkable presence was a disguise or if she intentionally came to help. Miana smiles brightly, claiming the Grand Duke always makes sure she has plenty of things to do. The other ladies enthusiastically agree that they would also want to take care of someone like Miana. Miana sighs in relief as she gets the situation under control, while another guest prepares a new topic. Dark thorns surround a silhouette of a girl, illustrating the Mount Baron family's oppressive policy of isolating daughters.
Miana looks saddened by the news that some noble families merely use their children for business gains.
Miana notices an intense, lingering gaze coming from one of her guests, making her feel slightly uneasy. She can still feel their eyes on her even as she tries to focus on the other conversations. A sudden spark of magical static surrounds Miana as she reacts with wide-eyed surprise to an unexpected query. A thought bubble hangs in a void, questioning the identity and motives of the person she just noticed. Guests thank Miana for the day, while she feels as exhausted as a part-time worker at a cafe.
A close-up shows Claire's shoes as she tentatively approaches Miana to speak with her in private.
Claire calls out to Lady Cetus, who turns around in the sunset light to find the shy girl waiting.
Claire fidgets with her fingers, hesitating as she wonders if she should ask a very specific question. Claire looks Miana directly in the eyes under the golden sunset, asking if she believes in past lives. Miana stands frozen in utter shock, her pupils dilated as the heavy question echoes through her mind.
Panicking, Claire frantically apologizes and tries to take back her weird question, begging Miana to forget it.
Claire continues to blabber apologies while Miana stands stunned, unable to process the girl's sudden, bizarre confession. With a final panic goodbye and a deep bow, Claire turns and runs away, leaving Miana completely bewildered. Miana stands motionless in a state of shock following Lady Echart's sudden and panicked departure. Miana decides to delve into her dreams to investigate Lady Echart's suspicious behavior and curiosity.
Miana enters a dream where Luce happily greets her while he sits reading a book.
Miana and Luce share a joyful and warm embrace amidst a beautiful floral background dream.
Miana tells Luce she will return soon and encourages him to wait and play around. A thought bubble suggests a future trip to the mountains for some fun and relaxation.
Luce smiles brightly and promises to wait for Miana while he continues his studies nearby.
Miana smiles back with deep affection, clearly enjoying her time in the peaceful dream world. A thought bubble expresses how Luce seems to be getting more adorable with every day. Miana observes a paper airplane flying through the void and wonders where it could lead. Miana realizes the dreams of Lady Echart and Luce are connected as the plane travels.
Mina stands before a large glowing blue gate that stands alone in the vast void.
Looking through the gate, Miana wonders about Lady Echart's past and her current bad luck. Miana explores a dark hallway and wonders if the strange atmosphere is intentional or accidental. Miana excuses herself as she proceeds through the dark corridor under the bright crescent moon. Walking downstairs, Mina notes that everything here is unusually clear for a typical dream.
Miana stops suddenly as she notices light spilling out from a nearby open doorway ahead.
Miana hears someone crying in fear and wonders who could be in such deep distress. Peeking inside, Miana hears a kind voice offering comfort and reassurance that things will improve. Hearing a mention of children, Miana looks closer at the group huddling near the window. A woman huddles with children, promising they will be fine as they hide together safely. The woman vows to help them escape while Miana questions if they are trapped there. A hand holds a candle while a voice notes the arrival of the new woon.
A mysterious woman with a sinister smile is illuminated by candlelight as she speaks today.
Children express their fear, while a voice mockingly suggests the situation must feel quite good.
A speech bubble says Catherine as the dark background reflects a moment of great tension.
The mysterious woman stands with a companion and commands someone to come closer to her. In the real world, Russell asks Miana if she saw Madame Aperta in her dream. Russell questions Miana's messy research while she explains her need for more information about dreams. Miana reflects on the planetarium's knowledge and her desire to check the study earlier today. Miana finds a magazine article from 15 years ago featuring a couple at their mansion.
The article details Madame Aperta's history, her wealth, and her later support for local orphans.
Miana questions the woman's true nature and why Lady Echart appeared in the recent dream. Lord Russell suggests that Miana might be imagining things and that it isn't entirely real. Recalling Luz's intense reaction, Miana remains convinced the dream was far too realistic to ignore. Miana arrives at a large estate, claiming she is only there to check things out. While planning to inspect the house structure, Miana is suddenly startled by an unexpected sight. Mina's eyes widen in surprise as she reacts with shock to what she has discovered.
Miana spots Lord Russell at the site and wonders why he is there as well today.
Miana runs toward Russell, scolding him for acting alone and leaving her behind without warning. Stopping to catch her breath, Miana is confused by the strange situation she has entered.
A hooded figure huddles and trembles as Miana looks on with a completely bewildered expression. Russell explains the person was acting suspiciously, while Miana realizes the kid's true identity suddenly.
Miana argues the person is her age, but Russell warns that assassins start very young.
Miana asks Russell to let the child go, revealing she knows who they are finally. The girl reveals herself as Lady Echart and shyly greets Mina as her title, Lady Citus. Lord Russell holds the trembling girl while Miana reaffirms that she knows her identity clearly. Russell looks confused and asks Miana how she knows the mysterious and trembling hooded girl. Miana greets Lady Echart warmly, noting the surprise of seeing her at this specific location. Lady Echart looks up in surprise, while Lord Russell reacts with a shocked, comical expression.
Claire apologizes profusely, while Russell notes her previous suspicious look has completely vanished.
Russell clarifies his earlier actions as a flustered Claire and Miana share an awkward, nervous moment.
Recalling her earlier sighting, Miana realizes the hooded girl was definitely not alone at the time. Mina looks away pensively while the others stand nearby on the sunlit cobblestone path.
The narrative focuses on the grand estate, identifying it clearly as Madame Aperta's mansion.
Russell questions Miana's safety alone while she casually reassures him that everything is perfectly fine.
Miana observes Claire's hand, realizing Russell actually failed to catch the girl earlier today.
A close-up of Miana's glowing eyes highlights her observation that Russell handled Claire roughly. Claire timidly asked Miana what business could have possibly brought her to this specific location.
Miana declares she is here to meet Madame Aperta, prompting Claire to ask why. A flustered chibi Claire frantically explains she wasn't trying to pry, just worried for Miana.
Miana reveals her plan for a sponsorship project and her need to consult the Madame. Miana wonders why Justin doesn't have a sponsorship project despite his busy and important role. Miana turns the question back on Claire, asking why she is traveling without any guards. Claire fidgets nervously, explaining that her guards usually do not accompany her on personal travels. Miana reflects on how Claire's dream gate was located near Luce's gate in her dream. Miana questions if Luce is connected to the mansion while Claire looks on with confusion. Miana worries if her questioning was rude, but a panicked Claire quickly denies any offense. A close-up shows Claire looking somber and determined as the weight of the moment settles. Claire stands framed by flowers, looking elegant yet burdened by her own secret mission. Mina looks focused, wondering if Claire has a specific task she feels she must complete. Miana considers the possibility that Claire approached her with some sort of hidden, ulterior motive. Miana reaches out, her hand glowing slightly as she questions the truth of the situation. Miana offers a radiant, confident smile that masks her inner calculations regarding their current mission. Claire suggests they proceed inside together, setting the stage for their encounter with the Madame. A close-up shows a hand holding the rolled recommendation letter needed for their entry. A bubble promises that despite their sudden visit, the mansion staff will welcome them. Miana glows with confidence, holding the scroll that guarantees their access to the Madame's estate. The narrative confirms that Justin provided the recommendation letter along with the address earlier today. Justin is shown writing with a quill, demanding an explanation from Miana for her actions. Standing before the grand entrance, Miana is impressed by the sheer size of the mansion. Inside, Miana wonders if the Madame lives alone in a house larger than her home. A polite butler greets the group, and Miana assures him that their presence is fine.
The gray-haired butler looks toward them with a calm and welcoming expression on his face.
As they enter, Miana notes the butler is new and wasn't present in her dreams. The butler asks for their tea preferences, while Miana replies that she likes anything sweet. The butler promises to prepare the tea immediately and exits through a large door. The trio sits in the lavish drawing room as Russell looks on with a stern expression. Russell shouts about Miana's hair and behavior, while she calmly asserts that she has plans. Miana explains they must appear cute and harmless, while Russell questions her claim of cuteness. Miana reflects on the situation's complexities, noting that a high-stakes game has finally begun. Miana places her hand over Claire's, stressing the absolute necessity of hiding their true intentions. Narrative text highlights that Clare Echart is currently the person holding all the cards. Miana encourages Claire to stay strong because they must win this upcoming social encounter together. Chibi Miana tells Claire that she must explain everything that happened if they emerge victorious. Madame Aperta approaches with a click of her heels, apologizing for keeping guests waiting. Claire and Miana turn toward the voice, anticipating their first meeting with the rumored lady.
The elegant Madame Aperta enters the room, followed closely by her attentive and silent butler.
Madame Aperta smiles beautifully, her purple hair and red eyes creating a striking, sophisticated image. Mina offers a cheerful greeting to the mistress of the house, beginning their meeting.
Miana raises her hand with a sharp and energetic gesture. Miana introduces herself loudly, clearly stating her name and noble family. Miana flatters Madame Aperta, claiming she is even more beautiful than her portrait. Miana introduces Clare while lying about her status as Clare feels socially isolated.
Miana internally observes that the Grand Duke truly cherishes the lady.
The narrative notes Clare's open observation of Miana as they sit together. Miana notices the butler and begins to question his true identity.
Miana studies the butler's face, finding his features strangely and intensely familiar.
Miana starts coughing violently and apologizes for suddenly feeling unwell.
Madame Aperta questions Mina's visit while Mina insists she will not leave.
Russell attempts to join the conversation, but Miana hesitates to include him. Madame Aperta commands the butler to take the other two guests elsewhere. Russell refuses to depart, expressing his concern about leaving the girls alone.
Miana provides Russell with a secret directive to investigate the mansion and Clare.
Russell realizes Miana manipulated the situation and expresses his frustration internally.
Russell reluctantly agrees to the plan and prepares to exit the room.
The drawing room becomes still and quiet after the men have departed. Madame Aperta asks Miana what specific advice she is seeking today. Madame Aperta takes on a sinister aura as she demands the details. Miana concludes that Madame Aperta is definitely scheming something suspicious. Miana realizes her plan requires her to notice the Madame's true goals.
Tea is poured into a delicate cup as their private meeting begins.
Madame Aperta and Miana sit alone together in the large drawing room. Madame Aperta suggests that they finally get down to their actual business. Miana explains her fake history of illness and the family struggles it caused. Mina mentions how cool someone looked while the Madame listens with interest. Miana shares her desire to start a sponsorship project, praising Justin's awesome planning. Madame Aperta claims she anticipated Miana would make such a proposal. Mina explains her unique sponsorship vision while noting the Duke's strictness. Miana recalls horrifying details of children being locked up for monthly rituals. Miana concludes that the suspicious activities must be related to magical experiments. Miana claims her illness is actually a secret related to suppressed magical power. Madame Aperta realizes that the condition cannot be transferred to other people. Madame Aperta accepts the explanation, while Miana celebrates her successful deception. Madame Aperta asks if the condition is cured, but Miana maintains her lie. Miana describes her struggles with magic while the Madame expresses false sympathy. Madame Aperta claims she understands and only wants to help needy children. Madame Aperta decides she cannot ignore Miana's request for assistance. Madame Aperta promises to provide as much help as her limits allow.
A formal invitation is revealed amidst a background of pomegranate branches.
Miana looks shocked and wonders if she can truly accept the offer. They discuss the secrecy of their meeting and the difficulty of getting recommendations. Madame Aperta reassures Miana that the hidden invitation is safe from exposure. Madame Aperta suggestively asks if they should finally bring back the other guests. Miana agrees and decides it is time for her to head back home. Russell returns and grumbles about waiting while Miana asks if he waited long. Miana offers a final thanks to the mistress of the house. The group departs the grand mansion as the sun begins to set. Walking home, Miana notes the difficulty of navigating the crowded estate. Russell reports watching Clare during her washroom break while Clare looks ominous. Vibrant pink symbols burst across the screen, marking a sudden and dramatic shift in the scene. Two hands reach out and meet, their fingers intertwining gently against a soft, floral background.
Clare asks Miana why she is interested in this dangerous place as they stand in the garden.
Desperate, Clare grips Mina's hands tightly and begs her to please stop her investigation immediately. Clare warns Miana that her poor health and qualities make her the perfect target for the Madame. Miana notes that the warning is unsettling without a reason, while Russell reacts with surprise.
Clare stares downward with an expression of deep distress and visible anxiety on her troubled face.
Clare warns that the Madame is truly dangerous before preparing to share a personal, secret reason. Clare reveals she was an experimental victim in her past life, while Miana reacts with shock. Trembling with fear, Clare mentions the lingering side effects she still suffers from those magical experiments. The girl explains that the deep shock of the past is something she simply cannot forget. A vision from the past shows a girl lying motionless in a dark and void-like abyss. Clare remembers sensing Miana's magical abilities and the Elder's power, which led her to approach them.
Looking at Russell, Clare explains she suspected Miana also possessed memories of a past life.
Miana smiles, reflecting on how profound it feels to find someone similar in this disconnected world.
A small, simplified version of Clare stands alone against a muted and quiet evening background. Surrounded by soft yellow flowers, Clare looks elegant, yet deeply burdened by her tragic past. Clare reaches out and strongly advises Miana not to get any more involved in this. Clare warns that something bad will happen because the Madame will do anything to catch prey.
Miana looks on solemnly, realizing that the state the other girl is in is pure fear. Floating in a starry void, Miana realizes Clare is selflessly pushing her away despite her own situation. Reassuringly, Miana takes Clare's hands and declares she has no intention of backing down now.
Miana thinks it is good the madam noticed her, but in angry, Russell and Clare disagree.
Russell looks down at the girls and demands to know what could possibly be good about this. Miana smiles, thinking that if the madame is caught red-handed, she must admit to the charges.
Russell argues that breaking into the mansion is a crime and wants to catch them cleanly.
Miana smiles confidently despite Russell's visible frustration and the clenched fist shown in the foreground. Turning toward her companions, Miana asks them to trust her plan just this one time. Bathed in golden sunset light, Miana confidently asserts that she has her own reasons for this.
A close-up of Russell's intense blue eye shows his deep concern and suspicion toward Miana's plan.
Russell asks if she is planning on getting kidnapped, while Miana looks back with a smile.
Miana offers a serene, knowing smile that does little to ease Russell's visible and growing worries.
Russell questions her motives again, while a chibi Miana denies looking like someone who gets kidnapped.
Russell declares he will stick to her and never let go, regardless of her ridiculous plan.
Miana admits she briefly considered the reckless method, while the others glare at her with sharp eyes. Miana tells them to calm down, arguing the madame wouldn't dare kidnap Duke Everdine's fiancé. Miana explains that her status and the Elder's protection make kidnapping her a nearly impossible task. Narrative text suggests the madame targets orphans because they are easier to handle without consequences. A vision shows the madame in her laboratory, having failed to produce results for over a decade. Claire suggests experiments might have ended, but Miana points out the madame's interest in her symptoms. Mina concludes the madame is desperate and burning with frustration to find a successful test subject. Mina realizes she is the perfect test subject that the madame would want to get her hands on.
Russell holds up 3 fingers, sternly emphasizing the count of something important during their tense discussion.
Mina holds up a peace sign, confident in her ability to handle the upcoming confrontation.
Miana reflects that the madame couldn't strike during their first meeting because of Lord Russell's presence. A rolled scroll tied with a red ribbon floats above Miana during her quiet contemplation.
Miana explains that the madame will prepare thoroughly for what she views as her one last chance.
A giant madame looms over a chessboard, planning to defeat Russell and manipulate the future duchess.
Miana clutches her chest, noting the madame will strike again during the upcoming new moon phase.
Miana mentions they have hidden cards, but a panicked Clare continues to worry about the danger. Clare expresses that every person residing in that mansion was far from normal.
Clare recalls how the staff, including the butler, changed to prevent anyone from escaping.
A flashback reveals a boy getting caught and suffering while trying to escape the mansion. Miana clenches her dress, assuring herself that she is fine because Lord Russell is present. A radiant smile from Miana brightens the scene amidst a backdrop of colorful, blooming flowers. Clare looks toward Miana with hesitation, her expression revealing deep worry about their dangerous mission.
A close-up shot focuses on Claire's trembling, clasped hands as she struggles with her anxiety.
Claire offers to help while Russell expresses frustration about protecting 2 people at once. Claire insists on being helpful, acknowledging Russell's protective nature toward Mina's high social status. Claire points out that Miana and Russell have likely noticed why she travels without bodyguards.
A floral thought bubble contains a solemn promise that she will not be a burden.
Reaching out with determination, Claire pleads to be allowed to participate in the upcoming mission. Miana reflects on sensing intent from the madame that isn't typical anger or murderous desire. Mina points out that she is unsure of what tricks the madame will use for capture. Russell warns that prioritizing Mina's safety might inadvertently put the other lady in significant danger. A close-up captures a hand glowing with a soft, magical light and shimmering aura. A thought bubble expresses Mina's intent to count on Lady Echart for the task ahead. Lord Russell stands confidently behind the 2 girls as they share a moment of resolve. Narrative text highlights how Lady Echart's help allowed them to gather internal information and layouts. The scene shifts to the drawing room where Miana discusses the logistics of child sponsorship. A narrative bubble emphasizes the goal of aggravating the madame as much as possible today. From across the drawing room, Madame Aparta warns that direct sponsorship could endanger the children. Madame Aparta looks at Miana, subtly suggesting that the girl might want to reconsider her proposal. A close-up captures the madame's sinister and smug smirk during their high-stakes private discussion. Madame Aparta claims that no one would blame Miana if she decided to back out. Mina sits calmly, noting that the madame still responds with patience despite her provocations. Madame Aparta warns Miana that her companion might still report her secret activities to the Duke. Mina explains that she hasn't heard from the Duke or exchanged letters with him recently. Madame Echart offers false reassurance about the Duke's feelings to keep Miana engaged.
Mina notices the Madame hasn't taken the bait and decides to increase the pressure.
Miana mentions her father will become suspicious if she continues to return home so late.
Miana expresses worry that the Duke's busy schedule will soon end her rebellion. Madame Echart suggests that they discuss personal hobbies instead of sponsorship during Miana's next visit.
Miana enthusiastically agrees to return in a few days, while noting the Madame's growing sense of anxiety. The butler enters the room and addresses the Madame, referring to her as his master.
Miana pauses and observes the butler as he speaks privately with the mistress of the house.
A close-up of Mina's eyes shows her intense focus and suspicion regarding the butler's identity. Shimmering text against a cloudy sky announces that their third meeting is fast approaching. Standing by the rose garden, Russell asks Miana why she is going this far. Russell questions Miana's motives while they stand before the grand entrance of the mansion. Miana asks Russell if he always asks for reasons whenever he chooses to save someone. Miana offers a serene smile as she suggests that her motivations are similarly uncomplicated. A montage shows the various people who have saved Miana or given her hope before.
Miana looks toward Clare, reinforcing their shared bond as they approach the dangerous estate.
Mina asserts her confidence, claiming she has prepared for every possible scenario they might encounter.
Miana struggles to remember a name, eventually identifying the butler as a boy named Samuel.
A dark vision reveals the Madame using magic on a frightened boy in her laboratory.
Mina realizes the butler was brainwashed while Lady Echart was trapped in the mansion.
Miana suggests they head inside to meet the Madame while her thoughts linger on Samuel.
The gray-haired butler welcomes them, while Miana reflects that all the children looked like Luce.
Reflecting on her journey, Miana realizes the gravity of the situation they have entered.
The gray-haired butler invites Miana inside while she bids a temporary farewell to Clare. Stepping into the darkness, Miana resolves to save the victims trapped within these walls.
Miana stands alone in the vast, quiet corridor as she prepares for her private meeting. The brown-haired girl asks if Miana is referring to Jack from her traumatic past life. Miana confirms the identity while keeping her focus on the butler's unsettlingly robotic demeanor.
Russell asks if Miana has been watching the butler for signs of magical brainwashing.
Miana explains that the lady's reactions confirm her suspicions about the butler's compromised free will. Miana observes that magical brainwashing typically fades quickly if the victim maintains their own will.
The name of the past victim echoes through Miana's thoughts as the truth begins to unravel.
A close-up reveals Miana's realization that the butler's true identity is a boy named Samuel.
A grim flashback reveals a group of terrified children huddled together behind cold iron bars.
Miana remembers a boy who managed to find laughter even in their most desperate moments. Despite his injuries, the young boy shares his meager bread with a smile on his face.
Miana looks at the current butler, noting the haunting absence of his former energetic personality.
Clasping her hands in determination, Miana declares the absolute necessity of setting the butler free.
Bathed in a radiant light, Miana prepares to execute the next phase of her plan.
Clare looks toward Miana with tearful eyes, deeply moved by her companion's bravery and kindness.
Russell agrees to the strategy as they prepare to split up within the grand estate.
The perspective shifts to the grand hall, where the group has been expected for some time.
A close-up of moving feet suggests the group is heading toward the reception room.
The butler opens a heavy door, inviting the guests to finally meet with the Madame.
Miana remains silent and focused as she prepares to face the mistress of the house.
Russell and Miana part ways for a short while, promising to meet up again soon.
Miana walks alone through the lavish reception room, her footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence.
A hand reaches out as malevolent red magic suddenly fills the once quiet drawing room. Miana sarcastically notes the hostile greeting as she prepares herself for the inevitable magical ambush. Miana wonders if the lack of noise outside means the room is under an isolation spell.
Miana reaches into her pocket, pulling out a glowing green gem to use for her defense.
Two faceted magical stones, one blue and one green, shimmer against a soft floral background. Narrative text explains the stones allow the companions to track each other's status and location.
Miana realizes something is wrong when her magical stone fails to show any typical reaction.
A hooded assassin lunges from the shadows while Miana questions why the stones remain silent.
A powerful barrier erupts, repelling the attacker and leaving him shocked by the sudden defense.
Miana cowers as the barrier deflects multiple heavy strikes, completely protecting her from the assault.
Looking at the fallen attacker, Miana expresses her shock and confusion at the sudden violence.
The Elder's barrier crushes the assassin under immense weight while Miana asks if he is okay.
Mina scoffs at the attackers, wondering who was foolish enough to think they could mess with her.
Miana reminds herself that while she handles the Madame, Clare is searching the rest of the building. Referencing the map she created, Miana navigates through the mansion's intricate and dangerous layout. Miana confirms she has reached the correct location as she prepares to uncover a secret.
Miana identifies a specific concentration of magic hidden within the third brick of the fireplace.
Miana playfully considers breaking the brick despite claiming to be nothing more than a weak child. A fire roars in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the target of Miana's investigation.
Miana recoils as a sudden explosion of fire and debris erupts from the fireplace area.
Swirling magical symbols and intense flames fill the room as the hidden mechanism is forcefully triggered. A massive impact shatters the floor and walls, revealing a path that was once hidden. Standing amidst the rubble, a bewildered Miana notes she didn't even have to do anything. The broken brick reveals a secret passage, while Miana continues to question the initial attack's origin.
Miana enters the dark tunnel, wondering if a sound-blocking spell covers the entire sinister mansion.
Miana grows anxious, realizing that silence in the mansion puts her at a disadvantage.
Miana hears a child's desperate sobbing and calls out for their mother in distress.
Recognizing she must stay calm, Miana worries about her stamina and inability to call out.
Clenching her fist, Miana resolves to hold out and finish the mission despite her condition.
Amidst glowing flowers, Miana promises she will eventually arrive to save the victims.
Miana's eyes burn with determination as she prepares to face the dangers ahead.
Miana approaches the source of the crying, wondering if the children are nearby.
The sounds of gasping and sobbing intensify as Miana moves deeper into the corridor.
In a dark, shadowed corner, Miana discovers several children huddling together in terror. A small window allows moonlight to illuminate the cold brick walls of the children's cell.
Behind heavy iron bars, the group of children trembles and sobs in the darkness.
A close-up of Mina's eye shows her shock upon seeing the imprisoned orphans. Mina stands before a crying boy in a dark void, reflecting on her past experiences.
Shaking off her memories, Miana reminds herself that Luce is not in this place.
Miana greets the children and declares she is here to save them immediately.
Smiling through the bars, Miana reassures the frightened children that she is a friend. A terrified boy urges Miana to flee, but she insists on completing her rescue.
A dark-haired man looms in the shadows, asking if she truly came for the kids.
Miana flinches and looks back in fear as a presence suddenly appears behind her.
The man questions Miana's intentions while she stares up at him with visible shock.
In a flashback, Miana meets with Lady Cetus and others to discuss a favor. Lady Cetus asks Miana to look out for Jack if she finds him first. Miana looks toward Lady Cetus, taking the request to heart during their meeting. A large blue symbol appears, signaling a heavy movement or a significant shift. Back in the prison, Miana shields the children from the mysterious dark-haired man. Mina panics, realizing she didn't hear him approach, and fears a sudden magical attack. Chibi Miana worries that the Elder's powerful barrier might accidentally hurt the man.
Miana feels awkward but decides she cannot cause a scene after being asked for help.
Miana holds out her arms and asks the man to refrain from attacking for now. Miana observes the man, noting that the Elder's barrier will kill him if he attacks.
The man looks at Miana with suspicion, asking if she really heard him correctly. Noting his hesitation, Miana confirms her goal while he questions her source of power. Miana asserts her independence and wonders if she needs to prove her capabilities.
Miana suspects the man isn't brainwashed because he hasn't attacked and seems deeply conflicted.
Miana insists she can escape, while the man watches her with a skeptical expression. The man asks how she can be so certain she won't end up trapped too.
The man warns her about staying out of her sight as Miana stands her ground.
Miana senses his despair but maintains her resolve to escape the mansion's influence. Looking at the estate, Miana declares that the entire place will fall today. Miana promises the man she will ensure he leaves the mansion on his own. Surrounded by glowing flowers, Miana smiles and challenges the man to stop her.
The man grits his teeth, his expression showing intense frustration or internal struggle.
Calling her words nonsense, the man raises his hand and prepares to strike.
Mina cowers and asks him to go easy on her if he must attack.
The man swings his weapon, unleashing a violent arc of energy that fills the screen.
A massive explosion of light occurs as the attack shatters the iron cell bars. Miana coughs as dust fills the air following the sudden and powerful strike. The man tells Miana to follow him, walking away from the now open prison cell.
The man explains there are more children and warns she must hurry to save them. Miana looks on in surprise as the man urges her to bring the children alone.
Miana instructs the orphans to hold each other's hands and stay close behind her for safety.
The children express fear of the butler, who tells them to follow him quietly and quickly.
Miana encourages the group to hold hands and proceed carefully through the dark stone corridor.
Jack notes Mina's decisive nature, questioning if saving the children was her primary goal all along.
Jack observes Miana chose to stay for others. She clarifies she is not here to be saved.
Miana claims her motives aren't grand, but a dark, magical presence suddenly interrupts her train of thought. Madame Aperta emerges from the shadows, surprised to find Miana acting so sneakily behind her back.
Looming with a sinister aura, the Madame mocks Miana for her failed attempt at a secret rescue.
Miana and Jack recoil in shock as the mistress of the house confronts them in the hallway. Miana attempts to maintain her composure, offering a casual greeting to the approaching and dangerous Madame Aperta. Madame Aperta notes her absence at the door and questions why she isn't in the laboratory.
The Madame demands an explanation for the children's presence and asks about the location of Mina's companion.
Madame Aperta finds Mina's true, knowledgeable nature fascinating now that their charade has finally come to an end. Mina questions her own performance, while the Madame mocks Duke Everdine for choosing such a reckless fiancé.
Madame Aperta labels Miana a foolish child with eyes that are clearly filled with a deep desire. A vision of Clare appears as the Madame claims both girls want something from within her mansion. Madame Aperta finds it impressive that Miana no longer bothers to hide her intentions from her captor. Madame boasts of her own hidden advantages, but Miana retorts by citing her influence as a duchess.
The scene shifts momentarily as Mina pauses to reconsider who might be protecting the Madame's interests.
A mental image of the Emperor appears as Miana wonders if he is the Madame's secret. Miana realizes the Emperor's involvement would be problematic, but trusts in the ultimate power of solid evidence. Madame Aperta questions when Jack and Miana became so close and mocks his desire to help her.
The Madame leans in close to Jack, mocking him for helping a child after betraying her trust.
Jack's hand trembles in fear while the Madame coldly warns him against throwing a fit during this. Mina watches in shock as the Madame exerts her dominance over the visibly trembling and terrified butler.
Madame Aperta dismisses Jack's protest, stating that a disobedient child who ignores their master deserves severe punishment.
The Madame claims Jack doesn't stand a chance, noting that subjects always rebel at least once.
Madame Aperta turns her back to the group, suggesting it is time for a completely honest discussion. Wearing a confident smirk, the Madame prepares to present Miana with a new and dangerous offer. Miana looks on with intense suspicion, anticipating a manipulative negotiation from the cruel mistress of the house. Madame Aperta admits she isn't easily deceived, but acknowledges the truth regarding Miana's ongoing health condition.
The Madame explains Mina's illness is caused by her body's inability to process and accept magical energy.
Gesturing with a glowing hand, Madame Aperta claims mundane medicine is useless for Miana's specific magical ailment. Madame Aperta declares herself the only person capable of curing Miana's illness through her specialized magical research. Mina retorts by calling her a mad scientist who masks her kidnapping experiments as legitimate magical research. Madame Aperta asserts her superiority, claiming she has successfully achieved what all other magicians and doctors could not. The Madame stands triumphantly before Jack, boastfully announcing that she has finally accomplished her long-term research goals. Madame Aperta reveals her research involves extracting magical power from individuals and implanting it into a new person. The Madame identifies Jack as her first successful subject, while he looks away with a pained expression. Jack argues that her experiments are failures because she is using poor vessels for her cruel magical goals. Miana mentions the children who died. The Madame asks where she heard such a horrific and specific detail. Madame Aperta moves forward with a steady click of her heels, asking if they should finally proceed. The Madame offers to release every child in the mansion if Miana follows through with her experiment. Madame Aperta asks if her proposal is fair, while Miana remains silent and visibly tense. Miana reacts with disbelief and anger at the Madame's audacity and her cruel, manipulative conditions. Miana questions the Madame's willingness to hold the children's lives as collateral for her selfish manipulation. Madame Aperta warns that the safety of the children depends entirely on Miana accepting her experimental offer. Realizing she's being cornered, Miana struggles with the immense pressure of protecting the frightened orphans. Miana firmly rejects the idea of a proposal, identifying the Madame's words as a direct threat. Madame Aperta remains unfazed, claiming she is far too powerful to be affected by Miana's threats. Mina offers a confident thumbs up and a bright smile while remaining calm during the confrontation. Madame Aperta mocks Mina's accusations as a threat, while expressing disappointment that her own sincerity is unrecognized. Calling Jack by name, Madame Aperta looks on with glowing red eyes and orders him to capture the children. Jack swings a sword toward the group, but Miana pulls the children into a protective embrace. While Miana worries for the children's safety, Clare calls out for Samuel to pull himself together immediately. Samuel strikes with his sword, but the blow is deflected by a shimmering green magical shield. Clare steps forward to block the attacker with a barrier while protecting Miana and the frightened children. Still maintaining her defensive position, Clare looks back and asks Miana if she is feeling all right. Clare offers a playful smile, admitting she might be arriving just a few moments too late to help. In a chibi thought bubble, Clare explains she got lost but rushed over immediately upon seeing Miana. Clare mentions Lord Russell is coming as Samuel warns Miana to watch out for the danger ahead.
Samuel unleashes a pained yell as he lunges toward the two girls with his heavy blade.
Claire explains Jack is currently under the Madame's mind control, which intensifies through direct eye contact. A thought bubble notes the mind control becomes stronger while Samuel trembles under the dark magical influence. Claire says Samuel will regain his senses once the control is lifted because he previously tried to help.
Mina points toward the struggling butler and urgently warns Claire to watch his eyes during the fight. Miana orders Claire to cover Samuel's eyes, and the girl quickly uses her magic to intervene.
Samuel groans in agony as the bright magical light begins to disrupt the Madame's dark influence. Mina is pleased with the progress, while Claire focuses her energy on neutralizing the butler's possessions.
While Miana prioritizes the children, the Madame's voice questions Jack's actions as he struggles with the control.
Madame Aperta warns that other children will suffer if Jack fails, reminding him of those who dive.
The Madame evokes the children's screams to torment Samuel, while Claire tells him to ignore the lies. The Madame asks Samuel if he is thinking of running away, mocking his desire for freedom.
Madame Aperta explains her experiment will continue and another child will take Jack's place if he escapes. Mina interrupts the cruel speech, shouting for the Madame to stop her manipulative and heartless lies.
Miana shouts that she can only listen to nonsense for so long, questioning the Madame's own courage.
Miana points an accusatory finger, stating the Madame is at fault and should not blame a child.
Miana asks for sound-blocking magic, but both Claire and the other lady admit they cannot provide it. Miana tells Claire to protect the children while she personally goes to shut the Madame's mouth. Miana charges ahead toward the Madame despite Claire's desperate and frantic warnings that it is too dangerous.
A close-up shows a glowing hand reaching out as Miana prepares to strike at her enemy.
Miana lunges through the air, but her attack is suddenly halted by the Madame's invisible defensive barrier.
Miana grunts in pain after hitting the floor, shocked by the effectiveness of the Madame's powerful barrier. Madame Aperta laughs, telling Samuel his protectors will die, and the children resent his very existence.
The Madame mocks Samuel's hesitation as Miana stares at him, realizing the depth of his mental struggle.
Samuel collapses under the weight of his guilt and the intense magical pressure from the Madame's control. A soothing song begins to play as lyrics describe the moon going down for a baby. Claire sings a gentle melody, urging her baby not to cry even if the moon hides away. In a flashback, Claire sings to a young Samuel through the iron bars of their cold prison. The Madame reminds Samuel his life was spared for the children, while a young Samuel begs for mercy. Samuel rejects the Madame's command as Claire's voice breaks through the darkness, asking if he can hear her. Other children observe Samuel as Claire tells them not to be too hard on the sleeping boy. Younger Claire invites Samuel to sit and offers to sing a song while the orphans huddle again. The lyrics promise that even if the moon hides, a child should sleep peacefully and not cry. The song continues, describing the moon rising again to warmly wrap the children in its soft light. Claire's song concludes with the promise that the moon will watch over them while Samuel finally smiles.
In the present, Claire gently cups Samuel's face, her warmth and music finally reaching his fractured soul.
Surrounded by glowing flowers, Claire calls out Samuel's name with a look of pure relief and kindness.
Claire pulls Samuel into a tight embrace, assuring him that she does not blame him for his actions. Claire continues to hold him, repeatedly telling Samuel that none of the tragedy was ever his fault.
Miana, Claire, and Samuel share a warm, imagined moment of joy with the other children.
Claire gently embraces Samuel, assuring him that he no longer needs to stay in this place.
Tears fall onto the cold stone floor as Samuel finally begins to process his long-awaited freedom.
Samuel breaks down in Claire's arms, letting out a pained cry as his emotional walls crumble.
Mina and the children watch in silence as the group finds a brief moment of peace. Miana reflects that Claire's comfort is the only real thing she can offer the suffering butler. Miana admits to herself that she was unable to provide the emotional support Samuel truly needed. Darkness suddenly falls as Madame Aperta prepares a desperate magical strike, catching Russell and Miana off guard.
Russell calls out to Miana as the hallway is swallowed by an oppressive and sudden magical gloom.
Russell asks Miana if she is hurt, and she quickly confirms she is perfectly fine despite the shock.
Madame Aperta prepares a powerful orb of blue energy, frustrated that her valuable subject is being taken.
Miana flinches as the Madame unleashes her power, but a sudden shift in energy stops the attack. Miana looks around in confusion, noticing that the expected impact never came, and the air feels different.
Standing alone in the shadows, Miana questions the source of the strange, rumbling noise echoing around her.
Miana wonders if the Elder's barrier failed just as a mysterious, glowing blonde woman appears before her. The blonde woman mocks the group as foolish beings whose long punishment will only end at the conclusion. Miana is stunned by the newcomer and asks the important-looking lady to simply ignore her for now.
The blonde woman leans in close, examining Miana with an air of intense and ancient curiosity.
The mysterious lady goes full bloodhound, sniffing out the child's hidden and familiar magical connections.
The woman reveals she appeared because she recognized a familiar scent, identifying Miana as a specific contractor. The blonde lady mentions sensing one of her own kin, subtly referring to the power of the elder. Miana realizes the woman is talking about the elder and wonders if she is also a dragon.
Light shimmers around the blonde woman as she addresses Miana simply as an interesting child. The woman explains her manifestation exists solely to protect her contractor and eliminate any immediate threats. She notes Miana is unique for being under her kin's protection without being the actual summoner.
Amused by Miana, the blonde woman decides to act on a whim as she touches her head. Thanking Miana for the brief amusement, the woman wishes her luck as she begins to fade away.
The mysterious lady urges Miana not to lose her way as she disappears into brilliant, swirling light.
The manifestation shatters like glass while Miana reaches out, shouting that she wasn't ready to let go. The scene fragments as the ancient presence departs, leaving Miana reeling from the intensity of the encounter. Russell catches Miana as she stumbles, urgently calling her name after the massive magical shift ends. Russell holds Miana steady as she looks around, trying to regain her bearings in the dark hallway.
Russell asks if she is all right while Miana remains dazed by the blonde woman's sudden departure. Russell continues to check on Miana as Claire remains protective of Samuel and the frightened orphans.
Miana groans in pain, feeling the lingering after-effects of the massive and chaotic magical energy.
Madame Aperta recoils in shock, watching as a surge of light and energy washes over Miana.
A sudden, violent impact occurs, and a pained scream echoes through the dark, cold corridor.
Miana struggles to stay upright, clutching her chest as the magical pressure finally begins to dissipate. Blood spatters across the stone floor as a pained grunt signals a devastating injury to their enemy. Madame Aperta collapses against the wall, coughing up blood as her own power seemingly backfires upon her. The Madame glares.
Miana stares back with determination, while Russell keeps a firm and protective hand on her shoulder. Madame Aperta is a mess of blood and frustration as the darkness around her begins to fade.
Russell warns Miana to look at the Madame's eyes, questioning why she would even want to help her. Miana looks toward Claire and Samuel, noting that she didn't expect the battle to end this way.
A close-up shows the Madame's hand, stained with blood as she struggles to remain conscious on the floor.
Mina realizes the Madame's current state is a catastrophic side effect of her own failed magical experiments.
Bleeding and desperate, Madame Aperta laments that her research might have succeeded if she had chosen differently.
A vision of the Madame's past shows her in a grand ballroom, reflecting on the life she desired. Russell tells the defeated Madame to be cautious, standing firmly between her and the rescued orphans.
Madame Aperta collapses on the cold floor as Russell and Miana look down at her.
Bleeding from her mouth, Madame Aperta leans against the wall and admits the situation.
Madame Aperta confesses to succumbing to temptation and making a grave mistake with her research.
Narrated text explains that the matter regarding Madame Aperta was quietly settled behind closed doors.
Justin arrives to rescue Miana, who expresses her deep gratitude for his timely intervention.
Seeing Justin, Mina finally relaxes and collapses as he carries her away from the estate.
Justin holds an exhausted Miana, noting that the dangerous ordeal has finally come to an end.
Back at the mansion, Justin slams his hand onto the documents detailing the investigation's results. Justin mentions a significant development in the case while Miana is identified as the reporter.
Holding her teacup with trembling hands, Miana expresses profound relief that the crisis is over.
Miana admits she needed help and explains her precaution of writing the letter left-handed.
Justin gives Miana a chilling look while she laughs nervously about her secret and dangerous plan. Justin dismisses her excuses, stating that her safety was the most important point all along.
Justin notes that the components of Miana's medication have been adjusted to be significantly stronger. Justin calls her solo mission a problem, but Miana argues she had favorable conditions this time.
Miana claims her dragon-gifted artifact provided much better protection than the one Justin had previously given.
Miana credits the help of Lord Russell and Lady Echart for understanding the mansion's layout.
Justin questions if she is boasting about her preparation after taking such a reckless risk. An awkward silence follows as Chibi Miana realizes she might have overstepped during her explanation.
Justin moves on, mentioning that Lord Russell kept the servants alive for the official investigation. The investigation reveals that the servants participated willingly and showed no traces of magical brainwashing.
Justin notes the servants are staying silent despite participating in the crimes of their own accord.
Miana suddenly recalls an important detail as she sits across from the Duke in the hall. Miana places a golden artifact on the table, revealing it has a hidden recording function. Justin observes that the partial recording is sufficient to prove the Madame's many heinous crimes.
Justin admits he did not expect Lord Russell to join Mina's efforts to stop the Madame.
Justin asks how she persuaded him to help, and Miana begins to recount their interaction.
Narrated text explains that Lord Russell had expressed doubts about the Madame from the beginning.
Miana recalls looking back at the mansion as she prepared to enact her rescue plan. Lord Russell stands firmly, his cooperation proving to be a vital asset in the mission. Justin resolves to tell his parents the full truth once the current matter is finished.
Justin promises that such dangerous incidents will not happen again as long as he is present.
Justin agrees with Mia's assessment as they continue their serious discussion in the grand room.
Justin asks how she discovered the experiments. Miana claims she saw them in a dream.
Justin remains skeptical, noting that she isn't someone who would act based only on a dream.
Miana falls silent, her expression softening as she considers the deeper truth behind her knowledge. A vision of a young, white-haired boy holding a teddy bear appears amidst glowing purple flowers.
Miana asks Justin for help with her limited information, offering to share what she knows.
Miana describes a white-haired boy, roughly 8 to 10 years old, with slightly downward-turned eyes.
Miana adds the boy has blue eyes and lives in a windowless room with a chandelier.
Miana notes the location is likely affluent and near the residences of Echart and the Madame.
Justin looks closely at Miana and asks if she is certain about the boy's description.
Justin notes that if the child isn't hiding his form, the situation is a serious matter.
Justin promises to investigate the new lead and tells Miana to get some well-deserved rest. Miana quickly reaches out to grab Justin's sleeves, asking him to wait before he departs.
Miana says there is one final thing she wanted to ask the Duke before he leaves.
Miana asks Justin about the rumors claiming that the two of them are now officially engaged.
Justin admits he expected rumors to start once he began visiting the Sidus mansion regularly.
Chibi Miana reacts with shock, demanding to know why Justin never clarified the situation before.
Justin points out that Miana used the rumors to stop unwanted marriage proposals from others.
Miana asks if the engagement rumors trouble the Duke while sitting across from him in the hall.
Justin smiles, noting the social label of their engagement will follow Miana for her entire life.
Justin stands and moves closer, warning that the rumors will persist even if she eventually leaves.
Justin tenderly brings Miana's hand to his lips, his gaze fixed on her with surprising intensity.
A close-up shows Miana's eyes wide with shock and confusion following the Duke's sudden romantic gesture.
Standing among blue morning glories, Justin maintains a calm and handsome expression despite the tense moment. Chibi Miana reacts with an exaggerated shout of disbelief at the Duke's unexpected and bold behavior.
Clare enters and shrieks, "What?" after seeing the two holding hands in such an intimate way.
From a high angle, Clare stands frozen in the doorway while Miana and Justin remain seated together.
Looking completely horrified, Clare trembles and apologizes profusely for interrupting what she thinks is a tryst.
Clare flees in a panic while Miana shouts for her to wait and explain herself immediately.
After Justin departs, Clare expresses her profound relief at not having intruded on a private moment.
Miana laughs nervously while Clare admits her heart was racing from the fear of barging in.
Clare shares that Samuel is currently resting at her home and thanks Miana for saving him.
Clare nervously clasps her hands together, preparing to ask Miana and the Duke for a favor.
Miana watches with quiet interest as the brown-haired girl builds up the courage to speak plainly.
Clare asks to take Samuel to her mansion to personally break his lingering magical brainwashing. Miana encourages her, noting that the Empire lacks wizards and Clare is the best for the job. Miana predicts Clare will become a great wizard, recalling her bravery in facing the Madame alone. Clare vows to protect Samuel while ensuring he still fulfills his duty to testify honestly. Clare acknowledges that while the public may be skeptical, the truth of their tragedy is already known.
Miana stands up suddenly, her expression softening as she processes the depth of Clare's sincere resolve.
Clare bows deeply toward Miana, showing her utmost respect and gratitude for the lady's help.
Miana tells her to stop, insisting she was only doing what any decent person would have done.
Clare argues that few people possess Miana's selfless nature and willingness to help those in need.
Clare admits she was initially terrified that involving others in her struggle would be a mistake.
A close-up focuses on the two girls joining hands, cementing their new and powerful friendship.
Clare beams with a bright and joyful smile, finally feeling free of the Madame's dark influence.
Clare promises to help Miana even a decade from now, leaving the silver-haired girl quite bewildered. Miana wonders if she'll even be alive in 10 years before asking Clare about her future.
Clare plans to take the children's remains and go on a healing trip with her brother Samuel. A grim flashback shows the children huddled behind bars, highlighting the darkness they finally escaped.
Miana approves of the plan as the group seals their promise with a symbolic gesture. Clare worries about the other rescued children, but Miana tells her she has a plan.
Sitting by the window, Miana prepares to explain her ambitious new project for the mansion's orphans. Under the night sky, Miana plans a relief foundation but realizes she spent all her money. Miana steps forward with renewed energy, realizing she still has access to one massive treasure hoard. Miana triumphantly reveals her plan to use the elder's personal funds to finance her relief foundation. Miana giggles while planning to borrow from the elder to build a foundation for the orphans.
Mina notices her magical range is expanding while she gathers coins from the elder's massive hoard.
Miana gasps in sudden terror as she realizes she has been caught red-handed by the elder.
Miana realizes she is dead as the elder mocks her for causing so much recent trouble. Trembling with sweat and fear, Miana begs the elder to spare her life after her transgression. The elder stands tall with glowing eyes, his powerful and menacing aura filling the entire chamber.
Chibi Miana is frozen in terror, looking like a helpless rabbit before the elder's intense gaze.
Sitting at his desk, the elder informs Miana that there is something important he never told her. The elder explains that his magic connects his soul directly to Mina's physical body and health. The elder reveals he felt the impact of her recent battles and scolds her for her recklessness. Miana shouts an apology to the ceiling, realizing the magnitude of her sin against her protector.
Miana tries to explain her surprise at meeting another dragon while maintaining her fragile human persona.
The elder claims he is only uncomfortable rather than angry about someone else touching his contractor. Mina notes her safety this time, though the elder remains anxious about her future risky endeavors.
Patting her head, the elder warns Miana that his own freedom is tied to her physical survival.
Mina asks if he is the last dragon, while the elder mocks her small stature and head.
A serene floral scene accompanies a somber reflection on the punishment he has already received. Miana reflects deeply on the concept of punishment while the heavy atmosphere lingers around her.
Mina asks if his punishment is related to his status as the sole surviving member of his kind.
With a faint, knowing smile, the elder reveals his ultimate goal is to find the World Tree.
A vast, magical blue void opens up, revealing countless floating windows and mystical glowing doors. The white-haired boy, Luce, gazes in awe at the shimmering and surreal celestial environment.
Soaring through the night sky, Luce rides on the small dragon's back, marveling at the landscape.
Miana holds Luce close, apologizing for her tardiness while asking if he waited a long time.
Luce assures Miana that he is happy to wait for her, dismissing the need for any apologies. Brilliant streaks of light cross the night sky as Miana shows Luce the world's breathtaking beauty.
Pointing downward with pure excitement, Luce spots the distant mansions from their high vantage point.
Miana points out a shining location in the distance, identifying it as her family's home.
Miana promises Luce they will be best friends once they finally arrive at her mansion together.
Luce beams with joy, declaring Miana is the best as they continue their flight toward her house.
A detailed diagram highlights local landmarks like the fine station and the future medical center site.
Miana explains her plans to build a sponsorship foundation to provide help for all the orphans.
Softly embracing him, Miana admits she may not always be present, but wants Luce to thrive.
Mina encourages the boy to find courage and not be afraid of the challenges ahead.
Luce looks away thoughtfully, processing Mina's heartfelt wishes for his future safety and happiness. A grand estate stands under a bright sky, symbolizing the hope and progress Miana envisions.
Miana's mother reacts with visible shock, dropping a letter as she calls out her daughter's name.
The mother sternly announces a new rule, forbidding Miana from engaging in her usual social activities.
A floating message emphasizes the strict ban, declaring that tea parties are no longer permitted.
Holding the letter, Miana's mother confronts her while the father watches with a concerned expression.
Miana's paralyzed by shock, her face turning pale as the sudden restriction catches her off guard. Mina tries to protest the ban while her parents explain their deep-seated fears for her safety.
Her mother reaches out to comfort her, explaining their decision comes from overwhelming parental concern.
Miana's father clarifies that they are simply terrified of losing her after the recent dangerous incident.
Overwhelmed by confusion, Miana realizes her parents believe her tea parties caused the entire tragedy. As the mother emphasizes her health, Siegfried enters the room with a calm, observant look. Siegfried points out that Mina's safety was only guaranteed because he remained constantly by her side.
Mocking his sister's predicament, Siegfried suggests a family trip to help everyone relax and recover.
Miana's taken aback by the trip idea, privately worried about her lack of information regarding Luce.
Her parents gaze at her with somber expressions, the weight of their worry evident in their eyes. Walking toward her, Miana's father speaks her name, his footsteps echoing in the quiet, tense room. Miana's mother takes her hand, acknowledging that the child is keeping secrets from the family. The mother reassures Miana that having secrets is a natural part of growing up and is acceptable. A sun-drenched vision shows a figure standing amidst lush greenery, radiating a sense of pure peace. Mina is depicted in the bright memories, moving forward with a gaze full of curiosity and wonder. Running through a field of light, Mina's spirit seems to soar in a moment of absolute freedom.
The narration explains that seeing Mina's genuine happiness is the most important thing to her parents.
Surrounded by vibrant white blossoms, Miana laughs joyfully, her face glowing with radiant, untroubled happiness.
Her mother warns that secrets are fine only if they do not create distance within the family.
Both parents embrace Miana warmly, their faces filled with relief as they offer her their protection.
Miana looks away with a troubled gaze, her conscience weighed down by the complexity of her situation.
Despite the comfort of her parents' arms, Miana feels a lingering sense of guilt and uncertainty.
In a past life, a bedridden girl laments that her chronic illness was her own fault. She reflects on how her parents' helplessness and sorrow over her condition deeply pained her.
Seeing her parents cling to her while fearing her body was unbearable burden. As light pours through a grand window, she softly calls out for her mother and father. Miana realizes that while the physical pain remains, this new life offers her a significant difference.
Looking directly forward, Miana reveals that her true and unique ability is entering other people's dreams. Exploring a surreal dreamscape of floating doors, Miana finds freedom and agency she never had before. For the first time, she can walk and move through the world by her own will. Miana reflects on meeting diverse people and helping them, wondering if she should have done more. Clasping her hands, Miana notes that she has finally decided to tell her parents the truth.
Miana explains her involvement with Patrick, Justin, and Russell, though she keeps her protector's identity secret.
Siegfried stares stoically, regretting that their family fell so low because he didn't intervene much sooner.
Miana bows deeply before her parents, offering a sincere apology for causing them so much trouble.
Miana privately wishes she had acted faster to prevent the complications her family recently endured.
A look of mild surprise crosses Mina's face as she waits for her parents to respond. Her father argues that his own selfishness caused their troubles and rejects Miana taking the blame. Her mother hugs her tightly, insisting that being sick was hardest on Miana rather than the parents.
The mother declares it is only natural for parents to save their child at any cost.
Miana begins to tear up as her mother explains that protecting her was their own choice.
Both parents embrace Miana in the study, providing her with the warmth and acceptance she craved. Her mother apologizes for placing a heavy burden on Miana's shoulders while the girl cries. Her father asks for forgiveness as Miana softly reassures him that everything is okay now.
A high-angle view shows the family united in a tender embrace amidst the sun-drenched library.
Her father jokes that Miana should visit his dreams since he misses her when they're apart. He then asks with a knowing look if Miana had planned the entire situation all along.
Miana gives a mischievous, knowing smirk as she remains nestled against her father's chest.
The mother looms with a dark, terrifying aura as she decides that Mina's recklessness requires punishment.
Her father panics as the mother drags Miana away, declaring they cannot let her actions slide.
Mina lets out a bewildered sound as someone firmly pinches and stretches her chubby cheek.
Surrounded by morning glories, her mother shouts, demanding to know why Miana took such dangerous risks.
Chaos erupts as screams for help fill the air. The mother summons Siegfried while the narrator confirms that tea parties are now strictly forbidden, as Miana remains under house arrest.
A hand sets down a teacup as the speaker expresses relief at the current outcome.
Justin sips tea, revealing his satisfaction that Mina's guest list was burned and the social gatherings ended.
Miana rubs her sore cheek, thinking she must rely on Justin for information now that she's grounded. Miana tentatively begins to speak, looking toward the Duke as they share a private tea time. With sparkling eyes, Miana asks if there is any news regarding the boy she described to him.
Justin claims she overestimates him, but Miana gives 2 thumbs up, insisting he is the most capable. Justin smiles as Miana teases him for secretly enjoying her compliments while they continue their meeting. Justin falls silent for a moment, his expression unreadable as he considers Mina's request and behavior. Miana wonders if he has found the lead already when Justin suddenly asks if she likes trips.
Chibi Miana stares blankly from across the table, her mind momentarily stalling at the unexpected question.
Mina's face is filled with shock and confusion as she repeats the word trip back to him.
Miana nervously touches her face, stating that a trip isn't exactly what she had in mind.
Justin notes the current case is ending, but reminds Miana she is banned from hosting parties or leaving. He explains that he has already delegated the search so she can finally relax and recover. Smiling brightly among flowers, Justin tells Miana that she truly deserves to have some well-earned rest.
Looking into her tea, Miana reflects on the importance of spending time with the people who matter.
Miana admits it feels a bit strange to hear such sentimental words coming directly from the Duke. Miana explains she promised her parents to spend more time together and mention their own trip plans.
Justin sits across from Miana, impatiently telling the girl to just get to the point. Miana reacts with a loud shout of disbelief, her face flushed with shock and embarrassment.
During their tea, Miana insists that joining the trip is something she genuinely wants to do.
Miana reflects on her friendship with Luce, cherishing the time they spent together as true companions.
Justin looks away, repeating the word friend with a subtle sense of doubt or contemplation. Chibi Miana panics, realizing Justin has no other friends and desperately grabbing the table while shouting. Miana suddenly invites Justin to join her family on their upcoming vacation to the coast. Miana explains she already discussed the trip with her parents since others are searching.
Miana teases Justin for never taking breaks himself, despite his frequent advice for her to rest.
Stepping onto the table, Miana leans in close to emphasize her point to the Duke.
Miana offers a soft, hopeful smile, silently encouraging Justin to accept her unexpected invitation.
Justin watches Miana with a look of mild surprise as she beams at him enthusiastically.
After a moment of hesitation, Justin finally gives in and agrees to join the trip.
A lush mountain landscape serves as a backdrop for Mina's dream of visiting the ocean. As the carriage wheel turns, Miana wonders if the ocean will sparkle with emerald green light. Inside the carriage, Miana clasps her hands together, unable to contain her excitement for the journey. Miana's father watches her with a nervous, sweaty smile as they travel together in the carriage. The father grows confused, questioning why they are heading toward the mountains instead of the ocean. Siegfried remains silent while driving the carriage, his focused gaze fixed on the road ahead.
Siegfried stops the carriage and announces that the group has finally arrived at their destination.
Opening the carriage door, Siegfried formally welcomes his brother and sister-in-law to the site.
Mina's father apologizes for the long journey while Mina excitedly reminds everyone about the ocean.
Stepping out, Miana's father notes that traveling for days in a carriage is incredibly exhausting. The parents look back toward the carriage as Miana prepares to step outside behind them. A massive shadow falls over the group, leaving the parents and staff completely speechless. A huge black dragon, Richard VIII, descends from the sky, shocking Miana's entire family.
Miana steps forward to formally introduce her companion who will assist with their vacation travel.
Miana introduces Richard VIII, who nuzzles her affectionately while the girl giggles with joy. The family and servants stand frozen in absolute horror after seeing the giant mythical creature.
Overwhelmed by shock, the parents gasp as they struggle to comprehend the dragon's presence.
Mina's father cries out in terror as the reality of her new friend finally sinks in.
Miana bids farewell to Richard VIII, telling him to rest until they meet again.
The black dragon soars away, disappearing into the bright blue sky above the trees.
Mina's father collapses from the shock, desperately asking the maid Tina for some water. Mina's mother looms with a terrifying aura, furious that Mina kept such dangerous secrets.
The mother turns to Justin, assuming the Duke must be just as horrified as they are. Justin calmly admits he expected the dragon and wanted to evaluate its flight stability anyway. Justin praises the dragon's impressive speed and stability, noting it is an efficient way to travel. Miana asks Tina for her opinion while her father remains incapacitated by his extreme fear.
Tina hesitates before asking if she can be completely honest about her feelings for the dragon. A close-up shows Tina's eyes sparkling with hidden excitement as she prepares to speak. Tina reveals she found the dragon adorable, while Miana celebrates finding another fan of her friend.
Mina's family and Justin watch with judgmental expressions, questioning Mina's claim that everyone likes it.
Siegfried lifts Miana up, deciding they should return to the humble carriage to continue.
Carrying Miana, Siegfried leads the group back toward the carriage with a satisfied, knowing smile. The family gathers around the carriage, confirming that their relaxing vacation trip has finally begun. Miana smiles contentedly as she looks out the window, ready to enjoy her well-deserved rest. Looking at the sky, Miana reflects on how much she wants to show Liz the world.
A decorative title card introduces the Catarata Empire and a small village in the north.
Miana excitedly points out the view to her mother as they arrive at their new destination.
Miana expresses her delight at the scenery while looking forward to their upcoming family trip.
A sharp shout echoes through the area, interrupting the peaceful atmosphere of the mansion. A grim flashback reveals a group of children bullying a boy, mocking his grandfather's failure as a sorcerer. The boy sits alone in tears after being cruelly told to leave the village for his perceived worthlessness. Miana maintains her cheerful resolve as the scene transitions toward the start of her new journey. The carriage finally comes to a halt as a voice announces their arrival at the destination.
Sir Russell assists Miana as she carefully steps down from the carriage onto the forest path.
Miana scans her surroundings with a look of growing confusion and surprise at the quiet environment. The grand and sparkling landscape of the Catarata Empire stretches out before the visiting group. Walking into town, Miana notes the eerie silence and lack of people in what should be a lively area. The group wonders if the villagers have gathered elsewhere, finding the absolute stillness deeply unsettling and odd. Miana is visibly shaken, realizing the desolate town is nothing like the lively place she read about. A memory shows Miana lying on the floor, intently studying a book about their travel destination.
The narration reflects on the book's description of a humble yet bustling and vibrant village. In her memory, Miana was mesmerized by the book's promise of a beautiful harbor and hidden gem.
Russell prioritizes their safety, suggesting they find lodging immediately instead of worrying about sightseeing. Russell decides they should retreat to the forest as Miana watches him with an uncertain gaze. Justin reveals he has already mapped out the local inns and narrowed down the best beachside options. Surrounded by flowers, Justin triumphantly presents a detailed list of accommodations for Miana to choose from. The entire group stands in stunned silence at the Duke's excessive preparation for their supposed vacation. Miana questions if Justin expected failure, while the boy from her memory watches them from the shadows.
Justin privately justifies his thoroughness, knowing that trouble follows Miana wherever she decides to travel.
Sensing a hidden presence, Russell turns with a fierce and menacing glare toward a nearby corner. Russell draws his sword with lightning speed, startling Miana as he targets the figure in the alley.
The knight freezes mid-swing as Miana realizes the perceived threat is actually just a small, terrified child.
Miana rushes forward to stop Russell, pleading with him to lower his weapon as the boy trembles. Russell offers a sheepish apology for his overactive instincts, while Miana checks if the boy is unharmed. Mina's heart aches for the poor child, who remains paralyzed by extreme fear after the confrontation. Kneeling down, Miana gently asks the boy if he knows of any nearby places to stay. Justin ponders the village's state, suggesting a potential disease outbreak, while Miana looks on with concern. An elderly man approaches the group, clarifying that the current situation is not caused by any disease. The man notes that their presence proves a lapse in the village's strict control over outsiders. Recognizing his protector, the boy runs toward the elderly man and calls out for his grandfather. The man embraces his grandson while explaining that visitors are currently restricted from entering the village. Patting the boy's head, the man admits he knew things would eventually reach this difficult state. Mina's father asks for a clearer explanation of the village's condition if it isn't an outbreak. With a somber and heavy expression, the man identifies the village's affliction as a divine punishment. He recounts the history of the Barnes family, whose previous patriarch was hated for his cruelty and greed. Although the current lord improved, the fear of his lineage's corruption led people to believe they remained cursed. The man explains that the village views the lord's bloodline as deserving of the curse placed upon them. Miana suggests poison as a cause, but the man remains certain it is something far more mysterious. Mina looks on in shock as she learns that the afflicted family cannot be awakened from sleep. The group discusses the family's coma-like state, noting they are alive but trapped in an endless slumber. Justin points out the lethality of the situation, realizing the family will eventually starve if they remain asleep. The man explains that the villagers have retreated in fear, terrified that the same punishment will strike them. Despite the danger, the man insists on showing hospitality to the group after their long journey. The man offers his own home for lodging, catching the travelers off guard with his unexpected kindness.
Miana politely declines the offer, deciding it would be safer for her family to find another area.
Accepting her decision, the man and boy bid the travelers farewell and head back toward their home. Mina watches the pair depart, her mind weighed down by the mystery of the village's divine punishment. Justin and Miana's father express profound surprise at her sudden decision, while Miana remains speechless. Her parents admit they expected her to enjoy the romantic notion of staying in a local home.
Miana insists she cannot enjoy a vacation while the village suffers, earning her parents' quiet approval.
Justin adjusts his formal attire and asks if they should resume their previous travel discussion now. Justin presents a long list of travel options, suggesting they keep moving while waiting for the dragon. Justin encourages Miana to take her time making a selection as she reviews the extensive list. Mina hums with a determined and slightly mischievous look while staring intently at the travel document. Mina internally declares her resolve to choose the farthest possible destination for their next stop. The scene transitions to a vibrant sunset over the mountains as the family continues their journey. The narration describes their arrival at a breathtaking new location featuring stunning beaches and ocean views. Luxurious accommodations and gourmet regional seafood dishes highlight the high-end nature of their second destination.
Miana greets a bright new morning with infectious energy, using kitchenware to create a loud awakening.
Miana marches through the hallway, declaring that a perfect day must begin with waking up Sir Russell. Miana throws open a door with a loud shout, calling for the red-haired knight to wake up. Banging her makeshift cymbals, Miana loudly urges everyone to get up and head to the ocean immediately. Miana enthusiastically lists their busy itinerary, including ocean diving, eating seafood, and a planned evening campfire. After mentioning a moonlit beach walk, Miana suddenly stops as she notices something is terribly wrong. A close-up of Mina's eye captures the exact moment her playful excitement turns into genuine concern.
Miana enters the bedroom to find Sir Russell lying completely motionless in his large, ornate bed.
Miana looks toward the window, wondering if the usually diligent knight is simply oversleeping this morning.
Mina and a maid observe that it is highly unusual for Russell to remain asleep despite the noise. Miana informs Justin that the knight's symptoms perfectly match the mysterious sleeping curse from the village.
Justin considers the situation with a troubled expression, realizing the village's affliction has reached their group.
Miana rejects a theory, arguing that they would have already met in a dream if it were simple.
Miana notes that Russell had minimal contact with the villagers and didn't even consume any local food.
Miana looks down with a heavy heart, struggling to understand how the curse targeted only the knight.
Sir Russell remains trapped in an unnatural slumber as Miana questions why she and the others are unaffected. Mina's parents react with worry when the girl suggests a dangerous method to resolve the situation.
The parents discuss Russell's brief confrontation with a village child, wondering if that action triggered the curse.
Miana agrees with her father's point, but insists they cannot find a solution through mere speculation.
Surrounded by blossoms, Miana brightly announces her decision to enter Sir Russell's dream to investigate the cause.
Justin warns Miana that her unique dream-walking ability might not function properly within the specific curse. Miana takes the sleeping knight's hand, resolving to take action even if the outcome remains uncertain. Looking at the incapacitated man, Miana declares she has already decided not to just sit around helplessly. Mina's mother takes command, ordering the group to watch Russell while requesting a sedative from the maid.
Miana calls out to her parents one last time before preparing to begin her spiritual journey.
Offering a soft and reassuring smile, Miana promises her family that she will return to them safely.
Her parents look on with gentle, supportive expressions, placing their trust in their daughter's extraordinary power.
Embraced warmly by her parents amidst glowing flowers, Miana feels their love as she prepares for the task.
The scene shifts to a deep orange sunset sky as birds fly over a traditional rooftop.
Mina enters the dream world, appearing in the village at dusk and accidentally stepping on a dry twig. In the dream, the village is bustling with life as vendors sell fruit and townspeople discuss local plays. Miana walks through the lively crowd, remembering the warmth of the village from her brief real-life visit. A glowing notification identifies the location as Hwangdo Lamphis under the bright rays of the setting sun. Miana finds herself standing among a crowd of faceless townspeople, feeling small and overwhelmed by the numbers.
Bumping into a passerby, Miana lets out a startled sound as she tries to find her way. Miana struggles to maintain her footing in the dense crowd, complaining that the number of people is excessive.
Losing her balance entirely, Miana cries out in distress as she begins to fall toward the ground. Just before she falls, a firm hand catches her and a familiar voice tells her to be careful.
Miana looks up in shock to see Sir Russell, who asks why she is wandering in her pajamas. Miana is visibly startled to encounter the red-haired knight, identifying him as Sir Russell.
Sir Russell is surprised that a child isn't afraid of him, but he awkwardly tells her to go back home. Miana reacts with utter confusion to his dismissive and unfamiliar attitude. Miana asks if the knight recognizes her, but he looks down at her with a stern and distant expression. Russell claims he has a perfect memory and insists that Miana is not in it. Miana is frustrated by his response, realizing he has no idea who she is in this dream world.
Russell turns away, explaining he is too busy to chat and urges Miana to be careful as she heads back.
Miana calls out for him to wait, but the knight quickly disappears into the dense, bustling crowd of faceless townspeople. Reaching out into the street, Mina desperately shouts for Sir Russell as she struggles to follow his path through the village. Miana catches up just in time to see the knight getting into a heated argument near an alleyway entrance. Miana is shocked by the sudden turn of events as the knight is physically confronted by an unseen person. A blonde woman stands over the knight who has been struck. The knight is knocked back while Miana watches the chaos from a distance. The knight is stunned to see the woman, identifying her as Victoria with a look of pure shock. Victoria frantically explains she was only trying to retrieve a dropped handkerchief. Russell touches his bruised cheek, visibly shaken by the encounter. Watching the interaction, Miana realizes she is witnessing the very moment the two first met. She considers it a very aggressive start to their relationship.
Miana ponders the feelings of the knight's wife as she watches the younger version of him interact with the bold Victoria. Fascinated by the memory, Miana expresses intense curiosity about how the two eventually grew closer after such a violent introduction.
Russell is shown in a blissful daze, blushing and smiling as he reflects on the meeting. The dream world ripples as Miana realizes the curse is playing back Russell's most cherished memories of falling in love. The scenery shifts to a beautiful garden with a massive fountain. Miana calls out to the knight, addressing him as Siegfried. Victoria greets Russell warmly, asking where he has been. Russell approaches her with a soft and affectionate smile.
The dream continues to display various happy moments shared between the knight and the blonde woman. Miana observes that the dream is designed to keep the victim trapped by endlessly repeating their happiest life moments. The knight and Victoria are shown in a tender embrace, surrounded by an aura of romantic bliss. Miana concludes that the curse is particularly cruel because it traps the dreamer in an eternal, perfect fantasy. The peaceful garden scene begins to dissolve and swirl away as the dream prepares to transition again. The environment shifts abruptly, revealing the ornate and gilded interior of a completely different building. Miana finds herself inside a gambling den, noting that such a place seems entirely out of character for Sir Russell. A man's shout rings out as he aggressively grabs the knight, who appears much younger and more distressed in this memory. An older man with messy hair and a cruel smile appears as the knight calls him trash. The knight grits his teeth in rage while accusing the older man of a severe gambling addiction. The furious knight accuses the man of being willing to sell his own daughter for gambling debts. Victoria's father mocks the knight, questioning who he thinks he is. Miana watches from hiding, realizing the identity of the disheveled man. Victoria's scumbag father taunts the knight for his past refusal and current outburst. Russell looks on with a dark, brooding intensity. Russell delivers a powerful punch, declaring he would never treat people like property to be sold. The father collapses, coughing up blood while desperately claiming that a contract has already been legally signed. Russell looms over the man, demanding to know what he thinks he can do to stop him. Victoria's voice interrupts the violence, commanding the knight to stop while she offers to pay double the original down payment. Miana is surprised to see Victoria intervene, sternly telling the knight that he has done enough. Victoria takes Russell's hand as she begins to explain the reasoning behind her sudden intervention. Victoria urges Russell not to stain his own reputation by dealing with such a filthy individual. The knight looks at her with concern. Victoria looks down at her father with pure disgust, calling his current state absolutely pathetic. Victoria fiercely asserts that she is the only one who will ever decide her own future. Russell is visibly stunned by her words. A close-up shows hands moving as the scene transitions into a symbolic and emotional memory. Narrative text reveals Victoria's internal resolve, stating she has decided to bet her entire life and future on this man. Victoria stands with a determined gaze, ready to face the consequences of her bold choice. Victoria demands that others stay out of her business from this point forward. Miana is impressed by Victoria's boldness. She is suddenly caught off guard when Russell turns and looks directly at her. Russell's face is pale with shock as he stares at the girl. Miana panics, wondering if her presence has been detected. Russell covers his eyes in a moment of intense mental conflict. Miana wonders if her appearance is breaking the dream's logic. The dream world begins to warp and pull Miana away once more as she wonders if her presence changed anything. White roses and a green dress signify another shift in the knight's cherished dream memories. Mina's slippered foot tentatively steps onto a ledge within the shifting and vibrant dream landscape. Miana wanders through the grand hall, marveling at the luxury and beauty of the dream world. Startled by a sudden noise from the group, Miana turns around with a look of surprise. Miana watches from a distance as Sir Russell and Victoria converse with her parents. From her hiding spot, Miana confirms their past acquaintance, but laments being unable to hear them. Miana wonders how to draw the knight out if he refuses to wake up on his own. A spectral and translucent figure of Victoria appears behind Miana, looking over the girl's shoulder. Miana is shocked as the ghostly hand of Victoria touches the air in front of her. A lingering thought from before manifests as a swirling orb of blue spiritual energy in the hall. A close-up highlights the white flower ornament pinned into Victoria's blonde hair from behind. Miana realizes the hair ornament is the key and resolves to get rid of it immediately. Watching the couple walk away, Miana notes that the ornament anchors Russell to this false reality. Russell stops and looks back with a sharp gaze, sensing an intruder's presence in the hall. Miana panics as Russell shouts for her, realizing she hasn't planned how to remove the ornament. With lightning speed, Russell catches Miana by the shoulder, leaving her completely stunned and wide-eyed. Mina is intimidated by the red-haired knight's sheer speed as he looms over her. Miana attempts to explain her presence, but Russell interrupts, correctly identifying her as Miana. Miana is surprised that the knight recognized her immediately from when he saw her earlier. Russell rubs his head in confusion, asking why the girl has entered his private dream world. Miana declares her mission to wake the knight from the mysterious curse currently trapping him. A vision of Russell lying motionless in bed illustrates his dangerous state in the waking world. Miana points out that the curse is cruelly replaying only his most cherished and happy moments. Russell remains silent, his expression unreadable as he considers the girl's explanation.
Miana explains that destroying the hair ornament will break the spell, but Russell refuses to leave. Miana points out that everyone is worried about him, urging him to reconsider his decision. Victoria sits alone among a field of flowers, appearing as a serene but hollow dream illusion. Russell asks for a moment to say goodbye, unsure when he will have this dream again. In a field of flowers, Russell approaches Victoria to deliver a serious final message. Victoria smiles warmly at him, teasing that his serious claims often turn out to be nonsense. Russell looks at her with deep affection, insisting that this isn't the time for his jokes. Russell takes her hand and addresses her by the name Nike with profound and quiet tenderness. Russell reflects on his desire to be with her and decides to offer a proper farewell. Victoria recalls their promise to run away together, asking if they should have returned home instead. Russell gently kisses Victoria's hand, marking the beginning of their final and painful goodbye. Holding her hands tightly, the knight admits that he has also felt regret over the past. Russell finds comfort in her goodness, believing that they will share the same ultimate fate. Embracing her tightly, Russell declares Victoria to be his light, his breath, and his entire world. Victoria looks into his eyes, promising to carry his memories while he continues his own life. Russell reaches for the floral ornament in her hair, resolved to finally return to the real world. With a firm grip, the knight crushes the hair ornament, shattering the anchor of the dream. The dream world begins to dissolve as Russell rejects the cursed existence of this false reality. Narrative text reflects on how the beautiful illusion was nothing more than a cruel curse. Russell and Victoria share one last bittersweet kiss as the dream world fades into white light. The morning sun shines brightly over the mansion as the night finally begins to awaken. Siegfried suddenly wakes in his bed, prompting Mina's parents to call for Tina and a doctor. Lying back, the knight wears a peaceful but mournful smile as a single tear falls. Miana awakens in her own bed, complaining about a headache caused by the strong sedative. Justin enters the room with water, surprising Miana, who asks why the Duke is there. Justin explains he stayed to check on her, informing Miana she was asleep for 5 hours. Mina drinks the water while Justin notes that she woke up much faster than he expected. Justin explains that it may take a full day for Sir Russell to wake up completely. Justin laughs softly and encourages Miana to stay calm as she sits up in bed. Miana plans to check on the knight, but a voice from the doorway questions her visit. Sir Russell appears at the door, leaning casually while Miana excitedly calls out his name. Russell jokes about his interrupted rest while Justin notes the significant work still ahead of them. Russell gazes down at Mina with a soft, affectionate expression, addressing the young girl directly.
Russell offers a heartfelt thanks to Miana for allowing him to find closure in his dreams.
Justin modestly dismisses his involvement, claiming he was simply fulfilling his duty to the group.
Miana playfully pretends to have forgotten the intimate details she witnessed within the knight's dream world.
Russell wears a faint, appreciative smile as he recognizes and appreciates the young girl's tactful silence. Against a bright mountain backdrop, Russell internally reflects on Miana's character with quiet, sincere gratitude. Miana prepares for her next task, focused on finding a way to wake the Barnes family. Miana confidently asserts her readiness to resolve the village's plight now that she understands the solution. Mina relies on her unique spiritual abilities, believing the core solution will work for everyone affected. While packing her trunk, Miana discusses the generational nature of the curse affecting the village lord. Justin questions Miana's resolve regarding their eventual return to the Catarata Empire after completing this task. Miana prioritizes immediate action, deciding that investigating the family's guilt can wait until they are awake. A memory of Russell and Victoria highlights the deep uncertainty surrounding the curse's true divine nature. Miana explains her motivation, stating she cannot simply abandon people who have a chance at salvation. Miana radiates hope and firm determination as she prepares to face the difficult challenge ahead. Justin observes his daughter with a look of profound realization and quiet, fatherly pride. Justin yields to Miana's stubborn kindness, admitting he should have expected this choice from her. Justin and Tina express their lingering doubts while acknowledging Miana's unwavering resolve to help others. Miana remains steadfast, insisting that ensuring a peaceful and successful journey is her primary goal now. The scene shifts back to the village where the clock tower looms over the quiet streets. As they walk, the group notes the unsettling silence and total lack of residents in sight. Miana envisions the village's revival, while Justin questions how they will identify those currently afflicted. Justin notes Miana's growing confidence in handling the intense and hostile glares from the local villagers. A sudden, harsh shout interrupts them as Ivan is violently shoved to the ground by bullies. Miana and Russell look on in shock, startled by the cruelty directed toward the defenseless child. The village children continue their verbal assault on Ivan, mocking his lineage and his grandfather's skills. Russell prepares to intervene, drawing in a sharp breath as his patience for the bullies evaporates. Russell delivers a thunderous shout, scolding the cowardly children for ganging up on a solitary boy. The terrified bullies scatter in all directions, urged by a panicked cry to flee the scene. Miana rushes to Ivan's side to offer comfort, while Russell maintains a stern and protective watch.
Miana realizes the boy is the same one they met previously, calling out Ivan's name excitedly. The elderly shaman hurries toward the scene, appearing frantic with worry over his grandson's sudden distress.
The shaman stops in his tracks, visibly stunned to see the travelers returning to his village. Miana attempts to de-escalate the awkward tension with a forced smile despite the chaotic circumstances.
Against a clear sky, the group tries to reassure the wary shaman of their peaceful intentions.
The shaman expresses deep regret for the incident and thanks the group for taking care of Ivan. The shaman serves refreshments while humbly stating he was only fulfilling his own necessary responsibilities. Miana observes Ivan while reflecting on how many people in the world choose cruelty over compassion. The elderly man offers a formal and polite apology for the delay in properly introducing himself.
The shaman explains his family's long history and their ancestral role as shamans within the village. During their discussion, the shaman takes responsibility for the village's current state and recent difficult events. Miana realizes why the man spoke so confidently about curses, confirming his true identity as a shaman. Miana worries that ending the curse might inadvertently worsen the bullying Ivan faces from the villagers. The shaman informs the group that, to his knowledge, no additional villagers have been cursed recently. The shaman finally asks the pressing question, curious about why the group decided to return so soon. Miana smiles with a bright and determined expression, feeling hopeful about her decision to help the village. Ivan asks if Miana can truly break the curse, and she honestly admits her uncertainty while expressing a desire to try. Mina explains her selfless motivation to save people, even if they are strangers, simply because she has the ability to help.
Miana and the young boy look at each other, sharing a moment of quiet connection in the middle of the village.
Ivan looks down with a sad expression, clenching his hands as he mentions his family has done many bad things.
Miana gently pats Ivan's head, noting that the current Baron Barnes is different and that children shouldn't be blamed for others' crimes.
Ivan is comforted by Mina's kindness while the shaman observes, noting that the young girl possesses a truly extraordinary ability. Looking on with a weary and somber expression, the elderly shaman admits that even he has not found a proper solution.
The shaman questions Miana's resolve, asking if she plans to intervene every single time a tragedy like this occurs.
Mina admits she cannot save everyone forever, but she is firmly resolved to save the person right in front of her. An ominous and dark thought bubble poses a difficult moral question about saving someone who might be a murderer. Mina's calm and serious expression is contrasted with a terrifying vision of a blood-stained woman screaming in agony.
A dramatic title card asks if salvation is needed, highlighting the intense ethical dilemma currently weighing on Miana's mind.
The shaman asks Miana a challenging question, wondering if she would still offer help if the person was a murderer. Miana looks conflicted and admits that such a question is incredibly difficult for her to answer at this moment.
Visions of several criminals haunt Miana as she considers the possibility of saving someone as wicked as the Madame.
Miana struggles to find the right words while Justin stands beside her, his presence offering a sense of stability. Justin towers over Miana in the dimly lit room, providing a calm and supportive presence during their heavy conversation. Justin firmly asserts that the child should never be blamed for things that are entirely beyond his own control. Justin announces they will be taking their leave now that they have ensured the child was brought home safely.
Miana looks at her father with deep admiration as he suggests they should return before the sun sets.
Against a bright and scenic landscape, the group walks away from the cottage while wishing Ivan well.
Miana gives Ivan some parting advice, urging him to fight back against the cowards who pick on him in groups.
Sir Russell adds his own bold encouragement, suggesting that being aggressive like a mad dog will keep others from bothering Ivan. The shaman and Ivan stand together outside their home, watching as the group of travelers disappears into the misty woods. The scene transitions to a grand and luxurious mansion under a clear sky as an unseen voice invites the group inside. Inside the manor, a butler expresses relief that news reached them quickly and that they came under the Emperor's orders. The butler apologizes for the Lord's current state, while Justin explains that investigation is the primary reason for their visit. Mina fakes a sudden and dramatic coughing fit to create an excuse for the group to find a private area. Justin plays along with the ruse, claiming his daughter's unwell and requesting a place for her to rest immediately. The butler quickly agrees to the request and prepares to lead the group to a guest room within the mansion. Once they are alone in a private room, Miana lets out a sigh of relief while Justin looks on. Miana jokingly remarks that their deceptive tactics make them look like a family of professional con artists. Tina playfully teases Justin about their roles, wondering if they seem like a married or engaged couple of scammers. Justin and Tina share a lighthearted and affectionate moment together, surrounded by a romantic and sparkly aura.
Miana is visibly startled and embarrassed as she asks if her father has heard the rumors about an engagement. A servant suddenly opens the door to announce that the room is ready, interrupting the family's private discussion. Justin panics about the engagement rumors while Tina calmly dismisses them, and Miana apologizes for the awkward situation she caused. Miana enters the dream world once more, her white-clad form walking through a vibrant and flower-filled landscape. The dream reveals the Baron's children enjoying desserts and acting as warriors, while the Baroness becomes the head of the family.
A hand reaches out toward the glowing landscape as Miana realizes the dream world is functioning exactly as she expected. Standing in a dream version of the village, Miana notes that she cannot control this world, but can wake the dreamers.
Miana looks around the bustling and idealized dream village, observing the peaceful lives of the townspeople.
Villagers in the dream brag about their produce and hard work, showing off large cabbages and fresh fish. A dramatic thought bubble highlights the arrival of Baron Barnes within this idealized version of the village. Baron Barnes appears as a man with light brown hair and a kind, smiling face in the middle of the village.
Miana watches from a distance as several villagers get into a heated but harmless argument over their goods.
The Baron steps in with a gentle demeanor to calm the quarreling villagers and maintain the peace of the dream.
Miana observes the Baron's face closely, noting that this dream world is completely different from the current reality of Catharde.
Miana wonders if the Baron desires peace or freedom, but she concludes she cannot know his true heart from this alone.
Miana wonders if the Baron's dream stems from a desire to break family traditions or something else.
Miana spots a ginger-haired child in the dream and recognizes his familiar, dejected appearance.
Miana suspects that the lonely child in the dream is actually a younger version of Baron Barnes.
Miana observes the young Baron, who appears deeply troubled and sad despite the surrounding beauty.
Miana reaches a sudden realization about the true nature of the dream world's connection to the Baron. Miana understands that the dream reflects far more than just pure happiness for those trapped inside.
Mina concludes that the curse reveals deep-seated desires that are missing from the dreamer's reality.
Miana approaches the young Baron with a kind smile, offering him a brief moment of comfort.
Back in reality, a servant knocks on the door to announce their entry into the room. A maid enters with water, but she is suddenly startled by an unexpected and frantic sight. The maid shouts in surprise as a man desperately runs down the hallway toward her room. Miana opens her eyes in bed, surprised to hear someone frantically calling for a doctor immediately.
Justin notes Miana's early awakening while he sits by her bedside in the manor's guest room.
Justin explains he is staying to care for his unwell fiancé instead of investigating with the Duke. Justin asks about her health, and Miana reassures him that she feels perfectly fine as usual. Baron Barnes suddenly burst into the room, startling Justin and Miana with his disheveled, frantic appearance.
Miana calmly tells Justin to allow the Baron to enter the room despite the chaotic intrusion.
The Baron stares at Miana in total disbelief, recognizing her as the lady from his dreams.
The disheveled Baron breathes heavily while standing in the doorway, staring intently at the young girl.
The Baron struggles to find his words as Miana begins to formally introduce herself to him. The Baron stands frozen, completely overwhelmed by the sight of the person who visited his dreams. Miana introduces her family and suggests they work together to find a solution to their problems. The focus shifts entirely to the identity of the emotional man standing before them, Baron Barnes.
A mental image of the young Baron in the dream highlights his solitary and hopeful nature.
A promotional message invites readers to join the Scanlation team's Discord server for various roles.
The Baron clenches his fists in shame, feeling embarrassed by his unkempt and frantic physical state.
Mina and Justin offer comfort to the Baron, noting he hasn't eaten since he was cursed.
The Baron is shocked to learn that his long dream actually lasted for an entire week.
The Baron recalls Miana appearing in his dream and speaking to him with great narrative importance.
In a dream memory, Miana leans in close to the young Baron to deliver a secret message.
The Baron admits he initially doubted his dream vision until seeing Miana in person just now.
Mina explains that demonstrating her power was necessary to gain his trust for their future plans.
The Baron bows deeply to Miana, expressing profound gratitude for saving his family from the curse.
Miana waves her hands frantically, feeling flustered by the Baron's overly formal and humble display. The Baron insists that Miana's intervention was a fated event that saved them from certain doom. Internally, Miana humbly credits her success to pure luck rather than any grand destiny or fate. Mina reflects on how different things would be if she hadn't chosen this specific travel cast.
Miana realizes that without Sir Russell's curse, she would have never stopped to help the villagers. Mina hesitates as she prepares to ask the Baron for a favor after saving his life.
Miana asks the Baron to keep her involvement a secret, and he eagerly agrees to comply.
Miana reasons that a sudden mass recovery would be too suspicious for the general public to believe.
The Baron is surprised to hear Miana mention Aaron, whom he refers to as an old man.
Miana explains that Aaron helped her and will cooperate to ensure his grandson's safety and future.
The Baron feels guilty for burdening Miana, while she feels responsible for involving the elderly shaman.
Miana notes that Aaron's grandson is currently suffering from bullying due to the village's cursed state.
The Baron believes Aaron will agree to help because of the shared difficult circumstances they face.
The Baron covers his face in distress, clearly moved and troubled by the news of Ivan's suffering.
Miana resolves that it is finally time to discuss the specific details revealed within the Baron's dream.
Justin and Miana share a meaningful glance as they prepare for the next part of their plan. Justin exits the room, giving Miana and the Baron privacy to discuss the dream's personal details.
A servant peeks through the door as the group finishes their conversation inside the mansion's guest room.
Justin claims his feelings for the lady are true, while Miana looks up at him with a startled and questioning expression.
Justin laughs at the awkward situation, while Miana remains confused by the unexpected turn in their conversation.
Miana suddenly clenches her hand to her mouth, letting out a small cough as she begins to look slightly unwell.
Miana sits across from Baron Barnes, explaining that this situation is developing just as she previously anticipated.
Baron Barnes clenches his knee, acknowledging that Miana managed to uncover many hidden truths from within his dream.
Miana asserts that the curse isn't divine punishment, but rather the work of someone with unique, malicious abilities.
A dream vision depicts Baron Barnes as a kind and beloved leader surrounded by his happy, peaceful townspeople.
Narrative text reflects that the version of the Baron seen in the dream was someone who truly loved others.
Miana wonders why a man with such a benevolent heart would find himself so deeply trapped within his dream.
The narrative text identifies the kind man in the dream as the benevolent predecessor of the village, Baron Barnes.
A young version of the Baron looks on with a sad, lonely expression amidst the beauty of the dream.
A dark vision depicts the former Baron cruelly exploiting the townspeople, while money and blades fly about.
Baron Barnes clenches his leg in shame, admitting that his father committed many terrible sins against the people.
The current Baron believes his family was fated to be punished for the many crimes they committed in the past.
A young Baron watches from behind a wall as his father uses a whip on the suffering villagers.
Miana reasons that while turning a blind eye is a sin, a small child cannot be blamed for it. Miana clenches her dress, preparing to deliver a stern lecture to the guilt-ridden Baron standing before her.
Miana stands up abruptly, telling the Baron that blaming himself is one of the most foolish things he can do.
Miana yells at the Baron to ask for forgiveness and ensure he never repeats the mistakes of the past.
A crowd of villagers stands with their backs turned, representing the long period of suffering they endured together.
The narrative text notes that the hearts of the townspeople will naturally take a long time to heal.
Narrative text encourages the Baron not to give up, as a firm step forward signifies his new resolve.
Baron Barnes stands tall with a determined gaze, looking ready to face the challenges of ruling his territory.
Miana reaches out and firmly grasps the Baron's hand, telling him to ignore those who might point fingers.
The Baron looks down at Miana with gratitude as they share a hopeful moment in the sunlit room.
Narrative text reflects on how the Baron's future efforts will not be in vain for the people he serves.
Baron Barnes smiles softly as the narrative promises that his dream of a peaceful village will one day become reality.
Sunlight streams through a window beside a vase of flowers, signifying a fresh start for the mansion.
The scene shifts to the exterior of the grand mansion as Miana prepares to continue her journey.
Miana reflects on how she successfully delegated all the difficult and administrative and reform tasks to the Baron.
Mina wears a wide, mischievous grin as she celebrates her clever plan to avoid doing any more work.
Miana cheers happily against a background of flowers, excited that she is finally free to rest and travel.
Walking with her group, Miana expresses her sincere hope that the rest of their journey remains peaceful. Russell and Justin look at Mina with skepticism, doubting that things will stay quiet for much longer.
Miana shrugs playfully, noting that it isn't her fault if incidents seem to constantly chase after her.
Miana suddenly begins to cough violently, her eyes widening as she brings a cloth to her mouth.
The entire group stops in their tracks, looking at Miana with expressions of pure shock and horror. Russell and Justin panic, rushing toward Miana as she continues to cough in the middle of the street.
Justin supports Miana as she hides her face behind a cloth, while Tina expresses her concern for the girl.
Miana pulls the cloth away from her mouth, revealing dark, wet bloodstains on the white fabric. Miana stares at the blood on the cloth with a terrified expression, barely able to process what is happening. Justin looks at Miana with an intense, wide-eyed expression of disbelief and rising fear for her. Justin stands with his hands clenched at his sides, his face shadowed as he stares down in silence.
Miana tries to claim she is fine, but Justin sternly questions how someone coughing up blood can be okay.